السيدات والسادة، أسعد الله صباحكم. يرجى الإيمان والجلوس سنبدأ الآن Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Please take your seats as we are about to begin the proceedings of the 11th Abu Dhabi Strategic Debate.
يخصص مركز الإمارات للسياسات مؤتمره السنوي ملتقى أبو ظبي الاستراتيجي هذا العام لمناقشة مظاهر وعوامل الاضطراب وغياب الاستقرار في العالم. فعلى مدى يومين وفي 12 جلسة سيناقش الملتقى التحولات الجوهرية في طبيعة النظام العالمي والتغير في هياكل التحالفات الاستراتيجية وبخاصة في أوراسيا والإندو باسيفيك، وسيحاول فهم طبيعة التنافس بين القوى العظمى واستراتيجيات بناء القوة والنفوذ لكل منهم. وبالنظر إلى أن هذا الملتقى ينعقد بعد بضعة أيام فقط من الانتخابات الأمريكية، فسيحاول استشراف انعكاسات نتيجة الانتخابات على السياسة العالمية للولايات المتحدة. وسيبحث الملتقى أيضاً في الفرص والتحديات الناشئة من مبادرات الممرات الاقتصادية ومشاريع البنية التحتية الضخمة وخطوط النقل والطاقة العابرة للدول. كما سيسلط الضوء على مصادر وأشكال التهديدات لخطوط الملاحة وحركة التجارة وسلاسل الإمداد العالمي، والاستراتيجيات الدولية والإقليمية لمواجهة هذه التهديدات وتعزيز الأمن البحري. وفي الشرق الأوسط حيث النزاعات والحروب سنحاول استكشاف العوامل المحلية والجيوسياسية وراء استدامة الصراعات وغياب صنع السلام في المنطقة. كما سنولي أهمية لتناول آفاق الحرب في غزة ولبنان واحتمالات الحرب الإقليمية الشاملة والبحث في مستقبل الدولة الفلسطينية وهيكل النظام الإقليمي. وفي هذا الجزء من العالم الذي يتسم بالفوضى وغياب الأفق سنستكشف خريطة الطريق المستقبلية لدولة الإمارات للصعود إلى موقع القيادة العالمية في مجالات الاستدامة والتنويع الاقتصادي والتقدم التقني والابتكار. أهلاً وسهلاً بكم في ملتقى أبو ظبي الاستراتيجي 11 وفي ربوع العاصمة الجميلة أبو ظبي.
سيداتي وسادتي، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة السادسة تحت عنوان الدروب إلى الهيمنة، البنية التحتية والصراعات الجيوسياسية. Ladies and gentlemen, Panel 6 entitled Roads to Dominance, Infrastructure as Geopolitical Currency will start now.
morning. صباح الخير جميعا. أهلا بكم في الجلسة الصباحية.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first session of our second day of the 11th Abu Dhabi Strategic Debate. I would like to thank, on behalf of everyone, to the organizers and to the manager of this forum. And I give the option to our speakers to use Arabic or English.
الأستاذ محمد بحرون, you're from Emirates, كريم حقاق من مصر, and now I'm going to have to switch. Zaid Ayadat from Jordan, welcome. And I want to go straight into the topic, and the topic is road to dominance, and that's infrastructure as geopolitical currency. We did have rich sessions about global power competition and local integration, and very often we are focused on conflict, on wars, on problems, where everybody's a loser and divides us, fragments us. But this one is another form of power competition in the form of economy, building, investment. This one has to be win-win. But is it? We will first begin to talk about what is going on, and then what's the politics of it, both at local, regional, well, third one is global level. Those who are my age and older would remember that we all had this dream about our region where borders never exist, where interdependence at its maximum, where we follow good examples of integration, whether that is economic, social, and in all other forms. And for the first time in our lifetime, we're seeing that. We're seeing the, not just embryonic, actual delivery on the ground. Things are happening in our lifetime and likely to develop a great deal over the next decade. I have to say, Emirates has already proven not just its potential, but also on delivery. And Saudi Arabia is also joining in actually leading this outward journey as well as internal investment. And there are countries that desperately dependent on such development. And they see the potential, they work towards it, but we would like to see what are the barriers for progress. What is also interesting is that the regional and global powers also are beginning to see the benefit of that. They try to be here, and they do see the strategic location of the Middle East not only as a source for natural resources and trade destination, but also as pathway to Europe, connecting south to north, east to west. We will learn more about these things from the three experts. I'm going to start with Mohammed to actually put us in the picture. Very often people talk about big projects, big investment, big initiatives, but we don't all know everything happening next door or in the region. But please put us in the picture in your own way.
Thank you very much, and many thanks to Dr. Abdissam and EPC for conducting this and keeping up at doing this at such a level to the 11th year, so congratulations. Let's start with this idea of hegemony or dominance. Is these projects are about dominance or not? And I think dominance is a diction from an old dictionary. The new dictionary is not about dominance. The new dictionary is about facilitation. The ability to connect people and facilitate their ability to move from one point to another. To your question on projects, yes, people are talking about the big projects. Talking about PRI, we're talking about EMIC, we're talking about the road of development, but we also miss that there are so many other projects that are actually major enablers for this. We cannot talk about EMIC without talking about the railway, the GCC railway. That is the major thing that would make EMIC work. We cannot overlook, for instance, what is happening between Ethiopia and Eritrea, which was based on a port in Eritrea. That's a connectivity, that's an infrastructure that led to connectivity, but also led to political settlements. We can look also at things like the subsea cables that extend between North Africa and Europe. And the UAE, for instance, is investing. TAQA is investing in cables between Morocco and the UK, for instance.
So just to complete the picture, obviously we have initiatives to do with pipelines, energy, oil and gas. There are things to do with pure trade routes, building roads, and maybe rail. And there are ports being built. Some of them are needed for the national viability, but also they are the hubs for destinations and moving across. Can you give us some big specific examples, whether it's Emirates, whether it's Saudi Arabia? I'm going to come to the others if you do not want to add from us, because I know you know more about Iraq's big initiatives than I do. So,
but again, the UAE, for instance, was part of the PRI. And it didn't see PRI as something that does with China, it did something that does with the region. And that was the emphasis. But the PRI meant that you have to invest in a number of initiatives, from solar energy to the digital connectivity, all the way to financials. So we're not looking just at the infrastructure, the physical infrastructure. There is also a digital infrastructure that is required.
That's a very good point. Well, Karim, from your perspective, let's stay with the technical side of what is actually existing, what is planned, and which countries are likely to be connected through initiatives. So maybe not necessarily sticking to Egypt, but Egypt is important for all the right reasons, but it may also see some of the projects not really good news. So you tell us what projects are there connecting your country and the vicinity.
Sure, well, thank you very much, and let me add my word of thanks to Dr. Ibtisam, not only for organizing this meeting, but for including what I think is this very important session in the agenda, because it helps to unpack what I think are very interesting and important linkages between infrastructure and power and influence. So to your very specific point about Egypt, Egypt recognized, I think early on, almost a decade ago, the importance of infrastructure and upgrading infrastructure. In terms of framing this in terms of global connectivity. So we had in 2014 the very ambitious project to twin the Suez Canal, almost doubling the capacity of the Suez Canal and turning it into a two-way or two-legged waterway. And that has allowed Egypt to leverage the Suez Canal as a major nodal point on the Belt and Road Initiative, specifically on the Maritime Silk Road. So now we have the Suez Canal Economic Zone that is supported by Chinese investments, that is meant to be a global logistics hub. But even earlier, Egypt leveraged its LNG infrastructure on the Mediterranean coast to, again, promote this idea of a regional gas hub that was enabled Egypt to become an aggregator of regional gas using the recent finds in the Eastern Mediterranean from Israel, from Cyprus, and also from Egypt. Now Egypt has to contend with other very ambitious projects. I mean, IMEC, I think, is a transcontinental interconnection project that is truly ambitious in scope, that certainly has implications for the Suez Canal. But I think it's important to think of these projects not just in terms of their geoeconomic logic or their geopolitical logic, but I think it's important, maybe following on from what Mohammed said, to think about these projects in terms of region building. So not just extracting economic gain, but how can these projects be leveraged to consolidate geopolitical stability and hopefully even moving the region towards conflict mitigation and conflict resolution. So leveraging these projects for the overall objective of stability.
Sounds great. I'm going to leave you with a question. I'm going to go to Zaid, but I'll leave you to think about the question. Which initiative is actually bad news for Egypt? Because after all, you're so dependent on Suez Canal, you're so dependent on Bab el-Mandeb, and if anything that bypasses those can't be good news. Nonetheless, there are projects that actually are designed to go through your country, because nobody can ignore your geographic location and its strategic importance. But Zaid, I'll leave you also with a similar question, because I'm going to come back to see how Emirates is using that and sees opportunities and threats here. But Zaid, let's stay technical for a moment, but I will invite you to go political after that. But Jordan is important to Iraq. It's now increasingly important to Saudi Arabia, especially with all these big NOAM projects and other projects, plus for its location across Palestine, Israel, Lebanon, and beyond. So tell us, what projects are there being pushed and adopted by your country in collaboration with others?
Good morning. I did not expect this question.
Okay.
And I feel stressed because you give us questions to think about. It looks like exam, but I'm prepared.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you again, Dr. Sam, for this, and I echo my colleagues here. This is a very important session. Before getting to your questions quickly, I need to share with you something. Yesterday, over lunch, we had a party of joke telling. So, although conflict may be a full-time job of the region, but sometimes people in the region do joke and do laugh and do smile. And part of the jokes was about scholars. And part of the jokes about scholars, you can't say anything without go back to conceptual framework. So let me provide you with a conceptual framework for the talk. How does that sound?
Go ahead.
All right. So
That's
jokes
your
do help.
area.
Well, Jordan is important, and in the minds of so many Jordanians, is the most important country in the world.
Of course.
And well, for good reasons. And there are certainly very important projects. We call them in Jordan mega projects. Some things has to be with the connectivity between, the canal between the two, the Red and Dead Sea, which was killed by our neighbors, Israel. The idea of connecting the Red Sea to the Dead Sea, and also connecting the Mediterranean to the Red Sea through Aqaba, of course, and of course, so being part of the NEOM and other, projects taking place in the southern part of Jordan. But also there is huge infrastructure projects in cooperation with the United Arab Emirates in renewable energy. I'm talking particularly about electricity and the solar systems and others. And of course, there are so many projects now also supported by many countries, including the Arab Emirates, on railroad connecting again Aqaba to Amman and etc. So there are, and there are a lot of Japanese projects in Jordan as well in developing the Jordan Valley, which is called, I think, the Bridge for Peace between, to connect Jordan, Palestine through the West Bank and Israel. So there are so many projects taking place in that sense. But what I wanted to say in 2 minutes, maybe less, is the idea of infrastructure as roads for dominance is actually, it's not new, but it has got its own attention and aura in recent decades. There are two ways to look at infrastructures when we're thinking about dominance. First, the weaponized interdependence, where you use these networks and systems and facilities for your own strategic goals and ends. And the other one is what we call it the agencies thesis, that infrastructure have their own agencies once they're in place. And the best example for that, for example, is the SWIFT system. So financial systems, digital systems, they will soon and immediately gain their own agency. So there are actually another player in the geostrategic competitions themselves, and the competitions is over them, and they are part of the competitions as well. But the simple way in my mind, to think of infrastructure as ways to dominance and ways for strategic ends is to think of re-engineering of geography to suit new ideas and bypassing some difficulties. So connecting seas, connecting lands, and this ship to rail ideas about IMAC and etc. It's all about reimagining geography and make it much more easier for political means and ends at the same time.
Thank you. Zaid, I'm going to come back to you, but leave you to think about the question of the global side of it. There are initiatives and mega projects, or at least ideas, promoted by the United States for altruistic reasons. There are things that are promoted by China, and they're already here. They came from a long way, but they're already here. And their engagement, they have a sight on their investment and their own benefits, but also on competition and how this may shape our engagement and our reaction. Think about that. That's your next question. But Karim, I asked you a question about Egypt. How do Egypt look at these things, with itself having really more investment in sea and maritime, which is under threat, and looking at those that bypass Egypt?
So yeah, this is a factor that Egypt has always considered in planning its infrastructure development. I mean, the Suez Canal is and still remains central to global commerce. Even in purely economic terms, without talking about the geoeconomics or geopolitics, if we do a rough calculation of the cost of moving freight from, let's say, India to Europe, whether in terms of cargo or in terms of bulk cargo, the average unit of cargo that is shipped through the Suez Canal is much cheaper than if it's brought on land to buy sea and rail links to the terminal in Haifa, and then has to be reloaded again on shipborne traffic to take it to Europe. So that's just in terms of economic cost. That said, Egypt has always been sensitive to changes in global trade patterns that affect traffic in the Suez Canal, the exploration of different maritime routes. So the polar route, for example, has always been out there as a potential alternative to the Suez Canal, or at least can siphon off traffic from the Suez Canal. And IMEC, if it is realized, does have implications for Suez Canal traffic. I think that there's what will be an inevitably healthy competition between these different projects. I don't think there is any existential threat to the centrality of the Suez Canal. But let's be clear, these different projects will compete, and Egypt is very aware of this, has been very aware of this, hence the desire to upgrade its infrastructure. And this was almost a decade ago, before IMEC, and alongside with the Belt and Road Initiative starting in 2013.
Thank you. That was very good. Mohammed, Emirates proven over time its resilience, its ability to invest in itself, but also engage next door and actually get them involved and establish good, mutually rewarding projects. And I know Iraq is very interested in having this port issue, the energy exportation, and also connectivity with East and Far East. We're not worried about Emirates making those big decisions, but we are worried about the response you get from fragile states in the area, and Iraq being one of them. Sometimes its response is difficult, slow, bureaucratic, but also people are not focused very often on these. So there must be challenges that Emirates want something, but they can't get it quick enough. Tell us.
Well, I think the biggest challenge is what Zaid has described, which is this change of construct. So this is a shift from the old dictionary of geopolitics to the new dictionary of geoeconomics. Not everyone is willing to accept that change easily. And it will actually, when people are comfortable in a comfort zone, knowing what they're dealing with, you suddenly bring a new concept, then that's definitely one of those problems. So if you're talking specifically about Iraq, when the GCC countries have invested over quite a period of time in this railroad, which is the GCC railroad that connects all of the GCC countries. But we cannot just look at the GCC alone. We have to see where is this railroad going to be important beyond the GCC. So there is nothing only regional about our view. Anything in this region is global. So we'll have to think beyond this. If we want to really be a connector between Asia and Europe, on land, who's our connection? And Iraq, Turkey, then Europe. If we want to be connected to Central Asia, then we'll have to think about Iran. If we want to think all the way up to Latin America, we'll have to think about Africa. And this is how you see the UAE moving around. It's not out of self-interest. There is self-interest in it, of course, but this is not the driver. The driver is global connectivity. And I'll leave you with one example. If the world economy is a human body, the supply chain is the blood circulation in it. The more you have it open, the more fluid the blood can move, the more healthy this economy is. So EMIC, if we want to talk about, is not a direct threat to Egypt. It's actually an additional added. All of these projects will bring infrastructure projects. Infrastructure project will bring jobs. Once they're done, they'll bring more jobs. So more jobs to the region, more infrastructure to the region, I think is a good news.
Well, the blood circulation needs heart, pumping heart, and Emirates and Saudi Arabia can be. They have the potential, they have the capacity. So we just hope that the response from the surrounding countries will be as focused and less on conflict. And I know Iraq, the current government of Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, managed to win the parliament's support for a huge project of development road. And this alone transformed the attitude from even Turkey, who wants to invest in it. Connectivity with Qatar, interest from Emirates. So imagine the potential of that creating, it's not just soft power, that connectivity. This is the necessity and that's the future. I'd like to come back to that because I'd like to understand where Iran, Turkey, and others stand in this whole thing. But Zaid, I asked you a question about the global picture. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Well, again, I just agree with Karim and Mohammed about, first, the centrality of Suez Canal no matter what. There is no existential threat, although there is very high-level competitions on that. And yes, this shifting from geopolitics to geoeconomics as a core for strategic ends is the dominant thinking in the region. And that's where the global picture comes. If we to redesign geography and re-engineer it for political ends, and by the way, the whole process is accelerated by or impacted by three variables, at least in my mind. Accelerated globalization all the way till the economic crisis, then economic crisis and then COVID together, and advancements in technology. So actually forced players, countries, companies, to reimagine connectivity, supply chains, hubs and nodes, and using them for connectivity and using them also for control. You block, you open, and so on. So you place yourself in a table with so many cards, and that is exactly what geostrategic competition is all about. But at least there are two visions competing over the Middle East, bring it to the Middle East, on how you shape it and how you connect it. The first, of course, is the Chinese, the BRI initiative that more than 155 countries signed to, mostly in the Middle East. Of course, it has two paths, Africa and the Middle East, and railroad and ports, with very, very expensive project, $1 trillion thus far, and $8 trillion in total. But this is for sure a game changer if to succeed. That's redesigning geography. This globe that we knew before, it's different now, because the way it will be connected. And it's by nature a geostrategic initiative, by nature. Now, thus far, there have been great successes in the initiative, but with a lot also of problems, especially in Latin America and Africa, in terms of the way the project is done, and the problem of loans, of course, which is known for everyone now, which actually, taken out of the initiative and its attractiveness, But they're, like in Pakistan, certainly there's a huge success, and in different places. And the other is the American Western envisioning of the region, bringing it to this brilliant idea called IMEC. This is absolutely, I guess, one of the most innovative ideas, and it was agreed upon on the G7 summits a year ago or so, although it's still lacking a lot of momentum in terms of creating an action plan. But it's basically saying, well, okay, there's a route and there's a way. So there's your way or our way. There's no highway. So there are two ways that are competing in here. Which way should the region go? To these global players. But also the region has its own agencies. And the region is calculating and calibrating which one of these would be most benefit for its players. But the region also is not on one page. There are competing visions of the region itself. And some wanted, this vision of the region because it suits its ideas, like of Iran, for example, and others thinking that is the shortest way, bringing India to Europe through Saudi Arabia, Emirates, and Jordan, and all the way through, Israel to Europe. Can you imagine what we're doing with the land, with the globe? We're shrinking it. We just really redesign Earth, seas, lands. This is something we need to take seriously.
Well, thank you. I'm going to come back to you for a specific issue, and that is looking at it from our neighborhood outwards, looking at those superpowers and super economies. We should have some recommendations so that they don't make life difficult for us and get rid of the mutual suspicions that one scaring us about the intention, motivation, as well as track record of the other, and their internal policies, how that is driven. Because if it's a plain level field, we should not worry. But how to make it plain level field, how we should not be victims, it's a very important thing. So I'd like you to think about some of those recommendations. But I'd like to ask Karim and Mohammed to add to whatever global picture that I invited Zaid to comment on. I'd like your perspective of the global picture and how that involves us in the Middle East. Karim.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is very important to build on the framework that Zaid is laying out for us. I think it's important when we look at the global picture to try and unpack these different logics driving these different mega infrastructure projects. So clearly there is the geopolitical logic. It's undeniable. I mean, that was the foundational logic for the Belt and Road Initiative as a way to counter the United States pivot to Asia. So providing China with pathways of connectivity to Asia, Central Asia, South Asia, Middle East, Europe. And it is clearly one of the underlying logics for IMEC, I mean, at least in the American conception, as a way to counter the BRI. And I think that the same goes for India. I mean, consolidating India's position as an emerging power. India's reservations on the Belt and Road Initiative have been very clear, seeing this or framing it as a China national initiative, so requiring a counter initiative. And India's role in as a leading founder of IMEC, I think, is very interesting. So it's not just US-led. I mean, the role of India, the role of Saudi Arabia. So there's clearly a very clear geopolitical logic. I think the geoeconomic logic is also very clear in almost all of these projects. I mean, as Zaid said, the geoeconomics of infrastructure is meant to provide connectivity between different centers of economic production with markets that require demand. And here, there is the logic of globalization, but there's a logic of deglobalization as well. I mean, the whole drive to secure supply chains, moving away from just-in-time logistics, offshoring, and that was very much accelerated by COVID. And then there is the political logic, and that's very specific to the Middle East. And that, I think, gets to how IMEC was designed. I think it was the American vision that brought these two legs of IMEC together, the the east-west link, linking India to the Gulf, but also the northern leg linking the Gulf to Europe, through Jordan, through Israel, and therefore conceiving of IMEC as a way to consolidate normalization with Israel, and another leg by which Israel is integrated economically and perhaps politically into the region. For all of these logics, there are challenges. I mean, the geoeconomic logic, I think, presents a very interesting challenge, especially with IMEC. IMEC is not just another trade and transportation corridor. I mean, we're talking about clearly ports, rail links, road networks, et cetera, but we are also talking about links, data linkages. We're talking about energy linkages. We're talking about electricity. We're talking about hydrogen that feeds into Europe's desire to diversify its energy supply, moving away from Russia after Ukraine. So we're talking about multiple flows here. How do we govern flows of data, of transportation, of trade, of energy? What are the protocols? What are the tariffs? What are the legal and regulatory frameworks that manage these flows, cross-border, even transcontinental? I think it's very interesting. And then finally, just on the geopolitical aspect of this, clearly we do have a challenge in envisioning this very ambitious transcontinental interconnector in a region that is plagued by geopolitical conflict. And it may be because of the events in Gaza, not just because of Gaza, but the fact that the Gaza conflict has been regionalized, that these two interconnectors of IMEC, we may only end up with the east-west interconnector, and that the north-south interconnector may be delayed. So I think that all of these logics have their advantages, but also present interesting challenges that have to be overcome.
Thank you. I might actually face you with the same question after Zaid about what you recommend. On the global picture, Mohammed, carry on.
Okay, globally, I think we're looking at the world as an interconnected world. So if I'm going on Amazon and buying a product that I expect to be delivered to my house, I'm not buying it from the shop next door. I'm buying it from a provider, possibly overseas. So I understand this idea that there is a tendency towards deglobalization. But I think the more digital we get, the more globalized we'll get. But that digital sphere needs boots on the ground, and the boots on the ground is those connectivity projects. What enables door-to-door delivery. This is part of this paradigm shift. I'm old enough to remember that when we started moving from the phone dials into the digital buttons, AT&T came up with a phone set that has the buttons, in a dial format, because people were still used to dialing, and they know that. So this is the type of moving from analog to digital. We will still have those problems that was described by, and IMEC particularly had a lot of misconceptions. One of the major misconceptions that this was a US project because President Biden announced it. Even though President Biden said during that if it was not for the UAE, this project would not have happened. So he announced it, doesn't mean that he came up with it. But the idea is that IMEC was not about the US. It was not even about China, at least in our perspective. It was about Asia to Europe. And there is a provider in Asia, which is India, that produces a lot of stuff. And there's a buyer in Europe that needs that stuff. This is not about Israel. This is not about the region. The pivotal role of the region is that its ability to act as a gateway to that, as a connector. But this is not where we're originating from.
Can I just second that, because I think that's very important, that these different logics are not necessarily unanimous among all of the actors involved. And I think that's a very interesting point, that each actor is driven by their own logic or sets of logical frameworks for participating in these initiatives and driving these initiatives. Clearly, The logic on the part of Gulf states is different than the US logic. I mean, for example, the United States sees IMEC in terms of great power competition, but both Saudi Arabia and the UAE are members of both the BRI and BRICS. So I think that there are different logics at play here, and that may be a factor in how these interconnector projects are designed and how they are implemented.
By the way, if I were
Thank
president,
you.
sorry.
Yeah, I'll come back to you. You'll have a chance because in the context of recommendations, it will be a good opportunity. But Zaid, if you wanted to intervene, you can start with it. But I will go back to the question about recommendations. Basically, what we don't want is for us to fall. Strong economies within Gulf, most of them are strong, financially capable, and they are confident. We're not worried about those, but those fragile countries that we talk about, we've seen examples of debt trap. We have to avoid that. We have to be sure that this is going to be good for us. And it's not good enough to say, be careful of debt trap. We need to do something about it. But also I have a worry that these big powers, when they compete for their interest, they bring with them the security side, interventions, wars maybe, at least seeding the elements of conflict in the future while they are sitting back, and we are very good at getting at each other's throats. So we need to avoid nightmare. We make recommendations so that this investment lasts and the benefit is for all. Please.
My Kurd friend, you're serious? You asked me for your recommendation?
Go ahead.
All right. Well, look, let me make first a comment on what Karim and Mohammed proposed, which is brilliant, of course. And, we talk about these two competing, at least two, competing global visions of the region or the infrastructure in the region as part of their strategic projects and imagination. It's not separated from what, for example, the US think of the region as part of its global strategy. But also we have to look deeper on the regional picture. Who are the players? What are their interests? And what are their relative power to these interests to be achieved? And with whom, which kind of project they align themselves? Yes, for example, I'll give you an example of Jordan. Jordan, of course, given the situation of Jordan, a small state, the logic of small state, and the very, very particular neighborhood, there is always aspiration to be part of this regionally global projects and be a hub, because that will bring a lot of connectivity, a lot of economic opportunities, and make Jordan on the map and providing for its socioeconomic problems, solutions to these problems. Yet, the region and the countries in the region are not, as we all know, they're actually having their different priorities. Either a group of states, take the Gulf, or states on their own. What are the priorities for Egypt? Which one would be the first? And then we have each of these players, each of these countries in the region giving the picture and the relative power and competitions of power and the emerging in new powers, if you wish. And then everyone is trying just to turn the situations towards its own ends and interests, which is perfectly normal. I'll give you an example. Turkey, for example. This is the famous say by Erdogan's, there's no corridors without Turkey, right? You want corridors, you pass through us. You don't want, IMEC is not there and the BRI is not there. I'll create my own. And then we got this Iraq development road. Because we're not in the picture, we're not in the game. We have to be in the game, and so on. So every player will think that way. Iran is part of these initiative as well, that with Azerbaijan and through China. So what I'm trying to say, we actually have to look at the future for the recommendation from within. And these projects are not coming as an inevitable, or it's a fate, and it's going to be happen and will happen and deliver to tomorrow. There are so many competitions, so many challenges, not only operational. in terms of tariff, in terms of operation. It's more than that. It's about the political acceptance of these things. And let's face it, at the very end, all of these strategic initiatives, the decision over them and about them is political to the core. And that requires a lot of political calculations. So my recommendations is for us to see the trajectory of these competing projects in the region is to look from within the power map and the power structures within the region and how that might develop in the future and shape and impact the development of these projects.
Thank you. Mohammed, you wanted to interject, but I also wanted to link it to the recommendation side. Please.
No, it's not an interjection, but I mean, even within the political context of the US, if Biden wanted to pass this through Congress, he would possibly have a better chance saying that this is counter-China. So again, people use the political context. But on recommendations, I'll remind you of this difference between a piece of iron and a magnet. Piece of iron can turn into a magnet if you align all of the atoms together. That's when it becomes something.
Very good analogy.
The overall GDP of the countries involved in IMEC is something like $47 trillion. If you look at your own GDP, then it's small. If you look at your collective GDP, so the ability to connect that GDP between all of these countries, this is huge. Now, this is the opportunity, not the risk. You can talk about the risk and what these countries will bring, will the competition need it, but I think it is a major paradigm shift. If we think about geopolitical risks, we will only see geopolitical risk.
Okay.
So, recommendation.
Yeah.
If you want to have a recommendation, and I don't know if you wanted to, the UAE government or the government of other governments involved. So stakeholders, they need to see that in the coming 20 years, those who are going to be valuable are those who are on the grid. If you're off the grid, then you're not going to be valuable. Each and every country will have to think, how am I going to be part, one, of the grid, two, how many grids? So expanding your network, because networks is the new world order.
Thank you. Karim, the same question about the global, these recommendations, but I want you, at least one of you, to address this issue of, obviously there are barriers for progress. There are our own, our locality. There are wars and conflicts. There are state and non-state actors. In Iraq, we do see vocal non-state actors who oppose certain projects, including ones that go to Jordan and others. So these are barriers. I'd like you to comment on those as well, but let's stick with the recommendation and the chance for you to comment on the second point as well.
Yeah, thank you. I think what I would offer is it's not reducible to a recommendation. I know that's what you're trying to tease out from us. But what I would suggest is a different logic that should govern these types of trans-regional projects. So we mentioned the geopolitical logic, which is there, the geoeconomic logic, which has to be there. I mean, there needs to be a value added to these projects. But I would suggest that those need to be coupled, especially when it comes to the Middle East, with another logic, which is the logic of region building. I mean, how do we use or leverage these very ambitious interconnector projects, infrastructure projects, to conceive of and eventually build a different region? Now, that certainly goes to the other part of your question about geopolitical tensions and conflicts. IMEC is a multi-generational project that will take decades to complete. Those types of very ambitious, long-term, long-horizon projects are simply not conducive in a region that is racked by geopolitical instability. And I think that the tendency may be that these interconnector projects can circumvent these conflicts, can bypass these conflicts. And I think maybe the subtext of much of what we are saying here on this panel is that is very challenging. So we need to conceive of these projects differently in the context of building regions. Part of that goes to what Mohammed said about designing these projects in a way that is inclusive rather than exclusive. Now, how that's done, this is a very complex endeavor, but I think I very much suggest what you propose. I mean, second what you propose. Everybody needs to be seen to be part of, the bigger it is, the more I think inclusive it needs to be. And then finding a way to leverage these types of projects with a real effort to overcome geopolitical divides, not to try and circumvent geopolitical divides or conflicts, but it has to be done in a way that reinforces what should be a very concerted conflict resolution effort and a real concerted effort at regional confidence building.
Thank you.
Right? The infrastructure cannot be a substitute for that. It has to be done in tandem with that.
Thank you so much. We have 14 minutes, just less than 15 minutes for for a round at least of question and answers. I'm going to go, because we haven't spoken about Iran, and they will have a big say. They can benefit, but they can also cause trouble. So I'm going to ask Aghay Mohammed Dashiri from Iran to ask the first question that he's got his hand raised. Yes, in the middle.
Thank you very much for this interesting panel. I think that one of the main issues is the perception of reality, which is more important than the reality itself. What is perceived in Iran and Turkey is that IMEC project is and have inclusive, exclusive approach. That means that they want to neglect Iran and Turkey. And therefore, some sort of exclusion and not interconnectivity is behind this project.
Okay.
What is your opinion in this regard?
That's a good one. Thank you. Mr. Hani Fundaqli.
Thank you very much, and thanks for a pretty good discussion. If IMEC is a substitute for the BRI, what underpins the BRI is a very extensive network that China has. 34 major ports and 2,000 minor ports. This is more than the collective ports that the entire IMEC region has together. So my question is, if the U.S. is not considering ownership or authorship of this program, where is the money for the infrastructure coming from?
Thank you. There is Martin Wilhelm. Yeah.
Over here. We often talk about geoeconomic logic, the geoeconomic logic, as if that was a well-defined concept. But then, Karim, you started talking about there's different logics, and that is what my question is about. China developed, and a number of Asian countries over the last 40, 50 years developed according to an economic logic that was significantly different from Western economic thinking. And we used to have the concept of the Washington consensus and the Beijing consensus, etc. So my question is, how do you deal with those logics are not easily commensurable or compatible. So if you're facing both, how do you deal with that? And I would add technologies like AI probably make that question more complicated.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. We have 2 Yusuf Baluchis at least in this room, if there are not more. One of them asked for questions, so they are both friends of mine. If there may be more, so who asked? Yeah, go on.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, that's a third one because I know the other 2. Okay.
Okay,
go on.
This is a common name in Oman, anyhow.
You have to be Omani.
Yes,
You have to be
yes.
Baluchi. Okay, go on.
Thank you. See, it's an interesting topic. I mean, we all agree that, I mean, it's all about connectivity between countries and continent. I mean, building infrastructures to facilitate moving of the people, of goods, of services, and a brain. However, I mean, how we can govern on that, because, you know, sometimes filter what we want, what we don't want, you know, because, yes, I know there's a geo-economic, but there is more of geopolitics. So, I mean, how we can filter, how we can governance, how we can really, I mean, I will not say to be selective, but, I mean, sometimes this could increase the degree of uncertainty. I mean,
So the question, please.
I mean, how we can mitigate the risk, I mean, and reduce the degree of uncertainty, because you are talking about a new ecosystem. Yes, increasing the movement of people, capital, and goods, but that could really harm some concept.
Message
like
received.
local.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to take one last question for this round. If we had more time, we can go for more. But there's Mukhtar Hajizada.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank this excellent panel for insightful perspectives. In terms of diversification of supply chains, I read that the Middle Corridor, sometimes also called the Trans-Caspian Corridor, allows companies to diversify their logistic networks. So if I can pose this open question to the panel. So what are the key infrastructure challenges and opportunities, in your opinion, that will shape the future of the Middle Corridor, particularly in Central Asia and the Caucasus? And how do you foresee these developments influencing the broader competition with maritime routes? And will they be sustainable in the long term? So your insights will be appreciated to explore strategic, economic, and logistical aspects. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So you saw what we didn't cover, and I'd like you to, between yourselves, comment on as many of these as you can. So I'll start with you, Zaid.
Well, thank you. There are 5 questions. I try to make sense of them. They're not combinable, but I'll just address some of them quickly. But I also would like to invite all of us to think of the term, concepts and terms. Corridors. Why are we narrowing it? We should, just widen the horizon. Always think of corridors. And this is something that strikes me when we talk about the corridors and the corridors diplomacy. I'll talk about IMEC as a substitute to the BRI. And I don't think it is. It is an alternative on the table, so another plate. And it's not as expensive, and it was not meant to be as also comprehensive. But it's challenging, and it's a shifting project of the dynamics. So in that sense, it's powerful, if it, again, to succeed. The question about funding it, I think this is what I refer to as the action plan and what needs to be done, which I think will be discussed soon. Now, about inclusivity and exclusivity. Of course, I mean, these are not charities projects. These projects are meant to be, as a rewards and a punishment. That is the ultimate practice of power. If you want to be part of that, concessions needs to be made, and it comes with cost. And if I want to just exclude you because this meant to exclude you, weakening you, so it's a power competition at its best. So that's why others who feel excluded, they will immediately opt for alternatives, but their own, to make themselves relative to this power competitions game and power balancing. I'll just stop in this.
Thank you. For the other two, please, if you felt that this was addressed, even if it's not complete, go to the next question of your choosing. Please, Karim.
Thank you. BRI versus IMEC. Yes, so the BRI has a 10-year head start on IMEC. The BRI is driven, implemented, designed by one country. By my last count, IMEC had roughly between 20 and 25 participating countries involved, so I think the coordination and the alignment challenges are clear. The BRI is constructed to be two ways. The flows are two ways. IMEC, it seems, is one way, at least as far as I understand it. All of these will have challenges for financing, for governance, for coordination. So yes, I think if IMEC is intended to be an alternative to BRI, that may be one logic, but I'm not sure that is shared by all of the countries participating in IMEC. I mean, the Gulf countries certainly, I doubt they see it as an either-or alternative between BRI and IMEC. And that gets to the question about the different development logics or frameworks of development. As I think was pointed out by the gentleman, China has its own model for development, very different than the Western Washington consensus. I'm not sure if that has any adherence anymore, but let's, for the sake of this argument, pose that as a counter to the Chinese model. And again, I think for most countries, especially in the global south, I mean, represented here on this panel, don't see these binary choices anymore between a Chinese-inspired model for development or assistance or a Western model. So there are no stark choices between BRI versus IMEC. There are no stark choices between Western standards of 5G and Chinese standards of 5G. No stark alternatives between BRI and BRICS and participating in the I2U2, for example. Now, it may be, especially with the new administration in Washington, that the United States forces those choices. I'm not sure that will be, that may be more easily said than done, especially when it comes to these multi-generational infrastructure projects.
Right. Your choice.
I'll address the question from Dr. Hani on the US. And I think rightfully, IMEC came after I2U2, possibly as a way of, delivering it. But the US practically don't have means of funding projects as a government. They don't have sovereign wealth funds that play that role. So they go to investors. And I think there is a lot of investment possibilities in IMEC that US companies, not necessarily US government, can be. But I think when it comes to investment, there's an opportunity, and there are a lot who can see what is the potential of this. Dr. Dashir, your question is very good. Maybe I will pick you up on this in our Iran session.
Excellent. I've got 2 minutes. Literally, I'm not going to go over the time, but without interrupting you, let's go back to Iran for a minute. What would be your recommendation to get involved? We'll have a session, but not on the development infrastructure. Zaid, tell me, how would you attract Iran into this?
We have session on Iran.
Right, well, you've got now the order. So actually, now it's 2 minutes. I'm going to give Karim a last say. It doesn't have to be Iran.
Let me pose an example that illustrates the link between infrastructure and region building. And this has to do with the Eastern Mediterranean. So I mentioned Egypt's leveraging its very well-developed LNG infrastructure on the Mediterranean to turn Egypt into a regional gas hub. But Egypt envisaged this effort as part of a larger effort to build a regional cooperation framework in the form of the East Mediterranean Gas Forum. So thinking of these types of projects in terms of region building as opposed to exclusivity or competition. Now, how that translates into our broader region, the Middle East, I can't say in less than a minute.
Okay.
But I would suggest that should be the approach by which we think about and conceive of infrastructure moving forward.
Mohammed.
I would just say Iran or others, where are we in the connectivity agenda that is now forming the world? Are we part of it? Are we connected or we're not? And I think that is the burning question for any policymaker today.
Thank you, all three of you. And thank you for being such good, engaging audience. Thank you.
السيدات والسادة، نحن على وشك بدء الجلسة المقبلة. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next panel. السيدات والسادة، نحن على وشك بدء الجلسة المقبلة. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next panel. السيدات والسادة، نحن على وشك بدء الجلسة المقبلة. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next panel. سيداتي وسادتي، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة السابعة تحت عنوان أمواج النزاع، الصراع على الهيمنة البحرية. Ladies and gentlemen, Panel 7 entitled Waves of Conflict, Angling for Maritime Dominance will start now.
I'm waiting for the... السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته وعمتم صباحا بكل خير. Good morning all. Our session is going to be bilingual. They'll be speaking in English and Colonel Ali will be speaking in Arabic. But before I start, let me just contextualize and provide some context to our very important topic. And I'm honored to be chairing and directing this, and this honor I owe to Dr. Ibtisam, so thank you very much. And also I want to thank the ABC for organizing this very important conference that has become, over the years, must-go-to conference. So let me provide just a quick context for our topic. We need to be cognizant of the people claim that globalization is in retreat, which means supply lines might lose some significance than, despite what the last panel was talking about connectivity, but we might witness a retreat of globalization. Also, as a result, we'll have the rise of regionalism. So perhaps hinterland will become more important than sea power, because those connections will be through regions rather than high seas. The third important point that to remember is we have an international regime that provides the rules and values and norms for regulating sea and sea navigation, but the problem is we might not have a hegemon to enforce the rules and norms. For any international regime, you need a hegemonic power to stabilize it. And as you know, the new elephant in the room, no pun intended, doesn't want to play that rule. I don't think China can pick up the slack and play simply because it doesn't have the will or the tools to enforce those rules. So we might have a situation where in a territory that we've never been in, a case of not multipolar or bipolar or tripolar or unipolar, but a case or a condition of apolarity. That's to say there will be no power willing to produce and provide international public goods. So we have to keep this in mind when we discuss the dominance and sea power in our... But let me just start with a question, and I'll start with the head of Ramadan, Jim Morris, the president of Ramadan Academy, and ask always, sea and sea lanes were very important from ancient history till now. Now I see a flurry or an activities of interest sort of became more subjective interest rather than just the objective condition of sea and navigation. So can you tell me why do you think there is a rise of interest in this subject?
Yes, well, thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Ibtisam and the Emirates Policy Centre for this excellent conference, and thank you for inviting me to be on this panel. I'm interested by your use of the term, of the history of it, because actually I think it is worth looking back at the history and where the interests come from. And I'm just going to whip us back a little over 200 years to the General Maritime Treaty that was signed in 1820 between Britain and a number of the Emirates, which was based all around maritime security. So this has been a long, enduring question that has faced this region. The strategic nature of the regional waterways has been running around for hundreds of years, driving trade through the monsoon weather systems and everything. And indeed, 1869, we heard a lot about in the last panel about the Suez Canal opening, and of course the history of the Suez Canal and how that changed the dynamics of the maritime laydown here in the region and the trades. And this is quite personal to me because I came to the UAE first in 1988. I was serving in a minesweeper, and we came here in the Iran-Iraq War to, as part of a Western European Union mission called Operation Clean Sweep, to try and keep the Straits of Hormuz open in 1988. And if you remember, during the Iran-Iraq War, the Iraqis were firing missiles up the Gulf at tankers. The Iranians were attacking the tankers in the Straits of Hormuz with RPGs and with mines. Tankers were being reflagged to the American flag to give them protection. And we were forming what they called crocodiles at that time, which were small convoys of entitled merchant ships to come through the Straits of Hormuz under protection to make sure that the trade of oil continued to flow. But you get the global interest coming out of that example, showing the keen interest. But it's got lessons, I think, as we go forward. In 2001, after 9/11, I found myself back out here as the second in command of an aircraft carrier doing operations into Afghanistan. And at that point it changed. The threat now, terrorists, worrying about the terrorists joining in with the flow of smuggling off the Makran coast as people went through the Straits of Hormuz, at the same time as the oil sanctions being enforced on Iraq were being enforced around the Straits of Hormuz. So giving this incredible sense of strategic confluence of all sorts of different things in 2001. Of course, after that, a lot of the attention changed around to countering piracy off the Somalia coast, and then at the end of 2023, at the end of last year, with the Houthis attacking shipping that had ties with Israel as it approached the Bab el-Mandeb Straits and came up through the Red Sea, and really changing the dynamics of the situation again with their use of the automatic identification system, AIS, with a different laydown of weapons, which I think we'll probably come on to in a little while, so I won't go into it. But what's interesting when one looks across that history is the enduring issues, the enduring focuses, the enduring overseas presence of navies within this AOR, with an increasing range of nationalities coming together, some in operational laydown, some as single nation frameworks to try and deal with it. We see this mix of originally state actors, then non-state actors becoming more and more involved in the operations as they went ahead, and the increasing use of long-range systems, this proliferation of technology, which again I'm sure we'll return to in this panel, but it has shifted the dynamics. We heard a bit in the last panel about the shift in trade routes, but obviously also as well with a shift going around the Cape, all LPG tankers, an awful lot of the flow of containers now shifted, and a real shifting pattern and adding expense to the cost of global trade. So there are real global interests in the maritime laydown here, and there always have been. I think the maritime part endures. We did hear suggestion that the land will improve. I think you mentioned that, but we will see that even to connect to the land, we'll still need the maritime side. So yeah, there are very many enduring interests here.
Professor Mohan, who's my colleague at the National Defense College, and he's the person who teaches geopolitics and also maritime security. So I pose the same question to you. Is it sudden, or just my feeling is a sudden interest in maritime security and navigation and naval? Yes.
First of all, it's an honor to be part of this panel on maritime security. I realize that I am sandwiched between two experienced naval officers. I'm just an academic analyst. Earlier we talked about global supply chains. Global supply chains are essentially maritime supply chains. We know the impact of global trade disruption, whether it is by COVID-19 or the blockage of the Suez Canal by a container ship or by the Houthi attacks. Maritime domain has always been important. This morning's session talked about whether infrastructure development is part of great power competition or not, geopolitics or not. Well, the historian inside me tells me that it was industrialization in European countries that led to their search for resources. Then came markets to dump manufactured goods. That led to the development of railroads in Africa, Asia, railways, highways, ports, and then came coaling stations, which became bases and led to colonization. So resources, markets, and bases that are intrinsic part of maritime supply chains. Nothing much has changed, only the players have changed. The game of politics has not changed. We see intense competition over the dominance of critical sea lanes, maritime choke points. It's not just about global powers, US and China, for example. Regional actors, Turkey, Iran, Saudi Arabia, they're all trying to project power through infrastructure development, port development, forward bases, investments, alliances. So it's not just great power competition, but also there's a regional power. For example, the Red Sea, Saudi Arabia, UAE, for that matter, see the Horn of Africa as their Western security flank. So we have to assess what both great powers, extra-regional powers, and regional powers are doing vis-a-vis maritime security. Secondly, global commons are no longer global commons, they are contested commons. And in that context, the maritime domain, like cyber domain, outer space, they all contest it. The growing importance of blue economy means oceans, seabeds, are the new arena of competition for mineral resources, seabed minerals, hydrocarbons, rare earths for that matter. And you see the easy access that Admiral James pointed to, easy access to cheap weapons, having a navy used to be a very expensive thing, right? Not anymore. Now, non-state actors like the Houthis can assemble a makeshift naval fleet to exercise sea denial in a vital sea lane, near the maritime choke points. So that's what is causing concern. And all this has its impact on international laws and norms. We talked about rules-based order yesterday. The UN Convention on the Law of the Sea is already going through stress test in the South China Sea. The UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, is silent on unmanned surface and unmanned underwater vessels. Maritime law is actually very old. So we need to look at, whether we need to explore, start conversations about a code for unintended encounters at sea, queues, incidents at sea type agreement as growing naval competition in the Arabian Sea, especially in the Western Sea, is growing, and how do you cope with that?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Colonel Ali from our sister institution, the Staff College.
The question is the importance of maritime security is increasing recently, or it has been like this in the past? So is it a new topic, or because the topic now has become urgent and pressing in media and in the region of decision making? So the importance, is it new or old? So good morning, everybody, and let's say that the competition now comes from the perceptions of the polars of the new concept of hegemony in maritime, the obsession to militarization, the obsession to focus on the corners of economy. These alliances, or this made the alliances a tool to compete with other alliances. So we have a new concept right now. So we have counter-alliance. So we have countries in the region like China, Russia, Turkey, United States, also in the Arabian Sea. They all try to show their muscles, and having the troops or having the military of the U.S. in the Red Sea gave China the opportunity to expand its influence areas nearby, and also gave Russia more freedom to move in their interest areas, though this presence has a political and military concept or aspect, because the presence is an advantage that you can perceive and be able to enforce your power on the enemies. So this will enhance the opportunities to talk with the other. So these alliances in the past, they were against violations of laws like terrorist organizations, but now the competition became between an alliance and the other. So this made the turbulences more in the areas of concern.
Specialist, aside from being an international relations scholar, I just have this question. Are we witnessing a decline of the hegemon from stabilizing international regimes, that one of it is maritime security and other issues? For example, the incoming administration doesn't have interests. It wants to make America great again, but it's not interested in involving. Do you see this? By the way, in the case of President Biden, there was an involvement, right? The Prosperity Guard and the Red Sea, and might be the last president who's interested in international liberal order. But would this new administration and upcoming or other administration coming will be interested in stabilizing the world and playing the role of hegemon to provide the public goods necessary for maritime security?
I'm not sure that the incoming administration will focus on providing public goods. It's likely to reach out to its partners and allies to do more. That's for sure. So US, I do not believe that US is going to go into retrenchment mode. Keep in mind, especially in this part of the world, that US friends and allies depend more on the Middle Eastern oil and gas than China, if you put them all together. So even the pivot to Asia is not going to get the US out of the Gulf, resource-rich Gulf. We are going to see push towards partnerships, flexible, short-term, issue-specific partnerships in the form of Quad. Yesterday, I was reminded of when this conversation took place about Russia, China, Iran. They have conducted joint naval exercises in the Arabian Sea, just as Quad countries have been conducting joint naval exercises. So this is part of ensuring that sea lanes are kept open and free for trade, commerce. This is in conjunction with bilateral, multilateral, and regional initiatives to ensure that sea lanes, there are several maritime choke points in the region. China is, of course, trying to establish presence all along maritime choke points to secure its maritime interests. Media reports suggest that the US Navy is considering resurrecting its first fleet in the Indian Ocean. And China's Navy has emerged as the largest Navy in the world. And China wants to be a resident power in the Indian Ocean, just like the US, UK, and France. So you're going to see greater naval competition, not just between China and the US, but also between India and China. And that will have its spillover effects on regional countries.
Yeah, but beyond the region, is China willing to play the role of an international hegemon that will provide the public goods for maritime security? And I'm sure, China wants to dominate the South China Sea, in its region and vicinity. But would it be willing? Does it have the tools, the air carriers, to go all the way to different places?
Well, some Chinese admirals like In Chuo has talked about building a fleet of 6 aircraft carriers. And in terms of vessels, number of vessels, China is already the largest navy. Admiral In Chuo's his interview was published in the South China Morning Post in 2017, wherein he said that China needs 2 aircraft carriers in the Western Pacific Ocean and 2 aircraft carriers in the Indian Ocean, a total of 6 aircraft carriers. And you see already, that push towards, Djibouti and Gaza are just the beginning. There are going to be many more bases by the Chinese in terms of securing their interests. And China is not only, going to along the Belt and Road Initiative, countries that provide China's, very vital energy, economic resources, but also in terms of having the largest navy. I should qualify my remark. The overall military balance of power still remains in favor of US friends and allies. There is no doubt. But numbers do change perceptions in peacetime. In terms of alliances, alignments, in terms of shifting balance of power. In wartime, of course, technology and tactics play a more important role. But in peacetime, China's attempts to build the largest navy to protect its maritime interests is going to trigger reaction from other naval powers. And that is what we are concerned about, whether there will be a cooperation amongst major maritime powers. Historically, whenever a continental power has arisen and starts entertaining blue water ambitions, think Germany, think the Soviet Union, a coalition of maritime powers comes together to counterbalance it. And you see AUKUS and Quad in that context. A continental power has risen and has built a blue water naval fleet with, you see, illegal fishing, not just in the Indian Ocean or in the South Pacific, but also in the Atlantic, off the coast of Argentina. So that creates problems. I don't see any cooperation. That's why I said UNCLOS and in maritime law, international maritime law is pretty old. It needs to be updated. In fact, UNCLOS was a truly multilateral treaty signed by 190 countries in 1982, and that is coming under a lot of pressure. So I don't see desire on the part of great maritime powers to get their act together, to come together to provide common goods.
Dr. Morris, do you see it the same way?
Well, I think it was very interesting to see during the counter-piracy operations how an issue that united effectively the global response. We saw the Chinese, the Indians, the Western, all the navies coming together, and actually there was an element of cooperation between the different forces. So if the mission aligns with all the interests, you will get cooperation. Where it doesn't, clearly you're not going to. And the Chinese Navy has grown enormously. We do see it going further afield, many more operations in the Indian Ocean, but also when they were worried about what was happening in Libya, needing to take their people out of Libya, using it for evacuation operations through the Mediterranean. So yes, we are seeing the Chinese Navy expand, and it is one of those interesting things because there was always this criticism that the US-led coalition was protecting the oil coming out of the Middle East, and it was all going off to the Far East, benefiting China. And there was this, they should pay for their own security. Now they are here, of course, it causes people to say, oh, the Chinese are now in the Indian Ocean, I wonder how expansionist they are. So there is a tension in this area. And I think, out in the Far East, around the South China Sea, we're seeing, I guess, much more of the use of grey zone type militia operations, Coast Guard operations, fishing fleets being militarized, and operating on the edge of, outside navies, but on the edge of policing and security and threats. So we're seeing a very different laydown there, I think, than we are seeing here in the Indian Ocean at the moment. There's not such use of militias around this area, but yeah, the global laydown is undoubtedly changing.
من خبرتك كضابط بحري هل تعتقد انه في
As an officer, as a maritime officer, do you think that there are other countries that contribute to the regional security? For example, the piracy in the African Horn. At the beginning, I would like to just start with the current situation for the countries with the alliances. Most of the countries will not see are not happy or satisfied with the USA. This gave China more freedom to move out of its comfort zone to expand in Africa, in GCC, in logistic bases across the globe. And this was clear in forum, the Chinese Arab Forum in Egypt and the African Forum, the strategy of the Belt and Road Initiative. These commercial ports will give the acceptance of military presence. I think in the near future, particularly after Professor Mohan mentioned that is China really capable of being or do this homogeny or maritime dominance in the future. They don't announce this, but we see that the figures, we see the figures of production between 50 or 50% compared to the whole world. And we know that the USA between 2 and 1%. And in order to minimize this difference, they depend on their partners, unique partners like Japan and NATO, Korea. And I think in the future, between maybe 3 to 5 years from now, we're going to see China moving with the same immunity that the US had before. And this will change the balance of powers, because the current alliances mainly have political goals and objectives, and the situation in the Red Sea and the Arabian Gulf, they need alliance that is not political. They need alliance just to protect maritime navigation. So what are the repercussions or the strategic impacts of having maritime existence for the prosperity guards, for example? What prosperity guards, yeah. What are the strategic consequences of this? Currently in the Red Sea, there are 2 operations, the Prosperity Guards led by the USA, which is the 5th Fleet that is based in Bahrain, mainly from the 5th Fleet in Bahrain. And after a period of time, we found that some Arab countries are not participating in this operation because they doubted the priorities and the main objectives of the operation, whether they are meant to maintain security and stability in Aden Strait or on the Red Sea, or to defend the American alliance, Israel. So the American allies, Israel. So this, of course, after the consequences of the Ukrainian-Russian war, the logistic routes and the energy routes, this was the main concern of the European countries. That's why many countries called for having another operation, SBDS, and they gave it this name. This is a Greek name, which means the protective shield, to give an impression that the main goal is a defensive goal that aims to minimize the escalation in these regions. The 2 operations in the same area, they contributed effectively to facilitate the maritime movement, but the security environment is still unstable. So one operation escalates and the other de-escalates. So I believe, or I think, that this will be sustainable for a period of time until we close or find a solution for the Palestinian issue and have the 2-state solution settled.
On this, I see both the US-led and EU-led operations as largely ineffective. They have failed to deter the Houthis. But what's interesting is that within 24 hours of election victory, Trump's election victory, the Houthis announced the suspension of their attacks on maritime shipping in the Red Sea. So obviously, strong political leadership, strong will matters more than these military operations.
Yeah, if I could jump in there as well, because I think one of the key differences also was when people looked at the United Nations security resolutions on what was justified in terms of self-defense. You see the US-led Prosperity Guardian looking down the route of, our warships were attacked, this is an attack on our nation, therefore we have the right to strike Yemen, strike the Houthis' missile silos. There were some other countries, I think, took a different view about what the UN had said, and looking more at a defensive, as the Colonel said, the defensive shield approach. But one of the real challenges here is the Houthis' ability to launch drones, both airborne and seaborne, and its seaborne ones are a real problem, because that's where you can get the large volumes of explosives. Airborne drones actually don't carry huge loads, and these are big ships. So some of the pictures you've seen of the explosions actually have not done very much damage from the airborne drones. Seaborne drones are a big challenge. They've also been launching ballistic missiles. And the challenge, I think, that all of whether it's Prosperity Guardian or Aspides has suffered from, is that you're firing a £2 million air defense missile to take out a £20,000 drone, which we all know the maths of this just can't go on. So the magazines of the coalition ships there are being depleted, but yet the Houthis' ability to build more drones, to get more ballistic missiles, and to get their support means that they're able to continue the fight beyond the ability of the coalitions actually to respond. And this asymmetry is a huge challenge almost everywhere. It's a huge challenge for navies. They just don't carry the stocks of weapons necessary to cope with the endless flow of attacks. So therefore, the pressure, for example, I think to try and cease this, to put pressure on Iran to try and reduce the supply of weapons to the Houthis and support to the Houthis that way. You know, I think there is an argument that it's only going to be the peace in Gaza that's actually going to eventually remove this pressure. And there are various hawks, I think, in the American side who would like to be more aggressive on the land in Yemen. So there's a real range of potential outcomes. What's in Trump's mind when he, what's in the Houthis' mind with Trump coming in is a little unclear, I think, at the moment as to which of these dynamics is driving the response. But if it continues, the Houthis can go on doing this for a very long time. I think the ability of the Western coalition to keep responding is limited. Therefore, we may see these flows of maritime trade continue going around the Cape for quite a long time.
I should add that the fact that the Houthis carefully avoided attacking Chinese and Russian shipping in the Red Sea tells you that these conflicts are very much part of the great power competition, global power competition.
Yes, to the point that on the AIS system, people are putting messages saying who they are. But of course, we also come back to the complexity of maritime trade. You know, just because a ship is flying the flag of one country, it's owned by somebody else, the cargo is from somebody else, the crew is from another country. You've got 4 or 5 different countries. You can almost always find some connection, if you want one, to other parts of the world. You know, that's the nature of maritime trade.
Yeah, just one question that was raised by Colonel Ali. I just got the point from him, the question. Is there like a soft side to the maritime security? Is there like soft side to soft security that will enforce maritime security? Maritime security is about hard power. It's about ships and guns, right? So is there the other aspect that we can call soft that, for example, what he raises going to the routes or employing diplomatic tools or economic. For example, in the case of piracy, I mean, we could have been more proactive by addressing the problems inland in Somalia or northern Somalia to avoid the situation we had in the 90s and early 20s.
I would say piracy problem is much easier to deal with. We have dealt with in the Malacca Straits. It has come to an end. A number of initiatives were taken by Southeast Asian countries to cooperate in the maritime domain. The Information Fusion Center based in Singapore and Japan-funded program. So piracy can be easily dealt with. What is more difficult to deal with is lawlessness in failing, fragile, failed states, and that has its impact on very much like the Yemen case or Somalia's case. That's much more difficult to deal with.
And I think if you were looking at the Houthis' global profile as a result of these attacks, it has shot up. And if you're another non-state actor looking to how to raise your global profile, you could learn some lessons from how the Houthis have done it. They've certainly raised their profile considerably. And you know, soft power, I think, other ways to solve it, you know, that are necessary. The hard power answer is unaffordable, effectively. As I said, you can't keep firing multi-million-dollar missiles to take out drones. So you've got to find another way to deal with this. And there is an element of also trying to get the maritime, you know, shipping organizations to work together as well. You know, whether we'll see, as we did in the tanker wars that I spoke about at the beginning, whether we'll see sort of crocodiles or some other approach, I don't know. The problem is, of course, you concentrate all the time, so there are pros and cons to every approach to do this. Protected corridors work for counter-piracy, a very different threat from the Houthis at the moment. So this disruption, I think, to maritime trade is going to keep going for a long time. And the area is huge. The number of maritime assets you need is huge. And if you actually look even at the capabilities of the ships, If you look at the Aspides ships, frankly, they are all point defense ships. They have no capability to do area defense. The only ships out there are the ones in Prosperity Guardian who can actually at least protect a broader area. So, you know, you're down to, the missile's got to come within a couple of miles of you before you can engage it, if you're on most of the ships that are actually doing the protection out there. So their chances of protecting the whole shipping lanes is pretty much zero.
Yeah, by the way, I didn't mean soft power in terms of how those great powers will be attractive to Iraq TAG army or militia in Yemen. What I meant is non-coercive, non-military means, like, you know, investment, diplomacy, communication, things of this sort that could influence the behavior. But he did mention one thing, right?
Yes, right.
Regarding من ناحية إنه ممكن يكون في مقاربة دبلوماسية.
Speaking about a diplomatic approach to tackle the dilemma that we are facing right now. What's happening right now in the Red Sea specifically is that Houthis have discovered the political cost of this region. They know that the economic cost is impacting all countries, and it led to breaking some of the maritime hegemony, and this has brought about a lot of countries and military presence in these areas. Is the military presence solving the issue? There are traditional solutions that were not effective in the past, and now there are other options away from the exclusive partnership with the US. There is the BRI initiative and BRICS. And they started dealing with these options because most crises and organizations inside or within countries are a result of the weakening of this country. So if they start strengthening their economy or merging with other powers or stronger allies who are not interested in politics or other geopolitical interests, this would be the optimal solution or option for now. I was hoping that the U.S. administration would give us some insights. In 2 months from now, this vision will be clearer, and the U.S. administration will show us if it's able to restructure its relations with countries who are now taking or leaning more towards China. We will be seeing that over the next 6 months. But is there a possibility for these major powers to let go of these strategic interests for the sake of humanitarian purposes? I don't think so. There's no selflessness in international relations, and I am always taking the UAE as an example, which strikes a balance between allies and the major powers and poles, which makes it strong in terms of negotiation. So this is a winning policy, and everyone following this policy will always have a bright future without political pressures.
The international competition between the rising power and dominant power, United States and China, influences the maritime security in the region.
There is an element of rivalry, but if you look at the balance of power between the two at the moment, the preponderance of power undoubtedly sits with the United States in this region at the moment. The question obviously is how much the Chinese will try and grow their influence. We heard about the port of Gaza, Djibouti and others, where there's been a lot of Chinese investment to build facilities that can be used for basing naval ships. So you know, there is plenty of scope for that rivalry to build and develop over the next few years. You know, there's got to be a question about the priority of the US, whether it's going to shift further into the Pacific, and we're going to see you know, more of the aircraft carriers focusing in the Pacific region rather than in the Indian Ocean, which will of course reduce everything that can be done. So I would imagine that Trump will be very keen to try and resolve the situation, so he can actually shift his attention more into the Pacific, because at the moment I suspect the Americans to an extent see this as like the Houthis, as a massive distraction from what they really want to be focusing on.
Following from Jim's last point, The 20th century geopolitical contestation was in Europe and the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. The 21st century's geopolitical contestation is in the Indo-Pacific Oceans and in what Nicholas Spikeman called Eurasia's periphery or rimland. Coming to our part of the world, here I would say that the Gulf geopolitics is a multi-layered, multiplayer game. The US still plays a very important role, but there is often disconnect between what the West wants and what the Gulf states want. So it's good to see that the Gulf states are spending more for the first time on their navies, but both regional and extra-regional powers are jostling for influence, competing for resources, markets, and that is why we need to assess how regional powers are interacting with each other, interacting with great powers, extra-regional powers, and what kind of choices, policy preferences they have. The Gulf states are on the cusp of history. Policy choices made today will shape their future. Economic diversification, foreign policy diversification, hedging, autonomy, these are the buzzwords in the region, right? So how do these translate into policies, into practical measures, and the impact of those? That remains to be seen.
هل ترى من عملك
From your daily work as a Navy officer and a professor of strategic issues, do you believe that the China-US rivalry with Russia is impacting the maritime security in the region? This is a fact. Countries resorting to China is because it's a more flexible choice in contracting. They don't. Yesterday, I was reading about a forum in Tunisia to buy boats from the U.S., where the U.S. has a condition to be present in the region and to monitor this ecosystem and contribute to information sharing under the pretext of helping its ally, Italy, from illegal immigration, which is accepted by the Tunisians, but contracts are always bound by a lot of conditions. China and Russia have clear convergence. Of course, there are different interests, but this is not very obvious. So there are two options. BRICS is gathering both Russia and China, and the plan was to steer away from the U.S. Hegemony. Will the U.S. accept to become second or third in this world after its long dominance? I don't think so. I expect it will be reshaping and restructuring its relationships, and there will be new plans for convergence, especially on the side of China, which is starting to strengthen its relations with countries that were deemed as enemies in the past, such as Japan. It started to solve some disputes, border disputes with India, and this will break the stereotype of China being a lasting enemy.
United States has the preponderant power. And he's saying is that the United States will not abdicate its position as the first power. But do you see the will in the United States? This is the problem. It's not the capability, but the will in the United States to play this role for the forthcoming future, for 10 years, next decade.
Well, I would expect to see the United States here in the next decade, yes. In 10 years' time, when we're sitting here, we'll be looking at a not dissimilar laydown, but they would like, I think, to shift their attention away. This absorbs a vast amount of US Navy maritime power, and if you look at what's in the Eastern Mediterranean and in Indo-Pacific region, I'm sure they would be very pleased to relocate those. They've got a lot of projects and programs which are on the back burner effectively because they're so committed at the moment. So I would anticipate there will be a reduction if the situation allows it, which is why, you know, the resolution to so many of these issues is the ending of the war in Gaza. If we can end the war in Gaza, then the Houthis' reason to attack shipping goes away. You don't need to keep so many American assets in the Eastern Mediterranean. So many things change that free up capacity. So it seems to me that everything comes back to an extent to this one, you know, the resolution of one big problem.
Do you see the willpower in the United States?
The role of?
Do you see the willpower?
Willpower.
And I understand the power is there, but is there. The trend in the United States seems to be more toward retrenchment. There is no popular support for getting involved in foreign wars or military conflict or even providing international public good. Do you see it differently?
I would say it's a bit too early to say how this administration would react to different theaters, but we have to wait and see. I mean, in the Middle East, it's all about power projection, and balancing acts. And maintaining that balance will be a big challenge, not just for the US, but for other powers too. That includes Russia and China. And some of these problems are not going to be resolved. If we can keep the lid on, manage these conflicts, that will be a big achievement. Proxy wars will continue, terrorism will continue, and these would make every port, every ship a potential target, and that's the major concern. How do we deal with this and keep the maritime choke points open, safe, secure, to ensure global supply chains are run smoothly? I want to add one more in this context. Yes, I want to add one more point. We need to pay attention to the opening of the Northern Passage and Arctic's enormous resources that will have a major impact on the global balance of power, on global shipping lanes, sea lanes, on trade routes. It will have the same impact that the discovery of Americas or the Cape of Good Hope and the construction of the Panama and Suez canals had on maritime shipping and trade routes and supply chains. So that's something we need to pay attention in the decades ahead, in the years and decades ahead, with global warming.
Well, at the end, I don't want to overstay our welcome here, but at the end, I want to thank all the panels for their contribution. Unfortunately, we can't take Q&A at this moment because the session time allotted is over. So thank you, everybody.
سيداتي وسادتي، ندعوكم لاستراحة مدتها 15 دقيقة قبل بداية الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy a 15-minute break before the next panel. السيدات والسادة، نحن على وشك بدء الجلسة. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next panel. السيدات والسادة، نحن على وشك بدء الجلسة المقبلة. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next panel. السيدات والسادة، نحن على وشك بدء الجلسة الثانية. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next panel. سيداتي وسادتي، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة الثامنة تحت عنوان إيران المعضلة والفرصة. Ladies and gentlemen, panel 8 entitled Iran, a Dilemma and an Opportunity will start now.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. جمهور الكريم, gentlemen, your excellencies, thank you again for staying with us in yet another exciting session in this 11th Abu Dhabi Strategic Debate. I'm very excited to facilitate this panel with three distinguished speakers, and also very excited about the topic. Because we're discussing Iran, a country that has always been judged by perceptions rather than by realities, as Dr. Dashiri said. And one of those issues, one of the dilemmas that we've dealt with Iran pertaining to perception, is that we've always seen it as Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. It's the same, person, but two different personalities. So when you're shaking your hand, Iran's hand, you don't know whose hand you're shaking. Is it Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde? And I think the sort of direction is to bring more of Dr. Jekyll, less of Mr. Hyde into the region. And I think we would like to discuss what is Iran, what's its view to this region internally. And I have a number of questions that is only worthy of a gathering like this. And a note to the audience, we will conduct the conversation in English, but Dr. Razghul, I think, will make far more succinct discussions if he speaks in Arabic. So please feel free if you wanted to talk in Arabic. And without further ado, we have limited time and I have so many questions for you. Let me start with this big question and everyone is asking. And I will start with you, Dr. Sajjadpour. Will there be another attack? Another attack from Iran to Israel? Are we going to see an expansion of the cycle of violence? Is it going to be an attack after another, a wave after another? Or is there going to be a stop of that cycle?
First of all, let me start by the name of God and thank God for giving me such an opportunity to be here, and also thank Dr. Ibtisam for inviting me. And I think she is doing an excellent job in this region, which everybody is impressed. Furthermore, I have really to emphasize her humanistic dimension, which goes beyond all policy circles, and that is a very personal issue when I was sick for my heart surgery. She was so concerned, and that was very impressive, a very humanistic approach, which I think is more important than all think tanking. Beyond that, I think in order to answer your question, I think if you let me very shortly, I have a type of conceptual framework.
Oh my God. Conceptual framework.
Very quickly, of course, for understanding Iran. I think your question cannot be answered if we don't look deeply and conceptually to how Iran is perceived and how Iran should be analyzed. First, I think there are a type of ABC, very concise. A, alarmistic Iran. You have to be alarmed about Iran always in the analytical community, dangerous Iran, securitized Iran. B, you have a binary vision of Iran in the literature, either this or that, attack or not attack, reformist, conservative. And finally, what you have is a C, is a constructed Iran, which is different from real Iran. And I think these type of analysis are reductionist. They don't produce understanding. How we can understand Iran? Very quickly. Now I start by C, then B, then A. Continuity and change. Iran is country there for centuries. Geography continues. History continues. Political structure of Iran continues. But it is also continuity along with change. There is change in the fabric of society everywhere, including Iran, change in the region, change globally. And I think B, Iran should balance between different realities on the scene, and including what you mentioned. Is there any attack or not? It depends on our strategic calculation, and we have to balance between our defense, realities on the ground, and so on and so forth. But there is one final point, that is Iran is an actor. We are not a passive element there in the region. And our actorship is clearly for a region with peace, cooperation with all neighbors, cooperation with the region. And let me end here very directly on your question. Iran is not the real, let's say, issue as it is depicted in the literature, especially by Zionists and its supporters regime. The cause of this issue of attack is the Palestinian plight and the Israeli attempt to not just contain, but to ignore Palestinians. Iran is supporting Palestinian cause as any other, let's say, individual in this region, and is very proud of its support of Palestinian cause. Israel is trying to say that it is an Iranian-Israeli issue. It's not. It is in a broader, let's say, contextual analysis. You see Israel in a very specific situation, but do we answer attack right now? We have said that there will be no doubt that Iran would respond. But when? It depends on our calculation, timing, situation is decided at the most important security levels, but we defend. Iran has proved as an actor is very sensitive.
I think that's
that's clear.
Segue to the next question, but I take your answer that Iran can attack. Whether it will attack or not, how will it attack, when will it attack, is based on a strategic calculation.
Exactly.
Fantastic. So there is a calculation, and things can change if the calculation changes. I'll take your point and move to Dr. Dashiri. I mean, since October 7th, we've noticed that Iran has played a more of a self-restrained approach to different attacks from Israel, possibly, I mean, in the view of many people, was designed to bring Iran into an open war between Israel and And was this a strategic view that this is a Palestinian-Israeli conflict, that we will not be drawn into it? Or has this strategy changed now after the cycle of attack? Do you think that what is happening right now would require Iran to move away from the self-restraint, operating within a framework of international law, international cooperation, which we've witnessed very obviously in the last few months? Is there a shift in that strategy or not? And again, if you can be short, allow me to go through other questions.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Let me thank Dr. Ibtisam for inviting me, and I would like to express my gratitude for taking part in this very interesting strategic debate. I would like to say that, as Dr. Sajjadpour expressed, the source, or we can say the main date for the Israeli-Palestinian issue is not October 7th. Exactly. It is the source of all these disputes is occupation. That means that that reaction to occupation existed before, and it would be further for the future as well. Therefore, we cannot say that this is the only turning point in this region. There was before also some turning points that had shaped regional structure and processes. This is the first observation. Secondly, Iran has a continuous policy of supporting Palestinian cause. And that is not only in our constitution, but also this is a belief in our elite, political elite, that we should support Palestine. Israel is the source of tension. It has expansionist view from river to the sea, and also apartheid regime. Therefore, we should help this.
But Dr. Dashiri, I'm specifically talking about the self-restraint that has been shown in the past few months, which was not the way Iran usually behaved.
Iran was always a rational actor in the region. Iran has always defensive posture. We never attacked a country. We responded to the Israeli provocations, and therefore, during Iran-Iraq war, Iran was attacked, Iran replied. And this was also, Israel was the beginner of this attack, and therefore we responded.
I see your point on defensive action, even though forward defense is another contention point. But I'll move to Dr. Mohammed Zghul, and I will remind you that yesterday in Riyadh, in the Arab and Islamic Summit, we've heard a continuous condemnation of the attack on Iran. And where do you see this? Is this part of a de-escalation tactic, or is it another view, a strategic view to how to deal with Iran?
Shukran jazilan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed, and I seize this opportunity to welcome Dr. Sajjad and Dr. Dashiri, and I am very pleased to be with you here at this edition, to have with us a voice from Iran, because we always feel that we don't know much about Iran, and we know a lot from Iran, from non-Iranian sources, and this applies sometimes even to the researchers. And when they deal with the Iranian issue, if they resort to some sources that are not Iranians. So, in general, I would like to say that the path of policies in Iran are going through some crucial stages because we see the return of President Trump, which happens at different circumstances compared to 2016, and we have these conflicts in the region with participation of non-state actors besides Iran and Israel, and we have also a new government in Iran with new promises, a new action plan, and we also have this strategic positioning of Iran in competition between East and West, and it's not clear for us what will be the behavior of Iran towards this international competition, and I think this will have an impact on the position of the US and of the East in general. And in the midst of these reactions, there are different wrong impressions and misconceptions about Iran, and we've noticed that in the last 8 years, but there are also some facts. Iran rightfully sometimes feel it's been wrongfully accused of things, but we can see also some facts of its behavior that we have seen in the last decades in the Middle East, like His Excellency Anwar Gargash in his keynote speech said, we have a problem with the militias, and Iran is not the only country that has produced militias in the region, but Iran is responsible for more than 90% of the militia movements in the region, and we have also a crucial issue is that those militias are exceeding the Shiite environment, and they're going beyond that, and they're looking for new host countries for political Islam, and in alliance with other organizations such as Muslim Brotherhood. There are some attempts to infiltrate Sudan and Libya and even Egypt, and to expand in Afghanistan and Pakistan through militia which are evolving every day. So we are getting closer to a point where getting rid of those militia will not be possible without getting rid of those political systems surrounding them. In Lebanon, we cannot, for example, we are witnessing the danger of getting rid of Hezbollah, which will be accompanied by the failure of the whole state, which means that we need a new approach and a new system, and the neighbors and our friends in Iran should be cooperative, and this positive position in the summit towards Iran means that there are lots of support, and we have seen different countries in the region. When Israel attacked Iran, there was a condemnation statement for attacking the embassy or the assassination of Hania. If you allow me to take this point and move to Dr. Sajjad.
I don't need you. Maybe.
We've talked about de-escalation gestures from the GCC countries, particularly during the last summit in Riyadh. There was a lot of support for the integrity of Iranian borders. How does Iran look at this, de-escalation? I mean, we're moving away from a policy of isolation of Iran into a policy of openness to Iran. What does Iran see in that policy? What are the opportunities?
As Professor Deshri said, Iran is a rational actor. When you behave Iran well, of course, it will respond well. Furthermore, Iran and UAE and Saudi Arabia, we are living in the same place. We are neighbors. We are doomed to live together by the logic of geography, by the logic of history. So the better relationship between us, the better security of the region is going to be attained. So I think it is the consistent policy of Iran to have a good neighborly relationship with all neighbors, including the South. And I'm happy that it is a very significant steps that we are seeing in the region. Not just the summit, which was very important yesterday. I think it's a turning point. And we have to appreciate all our Arab neighbors for their support, as well as the other Muslim countries, because it was Organization of Islamic Cooperation.
Absolutely.
But I think we have seen bilaterals between Iran and its Arab neighbors improving day by day. As of 2 days ago, the chief of staff of Saudi Arabia was in Iran, which is, I think, if you compare historically in the region, that is a very important step forward in not just bilateral per se, it is a contribution to the regional peace and security.
Absolutely.
We are in the region, we are not going to leave the region, you are not going to leave the region, so the better understanding, and this is why these meetings are important, because it is a type of exchange of analysis of how we think, how you think, and may I end, I think by one point, the vocabulary that we use, the words that we use, the way that we frame realities are very, it's very important for understanding as well as practice. I think you can say militias are, you know, Iranian made, as Professor was saying, but I think it is not true. Why? Because look at Hezbollah. Hezbollah is a genuine Lebanese force against occupation. By simplification of using militia, you negate the complexity of Israeli occupation before, and you also simplify maybe the existing situation.
I think we might need a long session.
Each of these files differ, so I advise analytically to be cautious in
we don't have an agreed upon definition on terrorism until now, so we might not get an agreed upon definition of militia.
Yeah.
But to move from this, you mentioned the point of the visit of the Chief of Staff of Saudi Arabia. Also news that Iran is inviting Saudi Arabia to conduct maritime security, and before that Oman conducted maritime security exercises with Iran. Dr. Dashiri, are we seeing a manifestation of the HOPE initiative on maritime security, or this is just bilateral cooperation?
I think that Iran would like to cooperate with the Arab countries of the Persian Gulf region. Therefore, I think that whatever the joint maneuver with Saudi Arabia and Oman can be also extended to other countries. We are looking forward to cooperating with other countries of the region in this regard. With UAE and Qatar also it is possible. Therefore, Iran is open for cooperation, for regional cooperation with all of the countries of the region.
So, HOPE initiative, is it back on the table?
Of course, as you know, Dr. Pezeshkian motto was and has been neighborhood policy, and this neighborhood policy has been before. Dr. Rouhani has expressed the initiative of HOPE. Dr. Raisi also continued in this regard. Therefore, I think that Hormuz initiative would be also on the agenda.
Dr. Zul, investment in Iran security, can it lead to security in the Gulf? And I think the same question can go to Iran. In what sense can we invest in Iran security?
يعني أنا لا أشك بأنه
I have no doubt that any threat for Iranian security will affect the Gulf security and vice versa. And the Gulf states have proved through different situations that they have good intention towards Iran as a neighbor in terms of geopolitical and cultural and social aspects, and also the common identity and Islamic identity. And we have apparently a good role model in terms of economic relationship with Iran. By history, it has proved that it's very successful in managing conflicts, even when there is a conflict, but there is economic cooperation between the countries. Then the Iranian decision and the Emirati decision regarding the conflicts take a different path. And the last 2 years, we have seen different experiences, and I think we need to extend those experiences to other countries in the region, and this allows us to refine the politics in general. So what is hindering the communication and outreach? We have real problematic in the region. We have seen the economic desertification. There are some spots of crises. The crisis is not limited to those spots, but it will expand from the middle to outside. Dr. Mohammed, from that point, if we can ask another question, 30 years of Iranian isolation, and in the last 3 years, it has become a policy of openness and de-escalation. Have you seen any indicators of changes in the Iranian policy of de-escalation towards the crises in the region? Yes, there is a positive change. We have seen that. For example, the language of threats used when Iran is under international pressure, it's used to immediately threaten the energy sources, energy corridors, or threats against neighboring countries. These things, we have not seen it recently. We have not seen it in the last escalation waves after October the 7th, and most of the threats of Iran were directed directly to the Israeli opponent, but did not affect the neighboring countries, because this is the result of communication. But we can still say that the joint economic work is still not enough. Iran needs to benefit also from this international project with economic tools. And the problematic we are facing is that when Iran gets closer to economy, it's using non-economic tools and with a logic that's not based on economic competition. Many of the international corridors we spoke about, they are considered in Iran as being sources of threats and for isolating Iran and choking it strategically and push it to take action towards those economic corridors. But this is an economic activity. It should be dealt with some rationality, and they look at it as some sort of economic militarization, and this should be considered. I will take this question to Dr. Sajjad Bo later, but let me go to Dr. Dashiri.
You know, we had this revision, and out of it came the principles of the 50. And one of the principles of the 50, which is the next 50 years for the UAE, was putting economy first above. One of the comments that I've heard about Iran is that Iran, not a country with an ideology, it's an ideology with a country. To what extent is this actually true? Does it really require a revision? Is the ideology is the first thing? The ideology is possibly the revolution, as my interlocutor was saying. Is this, you know, the number one defining element for Iran, or are the economic realities, as discussed by Dr. Zghul, are there and part of the calculation, the strategic calculation, as we've heard? And to what extent does it feature in that?
I think that Iran is a pragmatist country. Pragmatism has been always one of the main principles of our foreign policy. Of course, some issues related to Palestinian cause can be labeled as ideology, but this is also some sort of pragmatism in Iran's foreign policy for leading this issue, which also I would like to say that it is not a Shia issue as expressed by my friend. Iran is supporting Hamas. Hamas is not Shia. Therefore, this is an Islamic issue. Iran was always for the unity of Islamic Ummah. And therefore, if you see the rational calculation.
But Dr. Lashiri, allow me to interrupt you. When you say Ummah, it is not a country anymore.
No.
So you're going across countries and you're either assuming responsibility or power over others. So are you aware to this diction that once you're talking that we are talking about an Islamic Ummah, you're not talking about a country to country anymore?
No. In OIC, what you say as Islamic community, this is expressed in Iran by Islamic Ummah. Therefore, if you perceive it as some sort of Iran's ideologization, no, it is not. In OIC, we always express that Islamic community would like to help Palestinian cause. Therefore, it is not ideology approach. I think the rationality in Iran's foreign policy has existed and exists for the time being.
Thank you very much. I want to follow up on this idea of either change or lack of change in Iran ideology. And Dr. Masoud Bazakshian announced that he's targeting a foreign direct investment for Iran for $100 billion. That is, a target that he has put out as part of his presidency. Also, when he visited Iraq, he gave a boost to this Salamja-Basra railway, which is, quite interesting because it came after the big investment in the road development, as if Iran is saying, we want to be part of this connectivity agenda. We don't want to be away from it. Is there an understanding inside Iran that geoeconomics is the new game in town and they need to be part of it? Or this is not really a big thing?
For sure, actually, I think Iran is very concerned about economic situation, both nationally and regionally. And actually, during the presidential debates that we had in Iran 4 months ago, it was clear that economy is very significant and pivotal. By chance, I was one of the 3 researchers or experts or professors who interviewed all these 6 candidates on TV. So I was very attentive, of course, on foreign policy, attentive to what they say. And that's very interesting. In foreign policy, they were all also focusing on economics. So there is a very deep understanding that economic issues are very important. And interestingly, connectivity with neighbors is, let's say, the common denominator among all, that if you want to improve, it is not just, if you improve economic situation, it is not having a wall around your borders, you have to be connected to neighbors. And the fact that President Pezeshkian had his first visit to Iraq, and in Iraq, he had different stops. That means Basra, Erbil, Soleimania, along with Baghdad. One of the major themes of his trip was economic cooperation. And I think it is not just Iraq per se, it's also with other neighbors. And I have to report to you that it is working, because it is mutually beneficial for all bilaterals. Furthermore, underlying concept, if you don't blame me for conceptualization, is interdependence. When you create economic interdependence, the byproduct would be security. The byproduct would be stability. Because when people look, we have a good number of Iraqi medical tourists to Iran. Of course, they come for ziyarah, but also for medical tourism. this side, and it's a source of income for Iranian medical establishment. But this is also a contributing factor to peace and security in the region. So economic independence, I think, is a key. And I'm happy that the neighborhood also is having the same conceptualization.
Now, you're identified as an advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Iran. Do you advise him on connectivity? What does Iran see itself in connectivity?
Of course, my points are here, are personal view as a professor. But of course, I think there is a consensus. You know, Iran foreign policy is a debated issue. We debate inside ourselves, different circles, academia, policy circles. But and I am in several of these meetings regularly on weekly basis and monthly basis. And what's interesting is the consensus. The consensus is that economy is very important, connectivity is very important, and regardless of the political situation and security in the region, we have not to forget these issues of economic nature, including connectivity.
But it is not still a number one priority.
I think it's very difficult to say which one is number one. I think for all countries, I guess including yours, security is number one priority. And to provide security for your citizen, territorial integrity, I think is a universal common goal of all countries, including yours and us. But how you really attain your security, it depends on situational factors, contextual factors. We have 15 neighbors. I think we are the second most neighbored nation on the earth. So our context is different. It means in some areas we have to be very focused on the daily security issue. But generally, there is a consensus that economic is very important. You even can say, in some senses, some aspects, it is the first priority.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
This is good news, or news actually. Dr. Dashian, I want to enlarge this discussion and talk about the world order, because we've heard a lot of discussions the first days, and a lot of them were from the point of view of Iran. Does it see that the world order is unipolar, bipolar, multipolar, or more interconnected, where polarity does not really matters? You know, you can connect to other countries that you do not agree with, but and you can, you know, exchange services, goods, even though they do not match your own preferences or ideology. What does Iran see the world forging?
We think that the issue of polarity is not now the issue, our main issue. What is important is the dimensionality. That means the dimensions of power are very important. We are focusing on soft power. We are focusing on AI and also for becoming a stabilizing actor in the region. We think that there is some sort of interconnection between regional and emerging actors and international and major powers. Therefore, we should not, the international system is not top-down approach. There is also bottom-up approach to international system, so that the regional players also can have their own right to play their role in this conjuncture. Also, we think that we should not have inclusive, exclusive approach, as I told you. Therefore, some countries of the region and also external powers would like to exclude Iran as a regional power and a stabilizing actor from the international security arrangement. Iran would like to play its positive and constructive role. Therefore, we think that weaponization of corridors is counterproductive, and therefore we are seeking to have...
Can you explain what do you mean by weaponization?
I mean that Iran also would like to be part of the connectivity in the region. And we have also our corridor of south-north corridor that relates Chabahar to Central Asia and also to Transcaucasia. We have two ways in this regard. Therefore, we have our geopolitical importance. We would like to become a main actor in this region. Not only we can be part of Belt and Road Initiative, but also we would like to become the actor that would like to link the countries, the southern countries of Persian Gulf to Transcaucasia and also Eurasia. Therefore, we think that if you would like to exclude Iran, you would like to weaponize the corridors as an issue of power competition. We would like to cooperate, not to compete.
Understood. Dr. Zghul, you're watching Iran from the Gulf. And to what extent is this Iran developing its own connectivity agenda or possibly be part of a wider agenda is seen for an observer like you?
I think that the issue is related to the concept or the logic of the game. You can't use in economic game with the military or with political. So when we talk, I agree with Dr. Dashir that Iran feels that it is being marginalized and this from the path of the corridors, and of course Iran has the right to seek its interest and be a part of the regional context, and you cannot exclude a country and I'll put it under siege and then we expect them to act normally. But of course there are conditions in order to be in this game, in economic game, as per the logic of this game, not as per any other logic. There are some political decisions that we can say that are the decisions that reform the infrastructure or the structure. So with the Iranian decision to establish these more than 19 militia, some of them are weaponized with weapons that are not available even for the countries or national states. So this decision with the reformation of the geopolitics of the Middle East restructured the structure of the Iranian decision. Iran became a captive of a decision it made, and they can't move to another economic game with economic tools because the relationship between the militia and Iran is not a one-side party, or it is a two-sides road with the Hezbollah has an impact in Tehran and Tehran has an impact on Hezbollah. So such an impact will draft the structure of the decision-making in Iran. So the decision-making in Iran will work as per priorities, military priorities, in line with this or as per this war right now between Iran and its enemies. This is dominating even the economic decision in Iran. And we know that we see Iran is dealing with corridors issues like the Europe-Indian corridor, sometimes with the military practices, exercises, and also pushing the militia to act hostile against these actors in the region. So the logic that leads Iran is not an economic logic. So this is not conventional among the world states. If we want to be a part of economic game, we can't use these tools. So it is all depending on this decision, or this that forms the Iranian decision. So the Iranian decision needs to be free from the impact of militia, and we know that the national state in Iran needs all our support, because we think the national state, we cannot support the national state in Lebanon, Iraq, and Sudan in confrontation against the militia, and then we ignore the support of the national state in Iran. It is a must, and we all say that the narrative that we have in the heads of the government, Rouhani, Peshkan, all the heads of the governments, whether from the right, from the reform, from the middle, all are concerned to enhance their national state, because the government represents the national state, and they are really impacted with pressures from outside. This pressure is coming from the other parties inside, what are relevant to the military decision, and sometimes they hold the war and peace decision, the regional conflicts decision. All of these will put pressures on the Iranian government to take an action that is not appropriate to the game they are doing.
I need to come back to you, Dr. Sajjadpour, on this issue, because what Dr. Zghul seems to describe is more of the Mr. Hyde. Mr. Hyde appearing in this economic agenda. Where is the Dr. Jekyll here? Where is the innovator? Where is the sophisticated intellectual Dr. Jekyll in this equation? Because I think, at least from what I see, there has been a consistency. Even Iran has went into an abrupt change of power from President Raisi, late President Raisi, to President Pezeshkian. There has been an abrupt change of power. However, it seems to me that the policy towards the region has maintained this, we haven't seen a big shift in that. So to me, that is Dr. Jekyll. There is some sort of consistency, the discourse is a discourse of economy, the discourse is a discourse of hope. Can we rely on Dr. Jekyll to stay longer than usual?
I think it's a very interesting debate, but it takes a lot of time to really go through it. But again, I think we have to be polishing our concepts, ABC again. I think the assumption beyond all this question and the comment that we heard from our distinguished co-panelists is in need of being deconstructed. When you talk about militias, I think it's a very general simplification of a very complicated regional setting. Each country has its own logic, and I think own dynamism and contextuality and simplification of equating all with one concept, I think analytically doesn't result to really understanding. So the assumptions, which is also based on your binary question, should be revisited and reconstructed. B, I think the building blocks of Iranian approach toward the region should be also analyzed. It's not one single variable analysis. We have so many variables, including economic variables. It is not just one person, one issue, one institute. I think you are dealing with a set of building blocks you have to take into account for understanding, including security, economic, culture, history, the nature of the issues that they deal, the nature of crisis. We are dealing with Israeli aggression, which is totally unequivalent to other qualities that we had in the past, killing 50,000 of women and children and innocent people, and continuing and not being ready for a ceasefire. So it is one of the building blocks of this region. And the region is not just Arab-Israel conflict. Iran is at the center of 5 regions. We are connecting Central Asia, Caucasia, subcontinent, Eastern Mediterranean, Arab world. So it's very complex building block. But let's go to sea. I think this is the spirit of Iranian policy, Iranian debate, Iranian calculation, strategy calculation, that cooperation is the key. We have to cooperate with our neighbors bilaterally and multilaterally, even for containing the, let's say, damages of insecure issues and dilemmas. We have to, it is through cooperation, security cooperation, economic cooperation, that we can manage. Even, I think, cooperation, I emphasize here because I really respect what Dr. Ebtesam is doing. Cooperation in analytical exchange. Cooperation in understanding how we see the world, how you see the world, how our neighbors see. What Professor Deshiri mentioned about the dynamism of global politics, I think it is an issue that requires analytical cooperation. For example, the world is not anymore vertical, it is also horizontal, so there is a need for a horizontal perspective. So let me end by two sentences. Stay away from simplistic approach. Second, try to understand Iran based on this cooperative spirit.
And let's move on that note, even though the positive note is your emphasis on cooperation. I don't think you will find many people who, in this room, who would disagree with this. However, maybe they are. Let's listen to some of the questions that we have from the audience.
Let's give time to
Francis,
who is not agreeing with us in the debate. Yeah.
Francis Goss is the first question here. Francis, are you here?
Thank you very much. Dr. Deshiri mentioned that Iran's against the weaponization of corridors. And again, very few of us could disagree with that. But in that spirit, do you think that the weaponization of the Bab el-Mandeb regarding a conflict that's real, but hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of kilometers away, is a legitimate use of the weaponization of corridors?
Thank you. That's a good question. If you allow me, I will take two more questions and maybe we'll get the three. Dr. Khalid Bahah.
شكرا. سوف أتفق مع
Thank you. I agree with Dr. Sajjad about the atmosphere that we have for thoughts and not for the political stances. So when we talk about the Iranian constitution, there are clear articles talking about the intervention in order to help the vulnerable across the globe, and all contradicts with the international laws. I think that's with this constitution, Iran maybe killed more people than Israeli killed in the last decades. So people are looking at Zionism, looking at the Israel. We see that Iran destroyed more than Israel did. So we want this concept that we change these 50 years of conflict. And I remember the last 10 years. Prince Mohammed bin Salman said in the investment conference, we said 50 years of conflict, 50 years of ideologies, and he announced it clearly and frankly. We are going to give up these ideologies, and we are heading to a topic that is getting nearer to each other and closer to each other. We didn't see our neighbors in Iran understanding this language or understand this message. The people are talking different language now. They changed the language over the years, but Iran still holds the same language. And I think today we have an opportunity to change, because what happened destroyed all of us, impacted all of us, not only the Arab region, but also Iran has lots of difficulties with our social and economic because of this. So we hope that Iran will be a model, and we have the Turkish model that is close. We can compare it to the Iranian model. So the Turkish model is not exporting revolution, is not exporting ideology. Even when they wanted to do this in the last few years, the area or the region stopped it. So Turkey retreated, and we want a brave decision from Iran now to support the integration in the region with at the social and political. But if they stay in the same position, we will have the same lock towards Iran. Thank you very much, Dr. Khalid, for having this.
Dr. Jaubo.
Yeah, I would like to ask a question to the Iranian delegate, because China is the largest user of shipping in Suez Canal, and Iran's apparent support to Houthis definitely affect China's interests strongly, to the extent that most of our ships have to sail through Cape of Good Hope. So have you ever talked to Houthis what to do? I think China has already told the Iranian side, on this issue, but I don't know how exactly China has actually told you. Could you do something there?
Thank you very much. We have two questions on the openization of corridors, and both of them has to do with a group that is armed by Iran. So who would like to take that question?
I would like to say, firstly, that whatever is expressed as Iranian militia or proxy actors is not correct. They are indigenous actors based on the will of their own nation. Therefore, they do not receive any order from Iran. They are independent in their actions. Therefore, I think that if you would like to solve the issue of corridors, you should not push pressure on Iran. You should push pressure on Israel, which is the source of tension. The Houthi expressed always that if you would like that this tension would be resolved, the Israeli occupation of Gaza should be terminated. If this issue would be terminated, therefore, the issue is resolved. Therefore, Iran is nothing in this regard for weaponization of...
If I may, we're asking, for instance, the U.S. to stop arming Israel. Can we ask Iran to stop arming the Houthis?
Iran thinks that it is not the issue that Houthi should do or not. I think that the priority in this regard is the genocide acts of Israeli regime. That should be terminated.
Now, Dr. Sajjadpour, the question from Dr. Khalid Baha. Is there a time when Iran can say something similar to what the Saudi Crown Prince said? This is enough of 50 years of ideological warfare. We need to start a new era. Did we have, or can we have, a strong position from Iran saying this? Do you expect this happening?
I think, again, ABC, accusation. Dr. Khalid is accusing, it's very shocking for me as an Iranian to hear that Iran has killed more than Israelis. I think it is an accusation. He should prove. It is very wrong at this juncture of history that Israel is killing so many innocent people. An Arab friend comes and, accuses Iran. I think it is really dangerous. Why? B, we have either blame game or analysis. Blame game is very easy. I can blame Dr. Khalid that he is right now representing Israeli view because he wants to change the course here, that Israel is under international, let me finish. Let me finish. Under international scrutiny for killing so many innocent people is diverting the attention to a very artificial, constructed narrative. But see, look, complex issues have complex analysis and complex solutions. And it regards also to the question which was answered by Dr. Deshiri, and I answer again. The issue of Red Sea, Houthis are complex issues. It's not that Tehran calls, Houthi, and they say, okay, we stop it. You have to go to the root cause of the situation in Red Sea. The cause is Israel. The cause is suppression of Palestinians. The cause is the connectivity between the hearts of Yemenis, Iraqis,
but Dr.
Everybody with the Palestinian cause.
They
say we don't leave Palestinians to the, let's say, fire of Israelis alone. We are supporting them. So let's understand issues and don't make, let's say, easy connection. I think it is not Houthis per se. It is not the issue of Red Sea. It is the issue of region being connected emotionally, spiritually, rationally, geographically, and geopolitically. So they are connected, and you cannot just take one drop of an ocean.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and
but
separate
can we please focus on this question? Can we see a position, an obvious position from Iran saying, we're done with the 50 years of conflict, we're open for another 50 years?
I think the assumption is wrong. We are not part of any conflict. We have been the victim of Iraqi aggression. We fought for 5 years defending our country. We are the victim of American sanctions. We are the victim of a lot of plots against us. Actually, Trump came and withdrew from JCPOA, and now it's very interesting in this conference I hear that there is an understanding that Trump shouldn't go to that policies because it was harmful for our neighbors in the south. It was harmful. I mean, these are the issues of interconnectivity that we have to understand. We have not, it doesn't mean that we don't have our challenges, we don't have our debates, but the issue is don't replace the victim with the aggressor. This is the point.
Thank you very much. I think we have very little time, have more questions, but I'm afraid that we cannot do that. I will turn to Mohammed for a concluding remark if you have. We have 1 minute.
Now. Thank you very much. I just wanted to illustrate that we cannot, as Dr. Sajjad Bour said, that we cannot solve the issues and the problem in a meeting like this or a panel like this, but we expected that we are going to search references or intellectual framework for our disputes and our points. We see the problem that we have in this intellectual framework. Are we willing to talk all about national state or the logic of the transnational concept that's crossing the borders, away from the international norms? Are we talking about the economic game? We talk about win-win scenario and peace tools without showing power, without interception of ships, without explosions here and there. So when we talk about references, reference here is not, we don't have a common reference for this. When we don't have a common reference, the dialogue will be impossible or not feasible. So the basis of the dialogue is to have a common intellectual reference, because we are representing countries, and these countries or states are working based on international laws and rules and regulation, national laws and regulation under one frame. So are we talking about national states? Are we talking about the logic of economic games? Regardless, Dr. Mohammed, I'm really happy and pleased to have this hour of discussion.
Actual discussion. I will have to thank all of you for tolerating my questions. I have to thank Dr. Tissam for allowing this platform for such a discussion. Thank you very much.
السيدات والسادة، نحن على وشك بدء الجلسة المقبلة. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next panel. السيدات والسادة، نحن على وشك بدء الجلسة المقبلة. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next panel. السيدات والسادة، نحن على وشك بدء الجلسة المقبلة. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next panel. سيداتي وسادتي، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التاسعة تحت عنوان النزاعات المجمدة والمنسية، سوريا وليبيا واليمن والسودان. Ladies and gentlemen, Panel 9 entitled Frozen and Forgotten Conflicts, Syria, Libya, Yemen, and Sudan will start now.
الله بخير. الله بك حساتك حياك الله. طيب موفق ان شاء الله. حياكم الله.
Good afternoon. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية أتوجه بالشكر للدكتور.
Allow me to begin by thanking Dr. Ibtisam and the Emirates Policy Center for this amazing conference with its topics, audience, and speakers. I was informed that I am standing between you and lunch, so it will be this session before lunch, and I hope you enjoy it. Although we are discussing some complicated crises, hopefully we will find some solutions and answers from the panelists. My name is Mohammed Al-Zahiri. I am the Deputy Director General of the Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy, and we will be discussing an important and complicated topic that's impacting the region, which is frozen and forgotten conflicts: Syria, Libya, Yemen, and Sudan. Are they really frozen conflicts? Are they forgotten, or are there new ones that replaced them in the media spotlight? Today we will be listening to speakers including His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Hamdouk, former Prime Minister of Sudan since 2019 to 2021. And right now he's the Executive Chairman of the Center of African Development. We also have His Excellency Hamoud Al-Soufi, former Minister of Service and Insurance and former Head of Political Security Organization in Yemen. We have also Dr. Faraj, General Director of Salam Center for Peace Building and Crisis Management in Benghazi, and Armina Tokmejian, the Supervisor of the Levant Studies Unit at the Emirates Policy Center. Crises that I mentioned in the beginning are existing in our region. They impact the region and the world equally. There are regional powers that influence these conflicts, and these conflicts in turn impact the stability in the region. When we speak of Syria, it's a complicated, long conflict that's still unresolved. There is a huge humanitarian crisis. More than 60% of the population were displaced. 15.3 million Syrians need humanitarian aid. 6.5 million children are in very severe conditions. 90% of the population are under the poverty line. Libya, there are armed militias. There are violence actions. Libya is an oil exporting country, and there are crises related to oil exportation, and 1.3 million people require assistance in light of instability. In Yemen, there are 24 million people who require humanitarian aid. That's more than 80% of the population. This is the 9th year of the conflict. Houthis are fighting with everyone. Maybe the panelists have some answers to that. Sudan, it's a multifaceted crisis, a very complicated one. There's a humanitarian crisis where 9 million people require a humanitarian aid urgently. Some politicians and authors have come to believing that some organizations are arming the humanitarian aid, weaponizing the humanitarian aid. We will begin with Your Excellency Dr. Abdullah Hamdouk. The crisis in Sudan is an ongoing crisis. There is no solution in the horizon. Meetings were held in Geneva. There are many influential powers in Sudan. If you can give us the update of the latest developments in Sudan, and what are the interests of the geopolitical and regional and international powers in Sudan? Thank you, Doctor, and also thank you, Dr. Ibtisam, for inviting me to this forum. This panel is a live demonstration of the theme, the illusion of stability, a world in flux. All the previous sessions talked about specific cases and issues, but here we have a live illustration of the illusion of stability. The Sudanese crisis is probably the largest crisis in the world. You mentioned some numbers, but it's much larger than that. In this war, we lost more than 150,000 people who died because of the war. There is more than 25 million people are threatened by famine, more than 10 million people who were displaced locally, and more than 2 million people who are now refugees in neighboring and other countries. There are 19 million children outside of school. Numbers are increasing, but the most distressing thing of this long crisis is the new development of the heightened hatred speech and killing based on the identity. Sudan is going very quickly towards a grim reality. We are turning into a new Rwanda, and with all our appreciation of the special conditions of our brothers in Syria, Libya, and Yemen, and the longer this war becomes, it will become a frozen and forgotten conflict. Over the past period, we were very upset by the special interest for new conflicts in Ukraine and Gaza. Of course, we appreciate the atrocities happening in both countries, but the crisis of Sudan has a larger scope and impact, even than both crises together. And Sudan is really a forgotten conflict. We have been in this war for more than 1.5 years, and there is no serious effort to resolve this crisis. There are some efforts for mediation. In the beginning, they were serious efforts, and we were optimistic towards them because they started off correctly in less than 2 weeks, where the Jeddah Declaration was issued. But there were no progress later. Then we went to Manama, which was also a step in the right direction. Jeddah was supervised by our Saudi brothers and the United States. Meetings in Manama were better because it attracted the new players involving the UAE and Egypt, and it resulted in a declaration that could have effectively contributed to the crisis resolution, but it was rejected by the armed forces. There are other major efforts. We have efforts in the Alps in Switzerland, and it went in the right direction by adding new players such as the African Union and the United Nations and the host country, Switzerland. All these efforts haven't resulted in any solutions, and the crisis remains. In this discussion, maybe we can contribute our vision as a civil force in solving this conflict. We will talk about the vision and the way forward later, but let me move to His Excellency Hamoud Al-Sofi. We heard about the crisis in Sudan. Now this is the 9th year for the dire crisis in Yemen. It even impacts the world trade, with Houthis striking trade routes in the Red Sea. The U.S. is targeting Houthis. Houthis are targeting Israel. It's an evolving crisis that's entangling with time. Can you give us the latest updates of the current situation in Yemen? And also, if you can give us a brief overview of forces in Yemen, international, external, and internal forces in Yemen. Thank you so much. Thanks to you and to Dr. Ibtissam and to the Emirates Policy Center for this platform for exchange. Naturally, the conflict in Yemen is this complicated and has this many parties, and it's natural that it is a source of concern for the region and the world, specifically because of the geopolitical location of this country, which controls one of the most important straits and routes. Also, we are located in a security and politically fragile region that impacts several interests. In addition to the conflict being near the international shipping routes coming from China and India towards Europe, also near the key oil markets in the Gulf region, it vitally impacts this intersection of interests of trade, oil, and shipping. This increases the complexity of the conflict. And on both sides of the Red Sea, there are some countries that are fragile, in addition to some organizations and extremist militias such as Daesh and Al-Shabaab, which has grave impacts on the Red Sea, where there are non-state actors are taking military initiatives. Not to forget that the conflict in Yemen goes beyond Yemeni parties, because Ansarullah Houthi group is linked to the Iranian axis, which makes it closely linked with what's happening in Iran, Iraq, and Syria, and Lebanon, and Palestine. And with this complexity and with this critical point of entanglement, there will be a lot of reactions in various directions, maybe Suez Canal and Gibraltar Strait and others. So we believe that there must be new security arrangements, either by defeating these parties or cooperating with their sponsors in Iran, which is complicated and not accepted by many parties. So we believe that this conflict in this fragile region and its connection with the Iranian axis, or being described as part of the Iranian conflict with Israel, has taken it to a very serious level. So much so that Israel is now involved in the Iranian issue and striking Al Hudaydah port and Yemen, with Houthis becoming the black horse in the conflict. It's more sensitive for the region's countries, especially the GCC countries, who bear the responsibility of having an accurate understanding of the Houthi phenomenon, being an increasingly powerful element in the strategy. It's a very important understanding in order to manage the mechanisms and priorities of national security in a manner that's effective and sustainable. Dr. Faraj, we are moving from one crisis to the other. Let's talk about Libya. It's a very complicated crisis. There is a lot of fragmentation in the scene. In Tripoli, there is a government and there is a parliament on the other side, the oil refineries. So what is happening in Libya? What is the role of regional and international forces in Libya, 5+5, and other players? Thank you for this generous invitation. The Libyan context is strange. As one Tunisian observer said, in Libya, if you want to understand things, you will feel dizzy, because the conflict is there's a large disagreement, but there are no actual elements for this disagreement. For 40 years, there was one rule, and then we had this bloody revolution, and there was free elections in 2013, where we elected the 200 members of parliament and the National Council. where the Islamic party lost, but they still controlled the government. And this is where problems arose. There were another election in 2014 where we elected the current parliament. It was moved from Tripoli to Benghazi in order to detach the militia control and to mitigate the centrality, which was the key barrier preventing the establishment of the Libyan state. This has remained for a long time. However, the state was divided and we became two states in one nation, and now we are living a kind of a confederalism where Libyans find it's kind of comfortable. At least since the latest war in Tripoli in 2020. The war stopped, or the fighting stopped, and now we are going in another direction away from the weaponized conflict or armed conflict. There is a government in Tripoli that was selected by 72 people chosen by the United Nations, while the United Nations decided that it doesn't recognize the government that stemmed from the elected parliament in Benghazi. We have a national army led by General Haftar in Benghazi. The national army is controlling 75 to 80% of the Libyan territory, whether the economic or political geography, including oil fields and ports, which are all governed by the armed forces and the parliament. However, oil money all goes to the center, to Tripoli, and Tripoli chooses whether to give money for salaries, for development or not. In addition to this, there is another issue. The mufti, or the religious edict guy in Libya, has supported Daesh, ISIS, and also he takes reference in Saudi Salafi religious institutions and the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt and in Libya. He wanted to have his own religious institution to control the country. And recently, the Minister of Interior wanted to impose Sharia rules in their area, which is 20% of Libya, where they will be imposing Sharia rules. So the situation is now controlled largely by militias, and this is impacting the economic situation. And after negotiations between the militia and the central government, as well as the parliament, the governor of the central bank was changed, who was one of the bad influence players in the country. He shut down the SWIFT clearance between Libya and the region. That was only opened yesterday. Also, the government and other authorities are tasked with establishing sovereign institutions in the face of those in Tripoli, a central bank, an audit bureau, ministries, altogether a whole country in the east against the one in Tripoli. This is still ongoing. The pain and suffering is still continuing, and I do not see any resolutions, even with many of us suggesting a federal system, which was in the country in 1951. Libya started off as a federation, but there is a lot of resistance in the country, supported by the Islamist movement, which believes that the federal country is against the concept of Islam. We will talk later about some solutions that could ease the crisis. Armanik, I don't think this is the last crisis, but I hope you would be more positive about it. What is happening in Syria? It's been ongoing since 2011 with Israel and Gaza war entering the formula. What are the latest updates in the Syrian crisis and the Syrian interests, especially with Syria's location between Lebanon, Israel, and Iran? Tell us about it and if there is any hope in this crisis. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad, and thank you for this invitation. As you know, the Syrian crisis and the active war and conflict has ended years ago. However, we haven't reached the settlement stage and the conflict resolution. And since 2020, the situation in Syria is the status quo is still there. It hasn't changed considerably towards any settlement or any resolutions. Why is that, and who are the key players who are managing the status quo in the country? First, we have to point out that the conflict parties in the Syrian crisis, none of them managed to make a decisive victory in the armed conflict. Syria was close to defeating the opposition in 2013, and the Syrian forces supported by Iran, Russia, and Hezbollah were close to a final victory between 2013 to 2020, but they did not succeed in defeating the opposition. Even negotiations failed, and it can be summarized, or the negotiations in Syria can be summarized in two approaches. The first one through the Geneva track, which was deeply rooted in the liberal thought in conflict resolution. The approach attempted to create a new national framework that combines the regime in Damascus and other parties that had a revolution against the regime. The second track is the Asitana track to regain the authority and the centrality of the regime in Damascus, but this also did not succeed. What happened in 2019 and 2020 is that we had some kind of sensitive balance that is or where countries like Russia, Turkey, Iran, and US, along with the local allies, maintain this balance, and any disturbance in this balance of power will be on the account of another power. So then, since 2020, we haven't witnessed any actual change towards a real settlement to end the current situation in Syria. I would like to conclude with a thought. These powers involved in Syria manage the crisis, but they do not seek to actually resolve it. And the crisis management is an approach that's dangerous. Actually, it's dangerous for the Syrian society and for Syria as a country, and also for the region generally. There are a lot of implications that we can discuss later through our discussion.
Excellency Hamoud Al-Sofi, I will come back to you. The crisis in Yemen is different and complicated. In simple words, what is the impact of the crisis on the region and the world? And a special question that I need to ask everyone before you go to lunch, why the Houthis are difficult for everyone? So what is the impact of the crisis on the region and the world, but particularly why is the Houthi difficult for everyone, if we can put it in those words? But it seems that they are difficult for everyone. Definitely, the effect of the Yemeni crisis is obvious not only on the region, but beyond that. And this is due to the strategic position of Yemen and its closeness to international interest. So those the Guardian of Prosperity and many other initiatives are all due to the impact of the conflict in Yemen, and many countries in the world are paying the cost, and even neighboring countries in Africa or even Egypt and the network of international transportation. They are feeling the cost, and this is due to the strategic position of Yemen. Regarding the question why the Houthis are difficult, this is important and difficult question, but before answering it, we need to explain what is the Houthi movement. Many people don't know what the Houthi are. And even if sometime, as anecdote, we were on a visit with Dr. Mohammed Hussein Haikal, and he said, Tony Blair asked me, what is the Houthi? And he motioned to me and asked me to answer him, what is the Houthi? I said, it's like Al-Manufi. It's a region called the Houthi. Of course, the Houthi movement is a religious, social, political, military movement, and started in the north of Yemen, in Sada, on the borders with Saudi Arabia, in the early 80s of last century, and due to many factors, mainly negligence by the central government and also the excitement of the Shia after the winning of Khomeini, and also the passion of the tribes and the ascension of some other parties. All that was conducive to environment of extremist Zaydis at the expenses of coherence between different parts, especially between the Shia and the Sunni, what we call Zaydi and Shafi'i. And then there was what is called the Arab Spring, and it was very convenient for the Houthis to move freely as part of the chaos of 2011, and that allowed them to expand and to control lots of weapons and the munitions of the Yemeni military in Sada, like the 1st Battalion of Yemen. And so they took those weapons and they started moving towards Sana'a, and they managed to control it in some circumstances of negotiation that seemed to be naive with the government in the capital that did not manage to deal with the situation properly. Afterwards, the Houthis started expanding their activities and enhancing the capacities, and started combining activities of violent militias and military capacities which are very developed, and institutions that similar to the states. The region paid attention to them in the late years only, but they were not supposed to be attracted to Iran. They were supposed to become part of the countries of the region. But when those countries moved under what is called the determination storm, and they wanted to defeat the movement. At the beginning of determination storm, they managed to expel the Houthis, especially from the capital economic capital Aden, and from the south, and the Houthis were completely expelled, and Sana'a became the capital of the Houthi, which they controlled, and they had the weapons of the legitimate government just 30 kilometers away from them, and they were followed, and then we got to the Al-Hudaydah city, and there was international pressure with also some other parties from the legitimate government also, and they managed to stop those powers within what is called the Stockholm Agreement. The Houthis were difficult due to many reasons, because the battle with them was not managed properly, and domestic battle did not take the Houthis in the right way. But when they got closer to defeating the Houthis, some extremist parties thought that they should not defeat the Houthis by themselves, but only the Houthi, but they should also defeat other probable parties. The other thing is that the legitimate camp is fragmented, and therefore they could not invest all the support, political, economic, and financial support they had at that moment. The Houthi remained difficult. It managed to tap into the weakness and mistakes of the legitimate government, and it boosted its capacities, and Iran managed to provide the movement with technologies to develop missiles and drones, and in the previous session, one of the speakers was talking about the limited role of Iran, but we say that the main role is played by Iran here, and nobody can believe that those missiles or drones were manufactured in Sada. What is happening now is that the rules of the game are changing, and the Houthis now they are feeling that there is some sort of lethargy, and that Saudi Arabia has stopped the military campaign, and the Houthis are believing that there is a window of diplomacy that Saudi Arabia has opened in order to contain the issue and find an approach to its political compromise between the Houthis and their other opponents from Yemen. Excellency Dr. Hamdouk, the crisis in Sudan is leading us to food insecurity for children, for women. Do you think that the resolution of that conflict would lead to a bigger resolution, or that there are other international actors that need to be involved to solve the crisis in Sudan? How do you see the involvement of international actors in Sudan, and how would that affect the region and the world? The crisis in Sudan did not just fall from the sky. So the right description of this crisis is to find solution to it. This war was not the first war in Sudan. The first war was in 1955, 1 year before independence, and wars in the region, such as Darfur and the south and South Kordofan and the east, continued. But this time, the war outbroke in the center, and then it covered the whole country. So the right starting point for describing this war, and I believe it was wrong, is that this war was described as a war between two generals, and this is not right. This war has historic background, and it even goes back to the colonial era and the issues of marginalizations and mismanagement of development. But within 68 years of rule, the military has been ruling the country for 55 years. this is why all the solutions that were put on the table could not achieve a breakthrough due to this misunderstanding of what is happening. Therefore, we at the coordination of democratic powers, we laid out a project to solve the Sudanese crisis based on main pillars. First of all, there is no military solution to this crisis. We need to start a political, peaceful process through negotiations to solve this crisis. And there are three themes. The first theme is the need to protect the civilians and to provide food aid for them, because human beings are more important than anything. And we presented different mechanisms. First, to enact a mechanism for protecting civilians and to create safe areas and to ban military flights because they target civilians more than militaries. And we need in this regard to provide a mechanism or boots on the ground. This is regarding the protection of civilians. The second part, which is the cessation of war and the end of the war also. So cessation of the war is linked to procedures and logistics like cessation of hostilities, etc. But the end of the war means the need to start a political process to tackle the historic reasons behind the war and many aspects associated with it. And we presented a mechanism for this political process, and we called it a conference on the round table that would put together different spectrums of Sudan, which will agree on stopping the war and regaining civil government control. And most of the Sudanese agree with this proposal. This roundtable has a process and it would meet at a certain time, and they can agree on a vision until we manage to solve this crisis. To this effect, the role of Sudanese dialogue here, but there is also an important role and very efficient for the regional actors, whether regional organizations like African Union, IGAD organization, and Arab League. And we ask all the friends and all the peace-loving countries and organizations to support us during this crisis, and that will help us solve this crisis. Thank you. Dr. Faraj, the other crises are ongoing, and also is the case in Libya. Is Libya a forgotten crisis? Is there an international power that's still interested in Libya, or is it a frozen and forgotten crisis, and Libyans are left to deal with each other? If you can answer briefly. I don't know if it is forgotten or some people are deliberately forgetting it. International actors, they are there. The US, they have special envoy to Libya. And they even appointed the UN envoy, American woman, Stephanie Coy. And Italians, they have a military base in Nusrata, and the Turkish also, they are in the Western Asian, and the Russians also, they are there, and the Egyptians. So all the neighbors and friends are there, and each one is supporting a different party. But the issue is re-emerging every time to the media in a different way when things get complicated, given its importance. For example, recently, the oil that was being sold to Italy and Spain that was stopped, and that had an impact on the media of those countries, Italy and Spain. And also, lately we have seen a change in the Turkish tendencies towards the Libyan crisis. They were supporting the government in Tripoli, but they have seen there is some development in the east of the country in Benghazi, so they opened a consulate there. Now they are seeking to open direct airlines between Benghazi and Istanbul, and the Turkish consul is also always there in Benghazi. So there is a change because their commercial interests are getting stronger now with in the east of the country and the west as well. The problems in the neighboring countries, especially for our neighbor Sudan, are affecting us also, and the crisis in Darfur is affecting us. We have many refugees and displaced people, especially on the south of Libya, which is putting a burden on the state. And we are also watching what is happening in Niger and Mali and the coup they are having, and also France, that is kind of a friend of Libya. So Libya, this started with the intervention of the NATO with 42 countries. Now it's less than that, but superpowers and neighboring countries, they are all there, although the situation in Libya now is quiet, but they are all there. It's clear now, Dr. Faraj Armanak, did Syria get back to the Arabs, or is it still under Iran control? Syria started with a domestic crisis, financial problems, issues with the economy, and now Syria in the media, given the Israeli attacks on Syria, on where Iranians and the Revolutionary Guards are there, and Turkey is also there, the US is also there, and Russia. What is this regional conflict in Syria, and where is it headed? Syria has come back to the Arab world at the political level only. But the relationship of Syria with its Arab environment, the Arab world in general, cannot be compared to the military and the economic ties it has between the government in Damascus and Iran. The Syrian crisis started as a domestic one, and then it evolved in a civil war, and then internationalized civil war with different interventions. Now the conflict in Syria is not only a state conflict, it's a regional one, and I can give you some examples here, so that we can understand that it's not a Syrian conflict only. For example, the Syrian scene now has become a scene for solving issues between different countries. If we go back to the 50s, when Syria was not strong enough with enough sovereignty to have an impact on the region, it was a scene for different players from the region and for solving issues between different countries. So it's like we're going back 50 years back. And second, the weakness of institutions in Syria and the collapse. It's an issue in Syria. It's an issue of institutions. But this weakness and lack of a clear horizon can lead the economy to move from being a legitimate economy to shadow economy and economy of crimes. For example, there are some statistics, and I can give you an example from my personal experience. When you travel to the north of Jordan, you can see the impact of the economy of smuggling on the Jordanian people in the north of Syria. So the shadow economy of crimes has impact on Syria, but also on the neighboring countries. And for example, here in the Gulf, you suffer from drugs, especially cryptocurrency, that's manufactured particularly in Syria or at the borders between Syria and Lebanon. And last example, the situation in Syria can be the gate for international actors such as Iran, Russia, Turkey, Israel, to exercise an impact not only on security of Syria, but on the security of the region in general. We can see there is a conflict between Iran and Israel, not only in Gaza and Lebanon, but also in Syria. And repercussions can be very difficult, not only for Syria, but on the region in general. Manik, before I go back to the other speakers in the last lines, before we open the floor to the audience, I know you don't have a magic recipe to change the situation in Syria, but how do you see the coming days? Will there be a specific solution? As a researcher, do you have an opinion how we can mitigate the crisis? Maybe if there is a ceasefire between the Israeli and Gaza, maybe that will have less impact on Syria. So in a nutshell, if you can give us your opinion, whether it's optimistic or pessimistic. Unfortunately, I'm not optimistic. I follow the Syrian conflict for years, and the future is not promising. The status quo may last for longer. Maybe that we will not come back to the active war, but the other wars in Syria will continue, like the war between Iran and also the PKK of Turkey in Syria. But we may witness lack of balance due to domestic and foreign factors. For example, the war of Israel in the region could lead to some imbalance in Syria. But this imbalance will not lead to solution or settlement, but maybe will go back to conflicts and to fill in the vacuum left by Turkey or other forces, which means going back to the active conflict. So unfortunately, I don't see any clear horizons for a political solution of this crisis in Syria. Excellency Dr. Hamdouk, are you more optimistic or pessimistic than Manik? Do you think that the Sudanese crisis could be solved? You gave some proposals. Do you think some of them are applicable, or are you more pessimistic than Mr. Manik? By nature, I am optimistic. And we need to be driven by optimism, because pessimism will not lead you to any solutions. This war in Sudan, in all the regions, one day will stop. This is why we need to start thinking from today about the day after solutions, so that we will not be surprised when the war stops and then start looking for solutions. Especially these solutions need to be linked to the affairs of today's world by providing mechanism for the post-conflicts. If we look at the last 3 decades and what happened with all the conferences of donors, those are not useful anymore nowadays. So we need to think outside the box. We need to think how we can mobilize the resources to face huge challenges. This war has destroyed houses, hospitals, schools, roads, and all the infrastructure. This needs a huge amount of resources to fix it. So we need to find out how we can get resources outside the official framework, how we can trigger capitals in the region and the world, how we can have a conducive environment for that. We can work together to build the new Sudan. Sudan is a very rich country with its resources, minerals, water, everything you can imagine. But it was mismanaged during 30 years, during the previous regime with the Islamic movement. We need new tools. Those tools, we need to be creative when using them. And as I said, we need to think outside the box with law of investment and law for dealing with the international organization and build that environment that will be prone for mobilizing all those resources to build what the world destroyed. Thank you, Your Excellency. Excellency Hamoud Al-Sofi. Is there a day after, or would it be repeated days in the Yemen crisis? Are there any clear horizon for political solution, or will it be repeated days? For us, for 9 years we have been hoping, and apparently we lost hope. We are hoping, like those before us said in the past, the Yemen get quickly inside the crisis, but take longer to get out of them. So I can say that a solution to the Yemeni crisis for the moment is not at the hands of the Yemeni parties and even the Yemeni elites. They kind of understand this truth that it's not up to them, but there are other parties which have impact on the crisis, specifically Saudi Arabia, the UAE, US, Iran. These countries have an impact on the crisis, on the approaches of solution, but with also negative solution impact, as is the case for Iran. But even with these actors, they're trying to find approaches for political settlement. They are facing many challenges, mainly the ideological dimensions of some parties in the Yemeni conflict. This is not putting common grounds for everyone and does not believe in partnership, so the challenges are huge. I would like, before we reach a solution, we need to focus on a main issue that my colleague spoke about, is the humanitarian situation in our countries. Yemen is suffering from a humanitarian situation which is the worst according to international organization. So we need to put more diplomatic pressure on the main big powers to support dialogue and also to provide incentives to the parties in the conflict to get involved, push them to get involved in dialogue, and also to have an authority to observe the situation and any violation. And we will need more funding and to encourage organizations to provide financial and logistic aid on a regular basis and to have a program to link financial aid with long-term projects. With those steps, I think the Yemeni crisis can can see some light at the end of the tunnel and will be able to enhance efforts to reach a solution. Thank you. It was very clear. Dr. Faraj, I left the last intervention for you, believing that you will be more positive. Is there a solution for the crisis in Yemen? What's the day after for you? What's your perception of the crisis in Libya? I am very optimistic in the Libyan case compared to others, and I feel very sad. For what is happening with our friends in Sudan and Yemen. Syria, and now the situation is going to be solved. Probably it's because of the resources of Libya and a small population, 8 million inhabitants, and it's bigger. This is a country bigger than many European countries together, but has lots of resources. But with mismanagement by the central government, this has been difficult. But the country now is witnessing some development, especially at the east, the regions controlled by the parliament. We have the countries that used to intervene politically and militarily. Now they are starting to intervene economically with the development projects. We have companies of our neighbors from Egypt. They have won contracts of millions of dollars. Same thing for the UAE and Turkey as well, which we used to fight before. Now the one very important contracts, and there was an exhibition called Libya Build. We have seen presence of British, Italian, and American companies, and this helps us to get rid of political intervention that has badly affected our country. And we also need to get rid of United Nations intervention because they did not find a solution. They just deepened the situation, the bad situation between Libyans. And as the colleague were talking about connectivity, we are living the situation now with the Libyans. We have common interest and some militias now, they have become economic powers. They are thinking how they can work and use their money instead of smuggling them outside the country. So the situation now is going the right way. It needs some evaluation and some framework. It needs a unified government and not central government to manage it. Thank you, Doctor. Now we'll move to questions of the audience, and we have Osman Sird.
Short questions. One is for Mr. Hamdouk. You have underlined unit translation. I think no. Okay. You have underlined the war in Sudan is not between two generals. It is oversimplification of the crisis in the country. Probably we need very long time to understand the root causes of the war over there. But do you see any risk of division of the country or a confederative administration in the country? Do you think there's such a risk? Because you have already said that there is no military solution. One has Khartoum, the other has in Port Sudan the backing of Egypt and Iran, ironically. And my second question is, Mr. Tokmakyan, we are talking about the Damascus-Ankara normalization, and even during the final meeting, Mr. President Erdogan didn't meet with Bashar Assad. I wonder what Damascus can offer to Turkey for any normalization. Can Bashar Assad make any contribution to the security and the future of the country, even if Turkey normalized with Damascus? Thank you.
بناخذ باقي الأسئلة وبنرجع للمتحدثين. عمار كاف.
We will continue with the questions. Mr. Ammar Kaf. Ammar Qaf from Amran Center. Would like to thank Dr. Ibtisam and all the speakers. In fact, the question is for Mr. Armanan, our colleague, and maybe this will be a key for the other conflicts approach. We say that the economic approach, just whether support General License 22 or the small companies, will this be a key for the interlink again between the 4 geographies of Syria? We have 4 geographic areas in Syria, and this is a threat. Can this also be an approach which is we always have it, particularly with the Trump administration, having like a military council, unified military council, to unify the military sector across all the sectors, across all the zones, and the other one is the non-centralization as a country. Another question, then we will come back to the answers. Mr. Mohammed Najdallah. Thank you very much. I believe that the conflict in Sudan is a wide conflict, a wide-range conflict, and we have 15 states in Sudan out of 18 under this conflict. It's very complex with the resources, development resources and historical resources. We have ideology aspect also, because it's a trial or an attempt to reproduce a system or a regime, which is the Islamic movement regime. And this is a very complicated conflict. This conflict is getting nearer every time to the coast of the Red Sea, and this can be an indicator that the conflict will be merged with other conflicts around the Red Sea region. The emergence also of a belt of conflicts starting from Libya, moving to Sudan, to Ethiopia and Somalia. And here we notice that this conflict, the Libyan conflict, is getting closer to the Red Sea, attracting more international actors in the Red Sea, including Iran, maybe Russia as well. This conflict is being escalated every day, and it's getting closer to the point of being out of control. So the question is, how can we handle this situation before the transition into absence of a status to be the normal state in Sudan? Thank you very much. I will start with the last question from Muhammad Abdullah. We say that Sudan, with its unique with position closer to 7 countries and with long coastal side from the Red Sea, this country, if we allowed to fail or completely fall, as Muhammad Abdullah said, there are lots of factors. The first factor will be an incubation or incubator for all the forms of terrorism in Africa and across the globe. It's linked to Shabab movement in Somalia, youth movement, and Boko Haram in Nigeria, ISIS on the coast. So imagine that Somalia, which is the far end of the continent, created lots of problems to the world in the last few years. And you see ISIS, what happened with ISIS. It's a risk not only on Sudan, but it's a regional and international risk, particularly with the fragility in this region. All the countries in this region are fragile. If Sudan fails, it will have the dominance effect, and it will create a status of migration, not by thousands, it will be by millions, and the worst impact will be on the north neighborhood. So there will be millions of migrants. there must be collaboration of consolidation of efforts to face this crisis. We know it's a complicated, and the key about this one is the attempts of the old regime in Sudan to be back in power by fueling this war and by the continuous attempts of militarization and creating instability, security instability, and pushing this war towards regions or areas that didn't reach before. Yeah, please. The last point is related to the first question. Are there risks for the Confederation of Sudan? Yes, of course there will. But I'm going to say if Sudan failed, it will not be two states like Libya. It will be more than 4 or 5 countries, and all of them will be failed states. We have to work day and night in order to avoid this, to prevent this from happening. Thank you, Dr. Hamdou. Just because time is running, in order to close this, we say that crises in this region are multi-aspect and lots of crises, and there will be always a ray of light at the end of the tunnel. We're thinking of Arab world and region that's more stable and more secure. This is the message of the UAE, and I would like to invite you all to welcome all of the speakers, or thank all the speakers, and welcome Mr. Thani Aziudi.
السيدات والسادة، نحن على وشك بدء الجلسة المقبلة. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next panel. السيدات والسادة، نحن على وشك بدء الجلسة المقبلة. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next panel. سيداتي وسادتي، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة العاشرة تحت عنوان ريادة المستقبل، بصمة إماراتية. Ladies and gentlemen, panel 10 entitled Pioneering Tomorrow, UAE's Blueprint for the Future will start now.
Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. We want to start this session from Abu Dhabi Strategic Debate, the 11th session, with a dialogue with a young minister, one of the stars, creative and innovative. Wherever he is always shining. He is Mr. Minister Dr. Thani Al-Zioudi, and as always for the UAE, always the UAE had the position in Abu Dhabi strategic debate. And as always, the UAE has a unique position in the dialogues and the discussions of this debate. I insisted on having this session, particularly when we found it very difficult to find the speakers from the UAE because of the busy agenda of Dr. Thani. He was keen on coming despite this busy agenda, and he's always overseas on travels, on trips. This session is an opportunity to explore the strategies and the plans of the UAE being ready for a different world that's rapidly changing. Dr. Thani, you returned a few days ago from Australia after signing an agreement with a partnership between Australia and the UAE, strategic partnership, and I think it is the first country in the Middle East to have such an agreement with the Australian side. Dr. Thani has a deep understanding for the crucial changes and fundamental changes that hit globalization and foreign trade in the last 2 decades. He is fully aware that the economic partnership scheme that is led by the UAE with countries in the region and outside and across the continents with ambition of the UAE characterized by proactivity and pioneership in order to create a better future for the UAE. You know, the technology, advanced technology, AI, policies of innovation, and also the strategic investment, the food security, energy, sustainable energy. These are key themes and key pillars for prosperity. Start with my question for Dr. Zioudi to ask you directly about what how do you see the achievements in the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Program, and whether this is a response to the rapid changes that hit the global economy and reformation of the economic blocks across the globe? First of all, I would like to thank you very much for the invitation, and I apologize for the delay as we were scheduled to start yesterday because I had an ad hoc trip, and with coordination I could make it today for this conference, which is continuously being unique. In order for the Comprehensive Economic Program, so let's go 3 years back in time at the beginning of the project. What were the reasons that led us to start such a program at a time that is characterized by the economic wars, the impacts on supply chain, and also the impacts on the key sources of food supplies across the globe, and the changes at the political side, our side. And we see the 50 years for the UAE and the rapid growth that we witnessed, and the phases that and the milestones of this growth in the UAE. We started in 1975. It was 20 billion, and last year, maybe more than $450 billion. So it is about 24 folds of what we were 50 years ago. So there were milestones for this economy. So the first was the infrastructure investment, where we had continued investment in manpower, the UAE manpower, and attraction of talent acquisition. And then this move changed into the development of specialized free zones, specialized economic zones, and then the development that for the legislations and laws, and then the economy, the knowledge-based economy, which is the basis for the next phase. And it's completely relevant and related and based on technology. We have lots of geopolitical changes in the world and the impacts of COVID-19. So we reshuffled the cards and reshuffled the priorities based on this. And we see some economic blocks are still living with the same mentality they had like 15 or 20 years ago. Well, no, we know economic blocks are available all over the globe. Some of these are still following the traditional approach, and this will impact, of course, the outcomes. We see also the new axis of the development, which is East Asia. This is growing, and there are new alliances, new agreements, and the last one, the free trade agreement for East and Southern Asian countries. And we see these changes that are going through the world, and we are a little bit slow in the free trade agreements. The free trade agreements are just helping the countries to change a lot. And one of the countries that was Chile. Chile had a group of young people that they were looking for root changes in the economic change. We're not like Chile in 20 years ago. We're in a very good or excellent situation at the moment. So through 15 years, they could move Chile into a different stage, and they had the development for 5 or 6% per year. They could attract investment in a region that has lots of challenges, even to reach your embassy in there. The Chile is always remarkable in such agreements. We don't want to go to the traditional partners that are always unique and excellent in this, with Switzerland, Indonesia, Singapore. Of course, these are countries that had remarkable successes. In the last few years, we had 24 agreements 24 agreements in the last few years. Singapore and Switzerland finished this in more than 20 years. So, of course, we have seen this now as the impact of this and the results. We have an increase in the investment and the attraction of investment in the country, also reduction of the impacts of the international change and the utilization of technology in local or national industry, and the integration with the other sectors. And the most important point we are going to see within the coming 2 years, we're going to change the growth is 1.5 to 2%. Maybe last year it was struggling. Here in the UAE, we are 12%. So when we're talking about figures here, of course, when we say something like this, you need to wait like 5 to 7 years to see the outcomes. But we're seeing this like every day. We're seeing this in a very short time. And another important point about the free trade agreement, the service sector. Always in the free trade, we're focusing on the goods sector, how to move goods and minimize the obstacles. But we talk about service sector. It's one of the key for success in the comprehensive agreement, comprehensive economic agreement. We see US, China, and European countries, they started to shift their economic scheme to depend on services, because without services you will not be able to move even the goods. So the growth in this domain has been recently growing a lot, rapidly. We see the sector, we are the ranked 12th in the service sector. This shows the strength that we have achieved even before we focus. So what about if we start focusing now? We are sure that this will be very well improved, and we are dealing with the service sector, dealing with the national companies and the companies operating in the UAE in a way that facilitates the investment and expansion, and also enhances our soft power. And we see now some of the companies that started to expand overseas. We are happy now to see our countries in the Turkish market, for example, in markets overseas, to see the UAE brands, not only to send goods, but also to have the positive impact on these markets. We know that in our indirect effects or impact, because we know, of course, there are cheap goods in the UAE, in the local market, but at a good price. This is but with a good quality, and this of course will be a good thing. We have also this tension with the traders, particularly those who are importing goods from outside. We need to provide they need to provide this at low prices, and also to have the impact on the community, positive impact on the community. We are frequently assessing this, like quarterly, make assessment for all of these. I believe that is a source of pride for each Emirati, because their country is liable and credible. And my second question is, in addition to the program of the comprehensive economic agreements, the UAE enhanced its presence at the open trade level, comprehensive open trade levels, multilateral trade, through a number of initiatives that aim to facilitate identification of the trade chains and supply chains. In January 2023, UAE launched an initiative, the Trade Technology Initiative, in partnership with the International Trade Forum in Davis, which aims to expedite the digitization of the supply chain at the global level. What are the chances and what are the opportunities and challenges in this field? Thank you, Dr. We know that
If we're talking about the key factors facing the world countries, these are classified into three aspects. The first one is the geopolitical situation and its impact on globalization and on alliances, whether in international or regional alliances that are being restructured. The second one is the talent and capabilities, and of course we're focusing on this aspect. We can see the restructuring of policies, and there are some strict conditions for immigration of talent. US and Canada have developed significantly thanks to the immigrant talents, and this is an important reason for us to improve and develop the immigration system in the UAE. The third one is the technological aspect. There is an accelerating move to utilize technologies such as AI and robotics, as well as the utilization of technologies in biotechnologies and other fields. The issue with the trade is that it has complex operations, and the number of partners in the trading chain is a large number, including the manufacturer, the importers of raw materials, the labor. These raw materials can be in several countries, and also you need the capabilities to use them. Also, factories require utilities and workforce. There's also the domestic transport, the storage, the movement from airports to the next border point. Sometimes you require maritime shipping until you reach the distribution phase. So the number of partners from the beginning to the end is a large number, and there's a lot of companies who are still using the old paper ways and manual transactions. This causes delays, losing documents, delay in clearance processes, as well as the late delivery to consumers. Right now, we are seeing a new dimension added to that due to the geopolitical conditions in the region, and looking for new alternative routes for shipping, and this impacts the movement of goods. And through our cooperation with the World Economic Forum, we launched an initiative to attract the best practices and to utilize them when we work with other countries. And it's worth mentioning that we are linked to 250 ports around the world, and also connected to more than 400 countries in terms of logistic hubs and cities, either through our presence in these hubs or cooperation with our partners. And this facilitates our movement and our trade, and also we have improved our presence through the Dubai ports and Abu Dhabi ports, which improves the efficiency in these countries. In some cases and countries, we noticed that some shipments stay for 7 or 8 hours at some border points because of the lack of technology or shift changing, and this has a large cost on the transaction. This is on a border line, not in the sea, for example. How would these practices impact countries that are not using technology? There are several experiences that makes it easier to develop a comprehensive infrastructure in these countries, and we're now working on attracting the best practices to adopt and develop them in the UAE, and then start to expand their implementation in these countries and see who are our international partners to develop them. One step would save $4 billion annually, which is the clearance of the shipping documents and the customs documents, and it's just one step of a very long and complicated process of goods movement. It is a complicated process, but now I understand why. There is a question that many people have, especially in the West. What does the UAE want from its involvement in platforms such as BRICS and ASEAN? And some diplomats asked me, why do you join the bad guys? It depends where you are. So are the goals? Of course, we have several experts from various regions around the world here. Are the goals of the UAE investment and trade goals only, or do we have geopolitical goals? And is this involvement in such organizations or platforms capable of achieving the objectives of the UAE plan, such as the UAE Centennial 2071 and the 50 projects and other UAE strategies? The UAE strategy and policy is based on diversification in terms of sectors that have a role and influence on our GDP, and we can see the influence and the low contribution of the oil sector in the GDP, and we are going on with that approach, and this is a key aspect of our ongoing diversification policies. And of course, under the directives of His Highness the President of the UAE, before the World War II, we were well known for the pearl trade. And after developments of the industry in Japan, there was some kind of recession in the country. Right now, we are rewriting history, and we are re-witnessing the same thing with oil, especially in light of the emergence of renewable energy. We're not going to wait for the same issue to happen. Now, our diversification strategy is very important. Of course, we work on improving the oil industry, but we will not rely on one asset. The same applies to our international relations. We continue with our strategic partners. We don't disturb or interrupt these historical relations. However, it's very important to have alternatives and to diversify and have relations with everyone. You mentioned BRICS, and there was a lot of discussion on the IMEC corridor, also the development corridor through Iraq, also the south-north corridor as well. With every initiative and corridor, our partners ask us if we change our minds. We have to tell everyone that we are continuing and that we are interested in all corridors, and we want to be a key player of the success of all initiatives, because this success means the success of all international supply chains and the continuance of international trade. The question is it a geopolitical or an economic purpose when we join BRICS? And we tell you it's a pure economic purpose. 3 years ago in the ministry, we conducted a detailed study of the G7, and right now, 25 years from now, will be replaced by E7, which is the emerging economies or emerging nations that will be replacing them, which is China, Russia, India, Mexico, South Africa, Turkey, and Brazil. These are the 7 countries whose economies until 2050 will be double the G7 economies. So imagine the influence or the economic and trade influence of these countries 25 years from now. This is why we initiated partnership agreements with these countries, and this is why we are joining BRICS, because it offers great economic opportunities for the twinning and alignment of our policies with these countries in the trade and investment field. Also, these countries are emerging in a great renaissance and improvement of the infrastructure. This poses investment opportunities and transformation opportunities for low-income population to higher income population through the service sector, as we said. We are building for the future. We are linking our investments and relations and economic and trade partnerships from now on, because we know these countries will have more influence on the global scale. So if people read that the UAE said that economy comes first and the foreign policy must serve this goal. Today we had a session about connectivity and about trade corridors and economic corridors. The UAE is involved in the IMEC corridor from India to Europe. From your point of view, the recent developments in the region, such as the Gaza war and Lebanon and others, led to the suspension of this project. And in your opinion, if we reach a ceasefire, will the project forge ahead or be revived? Or is it already obsolete, especially that the UAE has been involved in another corridor, which is the development corridor through Iraq and Turkey. This project did not stop. It's still ongoing, but looking to the IMEC corridor, we have to look at it. If you look at it as one project, this is cannot be true, because you cannot have a project of that volume, that scale, and that cost in one stage. So the key phase is going on very well with digital connectivity with India. And now, if someone conducts a clearance transaction in India, it reflects on the system in the UAE. So when we talk about the economic and logistic corridors, we are always involved in them, because this is a complementary process, whether the BRI initiative or the development corridor through Iraq. Some ways you can use it to your interest, whether in the region or in the world. This doesn't mean that we stopped any of these projects. We have this belief in the foreign affairs or in our institutions. Trade, investment, and economy are among the key stability, key factors for stability, political stability, creating jobs and building factories, and also it strengthens the cohesion of communities. What's happening in Gaza and Lebanon is affecting everyone, of course. However, the Abrahamic Accords created communication channels between us and the Israelis in many topics, and this is facilitating the provision of humanitarian aid in Gaza and Lebanon. Imagine if we don't have this communication, which was a key part of our relationship, we wouldn't have this opportunity to accelerate the development agenda and the humanitarian aid through this partnership. This is true, and it explains a lot of the misunderstanding and lack of knowledge around the UAE objectives, whether through the Abrahamic Accords or its involvement in the corridors. I know it's been a lot of questions, but I have one last question, which is always related to what you talk about, integrating artificial intelligence and other advanced technologies in the supply chains. You always say that this requires an organizational framework supported by the international commerce sector. Can you shed some light on this concept, please? One of the key challenges facing the world, and also through the discussions with the WTO discussions and the ministerial conference of the WTO that was hosted in Abu Dhabi in February, we managed to succeed in some strategic decisions. And one of the topics that we can say is progressing is the topic of trans-border data exchange using artificial intelligence and in trade and in business. Countries are still developing their policies against immigration because they are concerned about these policies. But what we are saying is that the private sector is using their own tools and technologies to overcome these challenges and forging ahead with this approach. Of course, artificial intelligence is playing a great role, and we had a simple experiment during the COVID-19. We managed to identify sources of some strategic goods if some borders were closed. I will give you an example of rice. We source it from Pakistan and India and also Vietnam and Thailand. Unexpectedly, it's not just basmati rice, which is used by Emiratis, but mostly it is regular rice, which is not sourced from India and Pakistan. It's sourced from Vietnam and Thailand. After India and Pakistan closed their borders, within 24 hours, we managed to identify their source and the distributor and contact them in order to supply the required types of rice and overcome the issue within 24 hours without anyone noticing. This is using a technology that wasn't present 4 years ago. So the impact of artificial intelligence and technology on trade requires daring decisions. Of course, there will be challenges related to data and privacy and confidentiality. The data is already there with companies, but you have to start learning and implementing these technologies. Otherwise, you will be very late. And the UAE, under the directives of our leadership and the efforts since 2017 until now, we are the third country in terms of AI readiness, and we're only third to China and the US. So this is a very important and vital sector, such as the trade sector. We can utilize AI in different and varying levels with varying partners, and what we need right now is the integration and the clarification of rules, and the governance and the international laws doesn't have to be perfect in order to facilitate things. Things are going on, and as politicians and governments, we have to cope with this speed of development in order to utilize these technologies. So if anyone is wondering about the success of the UAE and the UAE model, His Excellency Dr. Thani Al-Ziyudi is one of these success stories. And he is he's one of the examples of Mohammed bin Zayed's vision for the Emirati power model. I met him in many platforms. We haven't discussed his field of expertise. He's very modest and humble, and asked him, I called him after he came back from Australia to grace this session, but in less than 1 second he agreed to meet with us here. But in addition to this humanitarian side, I believe that the confidence of our leadership is well placed in Dr. Thani, who is a key player in the UAE's development journey and its success. And I am very proud of my country and of my UAE colleagues. And after this discussion, I believe you all share the same opinion. Thank you very much.
ناخذ صورة معك.
سيداتي وسادتي، ندعوكم لاستراحة غداء مدتها ساعة واحدة. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy a 1-hour lunch break. الجلسة 11 تحت عنوان حرب غزة والشرق الأوسط، الصراع على النظام الإقليمي. Ladies and gentlemen, panel 11 entitled Gaza War and the Middle East, a struggle for regional order will start now.
Yeah. Hello. Welcome, everyone. I know it's always tough to moderate a session after lunch. We'll do our best to provide an insightful discussion, and we hope we can get you engaged in the question and answer session. So first, I would like to thank Dr. Ibtisam. As a fellow Arab woman, Dr. Ibtisam, for me, typifies the model of Arab women leaders, entrepreneurs, who do their work with grace and poise. And for that, I think all Arab women thank her for all her accomplishments and for the model she presents and provides for all Arab women. The organization that she has built, the team she has put together around her, the work they produce is just first caliber. Thank you, Dr. Ibtisam, for the invitation, and thank you, EPC. The session is titled The Gaza War and the Regional Order, and the Middle East, a struggle for regional order. I would like first to just present the human face of the Gaza war and also of the Lebanon war. In terms of the death toll so far, as of 5 November 2024, over 45,000 people have died, 43,391 Palestinians, and 1,706 Israelis. 70% of the Palestinians who have died are women and children. There are among those reported killed, 134 journalists, 146 media workers, 120 academics, and over 224 humanitarian aid workers, including 179 employees of UNRWA. This is the human death toll and the human casualties. I'm not talking about the destruction that has eviscerated whole neighborhood and that has torn apart whole communities. They are not going to be rebuilt and rewoven together for generations to come. In Lebanon, since October 8, 2024, when Hezbollah launched its war of support of Gaza, the death toll until now, according to the Ministry of Health in Lebanon, is 3,240 people and 14,134 injured. This is a death toll that has exceeded by far the 2006 Israel-Lebanon war. 37 villages, 37, have been totally wiped out in the southern Lebanon, in the border area between Lebanon and Israel. There are no homes for people to go back to if the war were to end anytime soon. The destruction is not only in the south, it is in the southern suburbs of Beirut, it's in eastern Lebanon. There is no safe place in Lebanon anymore. As we speak today, right now, there are strikes taking place, Israeli strikes, on southern Lebanon, on eastern Lebanon, on the southern suburbs of Beirut, including the area where my family home is. So I don't know what's happening to my parents' home as we speak. So let's now turn to this session and talk about the impact of the Gaza war, of the Lebanon war, on the regional order, and what kind of struggle this is representing for the regional order. I have three excellent panelists here who have studied, analyzed, worked in the Middle East for years. And in my opinion, they are some of the best analysts and students of the region. To my left, I have Dr. Professor Wali Nasser. He's the Majid Qaddouri Professor of International Affairs and Middle East Studies at the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies in Washington, D.C. Next to Dr. Nasser is Dr. Abdel Mun'im Saeed, is a senator in the Egyptian Senate and a founding senior fellow at Brandeis University's Crown Center for Middle East Studies. Next to Dr. Saeed is Dr. Mansour Al-Marzouki, the youngest of us all. He is the director of the Center for Strategic Studies at the Prince Saud Al Faisal Institute for Diplomatic Studies in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia. So let's get started. I come from the background of conflict analysis and dialogues. And whenever I start a new dialogue or I enter a new conflict theater, you try to get a baseline, right? So having now been in the Gaza war for the last year and some, and recently Lebanon war, I would like to get a baseline of where the region is. What are those two trend lines, two major dynamics that you think are impacting the region as we speak today? And short responses, just to get an idea, to put some kind of a picture between the three of you among the three of you, of these regional dynamics affecting, you know, the region right now. Dr. Abdel Mun'im, I'll start with you.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I will say the following. Number one, that we have the worst war that's known in the Middle East for a long time. I mean, just the statistics that you got, I'm sure that you can get more in previous wars that we have, the Iran-Iraq war or the other wars that we have. That's the worst. The worst inhuman also war. And this war is a result of a complex of factors that start with a very global, the US and Iran, in which there is a nuclear dimension. And you go down to the region, and you have a region that came out from the Arab Spring with one of the trends, other than the Islamists and the chaos and the civil wars, a trend for reform in the region. We were talking in the previous session about the UAE. UAE was leading, I will say, leading the pattern of progress and reform in the region. But after the Arab Spring, there was now Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, in which there is a serious kind of reform, not only for the economy, for the society, for women's status, for minorities, a lot of issues. In front of that, we have what's so-called the axis of resistance and rejection, or, you call it, al-muqawama wal-mumana'a. These two, between the two camps of the region, I think we have one of, I won't say the reasons, but one of the complexities that we have in this situation, in which there was a decision that was taken by Iran, really to disrupt the process for those who want to build the region from realizing their I will say, upper ceiling objectives of making in 2030 the region to have it as a better place than it was before. That will happen only through a process of peace, search for peace, stability in the region.
Thank you, Dr. Abdel Mun'im. We are going to get that. We are now just analyzing the trend lines, and you have referred to two of them. So if you don't mind, I'm going to turn it over to Vali. We are going to get back to the process, all right? So Dr. Vali.
So I would say very quickly, I mean, one is that this has not only been a devastating war, but it looks like a war that without an end. It's not very clear when it will stop and how much the damage would be. I think the most important development so far is first of all, the numbers that you mentioned, the number of people who have been displaced in Gaza will be or have been in West Bank, in Lebanon will be a factor going forward in of itself, and it's destabilizing to the region. I think the position of Iran and Israel both in the region has shifted significantly. I mean, Israel today is an insecure state more than it was before. What it lost in terms of deterrence and the sense of security of its population on October 7th, it hasn't got back. Iran similarly is out of its comfort zone, particularly with the Trump administration coming in. Its allies in the region, the axis of resistance has been badly battered. Its confrontations with Israel has actually exposed vulnerabilities. And even though its relations with the Arab world have improved in the meantime, it is, if you would, in an outside of its comfort zone. And finally, I would say the rest of the Arab world is also in a situation of insecurity. If you looked at Egypt and Jordan, their future is quite uncertain, given what might happen to the Palestinian population in Gaza and the West Bank. And the rest of the Arab world is also feeling the tremors of the anger on the Arab street, of the uncertainty of where this war would go. I mean, where we're sitting now in this region, you might wonder, when is it that the conflict between Iran and Israel and the conflict in the Levant may show up in this region? So I would say overall, you know, this many months past the start of the war, beyond the horrible numbers that we have of the deaths, the region as a whole is in a situation of tremendous insecurity.
Thank you. Dr. Marzouqi.
First of all, thank you very much. I would like to thank Dr. Ibtissam and the Emirates Policy Center for kindly inviting me. Thematically, you have context, and the second you have is the state of affairs of the region. In terms of the context, you have the root causes of instability in the region, which we have been for the past 70 or 80 years shouting at the top of our lungs that you cannot have stability without a Palestinian state. And in each time that we have a crisis, a major crisis in the region, these root causes are confirmed. And the puzzling element is that no lessons are drawn from these repeated calls from, for example, Saudi Arabia. So you have a set of root causes for instability. The creation of a Palestinian state is chief among them, recognizing the human rights of the Palestinians, the right to self-determination, and so on and so forth. The other element of context is that you have a state of apartheid in Israel that is normalized by the West, supported, financed by the West, mainly by the United States of America, which made peace with the state of apartheid against all the publicly announced discourse on democracy, equality, etc. Then you have now a state of a genocide, supported, aided, abetted by Western countries. You have exceptions, but mainly, chief among which, again, is the United States of America, Germany, France, the UK, etc. You have every now and then shifts in their positions, but the main theme is that they have supported and normalized the Israeli apartheid, and now they are supporting and normalizing the Israeli genocide. As a consequence of these two elements, namely ignoring the root causes of instability, and normalizing and aiding and abetting apartheid and genocide, you have a third consequence, which is the collapsing of international credibility, the lack of reliability of international institutions. The United Nations is standing there paralyzed by American vetoes or the votes from some European countries against self-determination rights of Palestinians, as an example, or against a ceasefire, which in the beginning of the crisis became some sort of a dirty word. it wasn't allowed to utter a ceasefire or humanitarian assistance. You have lack of credibility for international law, lack of credibility and collapse of credibility of international institutions. This is the context. The state of affairs, number one, you are standing on the brink of an all-out war. You have aggression against the sovereignty of countries. The last one was Iran, which was condemned by Saudi Arabia. And for those who watched the Arab and Islamic Summit held in Riyadh yesterday, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, directly and specifically condemned the Israeli aggressions against Iranian sovereignty. And you have the element before last, you have islands of stability and prosperity. Saudi Arabia is an island of government institutions efficiency, development projects, growth of economy, etc. An isolated island of stability within a chaotic region. You have the Emirates, which is another island of stability and success, but surrounded by failed states, surrounded by crises, surrounded by poverty. And one strategic concept that is stable in Riyadh is that we can never grow alone. Everyone needs to come out of the lines of poverty so that we can succeed and grow. And the last point, a consequence of a long line of events and series of events, is that Saudi Arabia and Riyadh specifically has become the capital of the two-state solutions. And this takes place in a context of failure of the quartet, which were sidelined and marginalized by the United States of America, so that they and Israel will alone decide the future of the peace process. But now Saudi Arabia is forming a global alliance, excluding the United States of America, which is a firm position, refusing invitations from countries such as Germany, because there is a problem of trust in their role and their faithfulness to the two-state solution.
Thank you. Dr. Abdel Menaim, if you can pick up on what Mansour said in terms of processes for addressing, and you were talking about processes for addressing the Gaza war, and Egypt has been one of the three countries leading a mediation effort for reaching a ceasefire in Gaza. And, you know, there was a temporary ceasefire last November, but since then there has not been success for different reasons, you know. Both stakeholders at different times rejected that. So if we can talk about processes of what are these approaches to managing the Gaza war and not resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but at least to manage the war and to get to a ceasefire. What are these other processes that are needed?
I think we have to study a little bit. I know we study very much the whole wars, but peace processes, we don't study it well. The successful events in which there was a peace in the Middle East between parties, particularly the Israelis and one of the Arabs or some of the Arabs, actually it was by direct talks. President Sadat went to Jerusalem, and when he went to Jerusalem, he came into peace in opposition of President Carter at the time. President Carter at the time wanted to have an international conference attended by the Soviet Union, and those who were opposing any rapprochement with Israel or trying to solve the problem. Sadat did this, changed the environment that we were in, and the end was the liberation of every centimeter of Egyptian soil. That's happened with King Hussein. That happened even with Yasser Arafat. Yasser Arafat, when we sat with the Israelis in Oslo, came up with an agreement in which produced the first Palestinian authority on Palestinian territories in history. The results of that we know after that, because there was other elements that came into the process. My assumption right now that all what was said about Israel is true, that the Western support was really heavy, not only that sending any kind of diplomatic support. No, it was not diplomatic support. It was weapons that killed people at the end. So here, what we have, my promise here and reliance is a regional solution to regional problems, particularly the Palestinian problem in front of it. But I will say in this case, we are carrying also something called the Jewish question, which something is still hanging in the neck of the West, whether in Eastern Europe or in the United States. The Jewish question about the anti-Semitism that's happening, that threatened the lives of Jews and led to Zionist ideas as an essence of Israeli or Jewish nationalism. The other side, on the Palestinian one, they are doing what we are doing because their nationalism is coming from a process of decolonization that started, attempted decolonization from the Crusaders to the Zionism now. To deal with that, that happens only through direct talks. And I will say, all the things that came in the final declaration yesterday in Riyadh was fine, was great, it was accurate. It defined well the Arab and the Islamic position. However, I will say, we are not telling the other side what we want really. We want either Israel have two-state solutions, one Palestinian, but also the Israeli one will be integrated into the region. I mean, that is here, unless we come to the conceptual difference between Palestinian nationalism and Israeli nationalism, we will not be crossing the real one that brings us a war that is, by the way, for those who don't know, the 5th Gaza war. The 5th. There was 4 before it. So we have a repetition of wars almost every year or 2 years, whether between Israel and the Palestinian, or Israel with the Lebanese, or Israel and the Syrians. That is something that's not tenable to any project that we have to progress in Saudi Arabia, Emirates, the Gulf States, Egypt, Morocco, Jordan, the countries that did not fail in front of the Arab Spring. They did not fail in trying to resume their process of building their countries. I think that's needed. Unfortunately, until now, we didn't make that offer. It is there in the back stages of the theater we have right now. However, it is not yet translated into a choice to the Israeli people. I'm not here talking about Smotrich or Gaver. These are all, fanatics, religious people who want to really expand the occupation to the West Bank and kick the Gazans out of it. I mean, that's on anyone. I'm sure a lot of you read Bob Woodward, that when Blinken asked Netanyahu what you intend to do, he said, we will make a safe passage and let the Palestinians go.
Okay.
Again, we will have the Nakba again and again and again. That's got to stop.
Thank you. Dr. Vali, what's your take on this regional framework and where Iran will fit in that?
I mean, I do think that the region
أعتقد أن
responsibility for its security, but I don't think that's right now feasible. Because I don't think actually, as Dr. Menem said, Israel is right now in the mood to basically agree to a Palestinian state in exchange for being integrated into the region. Its objective seems to be a maximal objective of, if not expanding into all of West Bank and Gaza, even if we said that's just a marginal extremist view, there seems to be a consensus in Israel that it's going to solve all of its security problems all at once. With the Palestinians around it, with Lebanon, with the Houthis, and with Iran, one at a time. And so you start in Gaza, then you go to Lebanon, then you go to Houthis and to Iran. And in that kind of a framework, I don't think the regional powers, first of all, the protagonist here is not the Arab world. The protagonist is Iran and Hezbollah, etc. And the leverage that the Arab world has on mediating a kind of a ceasefire between Iran and Israel is, in my opinion, next to zero. It has leverage with neither side. The Arab world has neither leverage with Israel, nor does it have leverage with Iran. And the international community, and particularly the Biden administration, also was not willing to step in either. So you have to have that kind of a leadership from the outside that is willing to sort of push for some kind of a ceasefire between the axis of resistance and Israel at this point in time. And then the Arab world, of course, can play a major role in the middle. But I think we're far from that idea that we can have a regional order that the region itself can put forward.
Thank you. Mansour, Dr. Al-Marzouqi, there has been quite a rapprochement between Saudi Arabia and Iran. We have recently seen the chiefs of staff, military chiefs of staff of both countries meeting, conversation between the Crown Prince and the Iranian president. So is there leverage on Iran?
Well, if you allow me quick comments. Number one is that there is a collapse of Western moral authority. And this affects their credibility, be it with mediation or efforts for peace, etc. The Western moral authority has collapsed, no more. And this has consequences. Second, Israel is not a force of occupation. I think this is a mischaracterization of the state of affairs. Israel is a settler, colonial power, and there is a huge difference embodied by the fact that the Israelis, and this go way before the 7th of October, it's a major trend. The government that we see in Israel is a consequence of these trends, the rise of Orthodox Judaism, electoral base, etc. within Israel. Settler colonialism is predicated on completely erasing, killing or forcing out Palestinians. And this is an important distinction to make. In terms of the regional order, it was destroyed by the American invasion of Iraq. Against all advice from the Saudi Arabian officials at the time. The last effort that Saudi Arabia made is that asking the US, do you have an alternative after destroying the security architecture of the region? And they had none. And look at the state of affairs. Iran recently has asked, actually, Arabian Gulf countries to mediate, and the last of which was Saudi Arabia, but before that it was Oman, before Oman was Qatar. And the mediation efforts that Iran asked of those Arabian Gulf countries varied from delivering messages of detente, of not wanting escalation, to trying to find an exit from the tit-for-tat hit, then the counterattack, etc. Do they have leverage to impose consequences on Iran to respect an outcome of mediation effort? I don't think that anyone has leverage on Iran in that regard, with a minor discussion perhaps on China, which is standing alone as the only window into the international banking system, flow of capital, technology, etc., with the second country, Russia, being bogged down in Ukraine. So its heavy reliance on China suggests that China is perhaps the most influential when it comes to putting pressure on Iran. Now, back to the detente between Saudi Arabia. There are two points important to take into consideration. One, it's not an agreement on issues. It is merely an agreement of a table of discussion. Let's have an organized forum of discussing our disagreements. And second, so this is the first objective. Second, it is an agreement to put a cap on tensions. Let's not get things go worse or go south. In that regard, the detente could be understood through different lenses. Iran came to the table and agreed to this detente, which it had, by the way, refused for almost 30 years. So the question, if we agree on the premise, why did it accept what it had previously refused? And I think it comes from a position of strategic weakness. On the one hand, Qarabagh, Iraq, Syria, involvement in Ukraine, isolation, and the prospects of reviving the nuclear deal, or the internal demonstrations. That's on the one hand. On the second hand, wanting to make Saudi Arabia exit any potential confrontation with Israel or the US, and breaking the isolation that the US and Israel has succeeded in building around Iran. And Iran succeeded in breaking that isolation. There was a team within Iran, the Iranian, different little Irans inside Iran. It's not just the institutions of the presidencies. You have the IRGC, you have the institution of the Supreme Guide, etc. Some of those influential actors were against the agreement with Saudi Arabia, and they were proved wrong in the recent developments, and the détente proved to be a useful element for Iran. I am mildly optimistic, but I am more inclined to pessimism. I think Iran has invested so much in a network of militias. I don't understand why would anyone in Iran give up those militias around the region just because they made an agreement with Saudi Arabia. If we accept this premise, I think that there is a high probability that Iran will go back to the same activities once it rises up from the strategic weakness position.
Building on what Dr. Al-Marzouki said, Dr. Saeed, you were referring to the axis of resistance, and I'm trying to hark back to something that Dr. Gargash said yesterday, when he said we need a productive dialogue, we meaning the Arabs, a productive dialogue with Turkey and Iran. But political tools are lacking. So building on the discussion that we have heard, the talk from Dr. Al-Marzouki, one political tool has been the table for discussion, an agreement on a table of discussion. What other political tools are needed going forward that are not being used right now?
Are you asking?
Yes, yes.
Well, I guess we have one just yesterday. You know, yesterday when we have the Arab Islamic Conference, okay. And that's not the first one. Yeah. I mean, Saudi Arabia, that's new in Arab diplomacy, Middle East diplomacy, to put Arab and Islamists together. And so that was an opportunity. As I remember, Kissinger defined détente as a management of adversarial relationship. And I think that's a good idea. I mean, Iran is part of the region, Turkey is part of the region. They are part of a lot of history in the region. But on the other hand, we have something here that really is very much destructive. The destruction started with, you know, the four capitals of the Arab states, you know, in Baghdad, Damascus, Beirut, and then I will say also working on the division within the Palestinian national authority, and when Hamas, you know, took over Gaza and make that kind of split. Anti-state, particularly even the formation of a state, is the most dangerous thing in our region. It is the main enemy, in my opinion, of the attempt to be with what we call it in the last session, you know, how to be part of the people and states that are growing, having a higher share in technology, and all the idea of progress and change. It is either to be in that camp or you try to stay as you are within ideologies that one comes after another. And these ideologies is try to make from any conflict or any differences a kind of a sacred process related to the Almighty or related, and that's already happening also in the Israeli side. That's a kind of a very disturbing situation for the entire region. It came exactly in the moment in when Saudi Arabia was destined in starting a process of reconciliation with Israel. That's called normalization. And Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman really was talking in the Fox News, you know, in 2 weeks only before what happened on October 7th, that's saying that we are very close to do a deal with the other side. At the same time, Oman and Saudi Arabia and others allowed their skies to be open to the Israeli. There was steps tried to, make it flexible, the process of making that kind of a historical deal with the Israelis. Now this deal is broken. It's broken because Iran really took the initiative, because it found that the deal with Saudi Arabia will mean a big change in the strategic situation in the Middle East, because it involves a Saudi-American agreement on security. That makes, I think, people in Tehran very disturbed with this reality, that will change the balance. And therefore, initiating what happened, I think history will get us more information about what I am saying. But I am saying logically, kind of a deductive theory, thinking that we were coming into a situation that either we will take the region forward or it has to be broken down. Now, can we restore that situation again?
Okay.
I think it's very important that we can, because we have 9 countries who signed a declaration on October 21st that started by saying that they condemn every hostility or aggression on civilian population.
Yeah.
That denounced both the October 7th attack on the Israelis and what Israel did, which was very close to a very genocidal situation.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Doctor, because you are leading us into a very good direction in terms of the next step.
I want to say something,
yes.
two sentences. I will say we have 6 countries among these 9 countries who got already peace treaties with Israel.
Yeah.
And I assume these 6 countries, plus the countries that very close to the point that we will start a process and strategy to bring peace to the Middle East.
Thank you, Dr. Saeed. Dr. Nasser, you and I and others have been involved in a number of track 2 dialogues on regional security, and I've always found the discussion around non-state armed actors the most difficult to do. There is defensiveness on the Iranian side, and there is true, I'd say, apprehension, there is true concerns from the Arab side on what these non-state actors have been doing to the state system in the Arab region. And we have seen the consequences of that. So the question going forward, how can we fashion a productive discussion between Arabs and Iranians on this issue? Or at this stage, we cannot have this conversation. Because as you are hearing, this is an important part that we need to address as we are talking about building a region that is responsible, that is inclusive, but also responsible for its security.
I think it's a very good point. I mean, this is obviously a complex issue because there's an Iran part to it, but it's also a failed state part to it.
Correct.
And the idea of reconstructing states like Lebanon, it's not a matter of only Iran getting away. Lebanon's last census was in 1932.
Correct.
I mean, that country needs a whole new constitution. It needs a new state. It's not just a matter of Iran supporting Hezbollah. Similarly with Houthis. Iran may opportunistically have taken advantage of some of these failed state situations, but it's not necessarily always the cause of the failed states. So this is a larger issue. But I think one of the key issues, and I'm listening to my colleagues here, it's very important to note that, litigating the past is not very helpful in terms of going forward. October 7th and the Gaza war is a watershed for the Middle East. There is no snap back to before October 7th. This region is going to be changed completely by this. As we are talking, and if you're going to have a constructive conversation about militias, about peace, etc., it has to be about each side's threat perceptions of the other. Right now, the idea of a larger war in the region is not between the Arabs and Israelis or between Iran and the Arabs. It used to be. 5 years ago, we would have thought about a Saudi-Iranian or a war in the Gulf. We don't think about that. The only way in which we're going to have a larger war in this region is between Iran and Israel.
Correct.
So these are the two protagonists, and the axis of resistance has to be seen in that context. And the issue of militias now is part of the Israel-Iran dynamic. The militias are no longer in this poised towards the Arab world and the Arab system as they were before. They're not going to be solved now unless the Iran-Israel issue is solved. And even if you looked at the Arab world today, is it really true that across the Arab world, the threat perception is Iran? I mean, if you're sitting in Jordan, if you're sitting in Egypt, the biggest threat to these countries right now is what's happening in Gaza and what's happening in the West Bank and what's happening in Lebanon. So you cannot sort of make this argument, we cannot have the argument that we had before October 6th about what the militias were doing and transpose that to what the situation is today. So I think a constructive discussion within the region should not be about the past, should be about the reality that the Arabs and Iranians are looking at. I would say that, you know, when the détente happened with Saudi Arabia, at the beginning was very tentative. Why has it accelerated so fast? Why is it that yesterday Prince Mohammed bin Salman went so out of his way to defend Iranian sovereignty? Is because in Saudi Arabia, and I'm guessing I delegate this to my colleague here, that the threat perception about what is a security threat to Saudi Arabia has shifted, right? And I think we have to start from that point of view. What is the situation this region is facing? What are the main threat perceptions to security to individuals and to the region as a whole? And then you could basically get Iran and the Arabs, and potentially down the road Israel, to a point to have a conversation about reconstructing this region in a way that threat perception to everybody goes down. But we have to be sort of look at this realistically.
Thank you. Dr. Al-Marzouki, if building on what Dr. Nasser has just said, so are we seeing a new regional order in formation post-October 7, or is it an acceleration of all trends that were shaping a regional order and that are being now means-tested by the Gaza war and the Lebanon war?
Conceptually speaking, regional orders are a function of the international order. Until you have some sort of stability at the international level, not only in the Middle East, but in Eastern Europe, South Asia, and different geopolitical regions in Africa, Latin America, you can't have stability at a regional level because with great powers competition, you have a rise of regionalism. So those competitions translate into different geopolitical regions. So the notion that we can have a regional order now, while we have chaos at the international level, it's difficult for me to imagine. That's from a conceptual standpoint. But if I may make some corrections to some of the information. His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman's interview, which His Excellency referred to on Fox News prior to the 7th of October, didn't say we are close. Vocabulary is important. Language is important. It's not by chance that we pioneer Arabic literature. It matters. He said we are getting closer. The journalist from Fox News asked, are you close? And he said, every day closer. He systematically avoided using the word close. We are getting closer. And he said, the Palestinian issue is important to us, and it should be dealt with in a realistic but reliable, backtracked. Once you commit yourself to a solution or a path to a solution, you cannot withdraw from it. That's part of the Saudi Arabian demands. The other element is that you don't have one Iranian expansionist militia model. You have the Lebanese model with Hezbollah, which Iran failed to replicate elsewhere. It created Hezbollah of Hijaz in Saudi Arabia, but it failed. So you have a second model of militia creation in Iraq, more than 48 failed and successful experiences. Then you have a third approach to militias from Afghanistan, from Pakistan, from different places in Syria. And you have a fourth approach, which is the one towards the Houthis in Yemen. You don't have one single approach. Yes, it started in Lebanon as a means of retaliation for Israel because it didn't have, Iran didn't have ballistic missiles at the time. But after words, in Iraq, it became an element for absorbing Iraq, influencing Iraq, dominating Iraq. And later, it became a tool of expansionism. It has nothing to do with Iranian security. It has so much to do with Iranian expansionist projects within Syria, within Bahrain, within Kuwait, the Abd al-Yisel, etc., etc. So that's an important point to make. There is a conceptual problem that we regularly face when talking to our brothers in Iran, which is the concept of sovereignty. There is this idea that the Supreme Guide is the representative of God, and God doesn't recognize borders. All of the planet Earth belongs to God, and therefore, as a consequence, the representative of God should stop at no borders. So the influence within Iraq or within Bahrain or elsewhere does not recognize, from a conceptual point of view, does not recognize the concept of sovereignty, which is problematic when it comes to the nation state. This is why the Saudi Arabian debates about Iran, there is this argument that there is a conflict within Iran between the revolution and the nation state. And this conflict hasn't been settled yet. And this has consequences on us. As to the 7th of October and trying to link it with efforts of normalization between potential normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel, I think this is an inaccurate evaluation. Why? From an operational standpoint, such an operation couldn't have been prepared within 2 months or 3 months, at least from 2 to 3 years, according to some military estimations. So it had major objectives, and later, as a bonus, as a cherry on the gâteau, on the cake, derailing those efforts. But the main strategic objectives are elsewhere. Namely, do not forget the Palestinian issue, and second, nobody can forget the Palestinian issue. And the Saudi Arabian involvement goes way beyond this. In 1981, the custodian of the two holy mosques, then King Fahd, proposed the Faz Declaration, peace and recognition of Israel, full relations, cultural, economic, political, etc., in exchange for recognizing the right of Palestinians to exist. This is how low our expectations of Israelis. Just recognize their right to exist. And the second Saudi Arabian peace initiative under the custodian of the two holy mosques, then King Abdullah, in 2001, adopted in the Beirut Arab Summit, which became later the Arab Peace Initiative. And the third major declaration or initiative by Saudi Arabia is leveraging the negotiations with the US. And this has nothing to do with Israel from a Saudi Arabian point of view, according to my understanding. It has everything to do with the great powers competitions for the US. They couldn't afford to lose Saudi Arabia, a middle-sized power, rising economy, etc. And for Saudi Arabia, wanting to localize tech capacities, etc. But Israel was a palleting tactic from an American point of view, and later it developed into a strategic vision of the region that is predicated on a role of Israel. And even then, systematically, Saudi Arabia has insisted that without a Palestinian state, we will not have relations with Israel. And it is puzzling to me how much refusal to take Saudi Arabian government at their words. Why not accept this?
Yes, constantly in the States. I mean, read their statements. You know, they have been saying this, and still people are refusing to accept that somehow. Yes. So, Dr. Said, so if we are thinking about a new regional order, you know, and I think I take Mansour's premise that you cannot have what regional order without, in the midst of an international order that is in flux. But assuming we start the task of regional, building a regional security architecture, what are the 1-2 principles that should guide us? Any project at building a security architecture has to start with principles. What are the 1-2 principles that should guide this project?
Historically, wars did not lead only to destruction, but also it allows people to rethink their situation and sometimes become innovative and creating something new. You know, after the Second World War, we got a hell of a change in the international system by the creation of the UN, UNESCO, all the things that may cause wars later. And after the war in Vietnam, there was a big wake-up call in Southeast Asia and East Asia, in which led us to ASEAN and the very developing China and the very developing others that we are talking about. Now we are in the region. We have this one. And as Dr. Mansour said, you know, about the Saudi Arabia started in the Fez declaration by talking about the possibilities of peace. That happened after the Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty. And then that progressed in this, you know, in Beirut when the Arab Peace Initiative was on the table. We have to know that the Israelis were very intransigent. They were not very, you know, forthcoming into this very important initiative. But as, you know, corrected me Mansour about the difference between getting closer or getting close. I mean, that is, you know, probably in the Arabic language would be much more clear. But in English, it is that there is a major effort there in making a kind of a new settlement in the region. And I guess that was very promising initiative that to do this. The first principle that I will say that we will do now is we have to come in something that I will say reform the Palestinian system, because the differentiation between arms and politics in the Palestinian Authority was really part of the dilemma we are in now. Second, we need a reform of the Israeli system that allow now, you know, this kind of real fascist racial kind of response to what's happening is really creating the way for the kind of what they call it forever wars. You know, if that will be the case, it is between Judaism and Islam, or Islam and Christianity, or Anglicans, or whatever, that is the worst thing that happened to any continent in the world. Number three, I believe that we have the will and the structure and the wish really to have a world in the region that's based on nation states. And nation states means with all the rulings that come with it, respect of territories, respect of sovereignty, non-intervention in internal affairs, allow people really to flourish and to change by themselves. And that's already, I will say, happening in the region. It's not felt much in the Western world, but it's felt in the region. And now we have maturity enough to make sure. I mean, one of the sessions was about the forgotten wars in Sudan, Syria, Libya, and others. That's exactly because the nation state is not mature enough. I mean, countries who make civil wars are people who create citizens that can hate each other to the degree to kill each other. But countries that can make the control and also the progress enough to allow the country to move from one step to another. So I think we are there. And I think if, as I said, on the 9 countries that make that initial declaration in the beginning of this war, it's about time that they make a comprehensive strategy to how we will deal not only with Israel, with Turkey, with Iran. I can imagine the day in which Iran and Turkey and Israel will become observers of the Arab League, for instance.
Thank you, Dr. Said. Dr. Nasser, the Israeli-Iranian conflict axis is going to determine a lot of the tempo, political tempo of the region going forward. So with a new US administration, the Iranian-US axis is going to have a big part on that regional axis, the Iranian-Israeli, but also on the regional dynamics. Where do you see this is going forward with the new incoming US administration?
Well, I mean, I'm not optimistic. Let me put it this way. Even about all of this conversation, I'm not optimistic because I think in some ways it's right now like a three-dimensional chess. Because there is, as Dr. Mansour said, there is an issue that has been there between the militias and the Arab world and Iran. But then the militias are also not part of Iran and Israel situation. So the Houthis started as being lobbing missiles at UAE and Saudi Arabia, now they're lobbing missiles at Israel. And then there is the issue of Israel and the Arab world, which is about the Palestinians. So, you have three separate pieces of this moving. And I just don't see the US administration either thinking along these lines or being prepared to tackle these things at the same time. I mean, we can all talk about how do you pressure Iran with more sanctions, more pressure, or hitting them, or by persuasion through engagement, Saudi Arabia, et cetera, to move in what direction. But who is actually going to influence Israel? Right? That's the big other gorilla in the ring here. I mean, we're talking about a post-October 7 world, right? So who is going to basically put pressure on Israel that you cannot have maximal, for instance, security goals in Lebanon? When does the war in Lebanon end? What happens to the population in Gaza? Are they allowed to go back? What happens to reconstruction? I mean, you cannot really begin to talk about a regional order right now, at this moment, and I'm not talking about 5 years ago, at this moment, without addressing what's happened to Gaza and what is happening to Lebanon. This war has to stop there. The regional order has to start with ceasefire, first in Gaza and then in Lebanon, and then you can then basically see how you address all of this. I think the Arab world can provide a lot of input because they do have relations with Washington. They might be able to influence the thinking. But I'm not optimistic that either US is ambitious enough or this administration would have the right people to think along these ways. So I actually see that, we're going to drift. We're going to drift along this edge of crisis. And then there is always that, hanging issue of Iran's nuclear program, which we haven't discussed, which, how does the US going to deal with that? Is Iran actually going to cross the threshold? Is there going to be some kind of a military action there? Is sanctions going to increase on Iran? But, all of these things are happening at the same time. And I do think, the region, I think, perhaps is thinking along the ways that these things are interconnected. And you have to think about them all at the same time.
But can you really tackle them all at the same time? I mean,
no, I think
it's better to negotiate one at a time.
No, I think the region, you have to, there is no, I think, Versailles Treaty moment.
Exactly.
So I think the region has to start with a series of ceasefires.
Yes.
The first ceasefire is in Gaza. That war has to end. The second ceasefire is in Lebanon. Yeah. Then there has to be some kind of a virtual ceasefire for now between Iran and Israel. Yeah. That, as was mentioned, that the war between Iran and Israel should not become a routine event in the region, yes. Right? And then fourth, you can think about a ceasefire on the nuclear front between Iran and the United States. Then, the region, realistically, we need to be able to breathe for a little bit. Yes. Like we've been running at a pace, the weight of events coming at us. The region has to be able to take a breath, assess things, and then you think about how you move forward.
Would you like to add to what Dr. Nasser has said?
Really quickly, there are 3 points that encourage me, unlike the normal state of affairs, but I am a little bit optimistic. Number one is that for the first time, the Palestinian question has become an internal politics question within the US. It's too early to judge the reasons for the loss of Harris, but some arguments suggest that there might be something to do with the genocide, the Israeli genocide in Gaza. Second, so in internal politics, we have seen this in France, we have seen this in the UK, we have seen this in Germany. For the first time, Palestine has become an internal politics issue within these countries. So there is a cost. The second element of optimism is that for the first time you have the announced presence of regional actors, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, UAE, Iran, as middle-sized powers. This is a new development, a welcome development. And for the first time, and this is point number 3, for optimism, is the rise of what is called the Global South. There are alternatives. It is difficult for me to imagine the genocide case being brought against Israel in the International Court of Justice if we didn't have an environment of maneuver created as a margin of action by the rise of middle-sized powers, us among them, and the rise of the Global South. 2 concluding points. One is that the strategic posture of Saudi Arabia is a little bit different from that of Iran, and this may be a source of disagreements in the near future. Saudi Arabia is building an advantageous position of being in the middle. Possibilities of normalizing with Israel, but rapprochement with Iran, and which proved very, very useful, these relations with Iran, and the potential of the Iranian economy and market is huge. So in the middle, between the US and China, not losing the middle position. This is a point of difference vis-a-vis Iran. It's not clear to me what is the strategic posture of Iran. The other element, which is the last point, is that there is a huge crisis of international legitimacy. And for the first time, middle-sized powers are contributing to resolving or trying to provide solutions. Saudi Arabia, Argentina, Turkey, South Africa, etc. So providing reliable solutions, credible solutions to addressing the problems of legitimacy of the international order.
Thank you. Do we have time to take questions? Yeah? How much? 5 minutes? Okay. Quickly then, I have 3 people who have asked to, who are on my list, requested to make questions. And please, just ask the questions, no commentary. I start first with Mr. Aude Abordeni, please.
I have a comment and a tiny question.
Can you just restrict to the question, please?
Okay, I mean, we're talking about a ceasefire. You cannot have a ceasefire without the U.S., whether we like the U.S. or not. For the past 13 months, many superpowers, small powers, have tried, but so far, nothing has happened. So without the U.S., we're not going to go anywhere.
So what's the question, Mr. Aude?
We need the U.S. to get involved. Without U.S. involvement, we're just talking bullshit.
Okay, thank you. So the question, I think, if I can translate into a question, do we see the U.S. getting involved under the Trump administration in a more credible, effective way to get Israel to a ceasefire? Given, but let me take all the questions. Second question, Dr. Al-Ghashian, Abdelaziz Al-Ghashian.
Yes, thank you very much. Dr. Mansour, thank you very much. I think it was an interesting exchange that you had with Dr. Randa about that the Saudis were always saying that there's a Palestinian state, Palestinian state, Palestinian state. But this is the question that I want to ask. There seems to be a constant process of rebuffing Saudi statements time and again. Whenever there is a statement that says there's a, Prince Faisal bin Farhan put an op-ed. The Crown Prince spoke to the consultative body and said, we will not normalize and have diplomatic relations with Israel unless there is a Palestinian state. Yet 2 days after, there was a statement saying that the Crown Prince did not care about the Palestinian issue. There seems to be a constant process of trying to rebuff Saudi statements. How can we overcome that? So it's a bit of a reflective question, which leads to the second question to Dr. Abdul Mun'im, which is, you talked about reform, about the Palestinians and Israelis. What can we do to improve the Arab Peace Initiative? Is there anything that we could expand upon the Arab Peace Initiative and make it more explicit? Is there any revision that we have to do there? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And last question, but not least, is Dr. Sajjadpour.
Yes.
Question, please.
Yeah, thank you. My question is where Israel is headed. So all this discussion relates to Gaza and to the Palestinian plight, but what is the reading of the panelists on the Israeli situation not just long away, just in middle range?
Thank you, Dr. Sajjadpour. I think the first question, maybe Vali, you could address it, Dr. Nasser, about do you see Trump, one, interested in investing himself in reaching a ceasefire? Two, is he willing to exert pressure on Israel to get to a ceasefire? Which Biden, use leverage, including his unpredictability. That's a leverage also.
So my own sense is that, the Biden administration had the will, did not have the capability.
Exactly.
I think it remains to be seen that whether Trump has the will, but if he has the will, he will have the capability. I think a Republican administration, particularly him, is much better placed to actually get his way with Israel than the Biden administration was.
Thank you. Dr. Al-Mansouri, if you can address Dr. Al-Ghashian question, please.
There is a systematic refusal to take the word of Saudi Arabian governments. It's not a new phenomenon. It's as old as 3 or 4 decades. It's difficult to explain why, but some of the reasons that I have looked into in a systematic way has to do with the propaganda efforts of Israeli government, successive, not just the present one. They have a tendency of overinflating things for internal or external purposes. So the propaganda thing, Israel, it is headed into a major internal as well as external crises. If you look at the electoral landscape within Israel, it has already been transformed. You have the rise of orthodox, religious, fanatical powers who have an influence. They brought Smotrich. He's a consequence of this rise. They have tendencies of not working, studying the Old Testament, etc. And this comes with a systematic denial of the mere existence of any Arab. And if you observe the discourse of Israeli governments, they tend systematically to avoid the word Palestinian. Instead, they rely on the word Arab, etc. And internationally, the power of the Israeli lobby within the US is declining. The electoral bases within the United States of America are changing. The landscape is being transformed with different demographic factors, etc. The cost of la carte blanche given to Israel is rising in terms of international law, international institutions. Even the efforts, the US efforts to contain China are partially being derailed by its blind support for Israel, and I believe in cost. I think that cost will have consequences.
To contain China in the region.
Come again?
To contain China in the region. US efforts to contain China in the region.
In the region and beyond.
Okay.
Because the region is part of...
Yeah. Dr. Saeed, if you can answer the question about the API, what can be improved? What can be done about it?
I believe that, again, I said that the solution will be from the region. Historically, all the attempts to reconcile or to even, Al-Ula declaration that made in Saudi Arabia reformed the relationship between Turkey and Egypt, Qatar and Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Always regional initiative can really produce something. But waiting until if Trump will decide or not, that's on the hands of the American people. They decided to have this kind of president. They got it. And also, if China is going to come, I'm not relying on what others will do. Okay. Always, I hope this, when we have a conference like this in the UAE, we think of how intra-Arab politics can produce a solution. We are not going to replace Israel as an enemy with Iran. Iran is part of this region, historically very important part. And however, the idea of having a detente, I agree, that's a good point, that we try to solve the problems together. So therefore, I will say again, that the issue will be in our hand. Reliance on international legitimacy, thank you very much. I mean, that's good to have the world like a state in which there are laws, but I don't know where international legitimacy when there was a Vietnam War.
Yeah. Okay.
The issue was not even offered to the UN in the first place. And 3 million people died there. there is no nice wars. Wars are the worst enemy of people because people are created to, build earth and really make good deeds in earth. So wars are not a nice thing, ever. It's about killing, actually. So therefore, I will say that's, again, I insist, without having an initiative from the region, here after that will come the role of the United States, the European Union, and all other actors. But before that happens, I don't think what we will have, nothing but what we have seen so far, and it's very ugly.
Thank you, Dr. Said. Please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you.
السيدات والسادة، نحن على وشك بدء الجلسة المقبلة. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next panel. السيدات والسادة، نحن على وشك بدء الجلسة المقبلة. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next panel. سيداتي وسادتي، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة 12 تحت عنوان مستقبل الدولة الفلسطينية، خيارات ومسارات وتحديات. Ladies and gentlemen, panel 12 entitled No Country for Old Men, The Future of the Palestinian State will start now.
Okay, I'll bring some. Do we have some? مرحبا السيدات والسادة الحضور.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the last session, last panel of this year's debate. I think this last session, after 2 days of brainstorming and discussing, everyone is exhausted, and this topic isn't easy. And also, after a great lunch, it will be difficult. However, I believe that this is going to be an enriching discussion, albeit with some difficult and honest questions, and we're expecting transparent answers, as honest as possible. I would like first to begin by welcoming my guests, Mr. Yasser Abdrabbo, former Secretary of the Palestinian Liberation Organization's Executive Committee. And also, let me welcome Dr. Dalal Ariqat, Associate Professor of Diplomacy and Conflict Resolution at the Arab American University in Palestine. In the beginning, two guests were optimistic that this panel discussion will be quick. And they told me my mission is very easy. I will just ask a question about the hope for setting up a Palestinian state, and the answers will be short and quick. But I told them this is not going to be the case. There will be a lot of discussions and important insights. Let's begin with you, Mr. Yasser Abdrabbo. After October 7th, some people believe that the dream for a Palestinian state evaporated. However, others can say that things can be built upon what happened, especially that Ireland and Spain and other countries recognized the Palestinian state, and there are 143 countries that voted pro a Palestinian state in the General Assembly of the United Nations. Also, Saudi Arabia is leading a coalition supporting the establishment of a Palestinian state. Are we closer or farther from the Palestinian state? It's not about being far or close to this. It's about the necessity to see or look into the historical factors that led to what we are seeing today. We also have to see that in reality, there are 7 million Palestinians living on the historical Palestinian land. It's a whole people, and this Palestinian people is scattered between the West Bank and Gaza and the Israeli territories. And these people, in many generations, I belong to the third generation, there is also the fourth and fifth generation. They have one ambition, which is freedom. Freedom is their only ambition, and we have reached in the Oslo Agreement to what was deemed then as a historical deal that was protested and rejected by many parties who were not optimistic towards the deal. However, we were determined to go through with this experience, which is not in line with the conflict that has been going on for decades. We accepted to share the historical Palestinian land into two states, a Palestinian state and an Israeli state. Today, I will be moving to today, and Smotrich is talking about instructions being issued to start preparing the infrastructure to annex the West Bank. They're using the word annexing Asamira and Yahuda, and sometimes they want to sugarcoat the terminology when they talk about the settlements in the West Bank and even Zone C and part of Zone B. This means automatically that 70% of the West Bank lands and the rest will just be an isolated or some scattered and isolated cities that are surrounded by Israel from every side. And this is what they believe is the key result and the main success that they can get from the October 7th events and before that. And the funny side about this strategy, yesterday Benjamin Netanyahu sent his national advisor to Washington with a shopping list, so to speak, in order to show it to the President-elect Trump, in order to select among a group of topics what he believes that Israel should be doing now, or topics and steps that should be delayed in order to win or to be done after Trump is in the White House. This leads us to ask, what world are we living in? Mr. Yasser, we are certain, as you mentioned, Smotrich and Israel has succeeding and changing governments, and not everything that's planned is being implemented. But as you said, the current implications could happen. They had some plans in Sinai and Gaza that they could not execute, but not everything that Israelis want to do can actually implement in reality, either because of changing governments or changing conditions or otherwise. Can you give me a quick comment on the Palestinian side? Do they have any cards that they can use based on what I mentioned, the recognition of 3 European countries, the efforts by the UN and the Arab countries? There are things that we don't want to keep repeating. True that the reality on the ground has changed, especially in Gaza, and true that under this government, the settlement activity has expanded in an unprecedented manner, and they are dreaming of the annexation and isolating Palestinians in small cities. However, the Palestinian people has resisted all this, and today the world isn't accepting this anymore. And there is a lot of division in the public opinion internationally and in countries that we never thought that we will be influencing, including inside the United States and among the youth in the United States. And there is also a large portion of the Jews in the U.S. There is a change that's happening, and colleagues that talked before me have spoken about changes on the Arab scale. Maybe this is there are some kinds of blame or criticism of the Arab situation, but in my opinion, the Arab world right now is completely aware that this is the time to reap the fruits of peace that will be utilized by the whole region, or we lose the opportunity forever.
We'll take the first step in this direction. Dr. Dalal, do you think that it is possible to utilize or you take advantage of this international situation to build on something that prevent maybe the expansion and accession plans that Mr. Yasser talked about, and build on the idea of having a Palestinian state? Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Emirates Policy Center for that, and for inviting me for this event with this model that's made by Dr. Ibtisam as a leading woman and leading for young people. This is a role model for the Arab world as a whole. We are, as the Palestinian people, we are always there. We are standing on our feet in this area. Maybe a different generation, and say that we are resilient. We will stay there. There is a difference between the rights and the humanitarian aid. When we talk about our right for self-determination and faith determination, we're talking about the new, when you're talking about Palestinian state, I'm as a professor, as an academic figure, I would like to just say that this is built on policy, not an idea. So Dr. Gargash was talking about the pragmatic attitude and the national state, but the national state is built on sovereignty. As Palestinians, it's not for us, and this is a message for all the politicians, it's not about saying that the right of the Palestinian state, but it's about the creation of a sovereign Palestinian state, and this will never happen unless we have a package. The first point, or the kick-off point, will be the termination of the occupation, the military occupation. And then second point is to set the borders for Israel. When we talk about the solution of two-state or two-state solution, we know that the Israeli state is available there for 76 years. We are, as Arab nations, we need to work together. We will need to enhance dialogue, the Arabian dialogue among us, in order to use the voices for the young people, for women, the modern and contemporary tools that will enable to achieve the dream of the Palestinian people. It's not just a dream, but it's something that can be translated into reality. I live under occupation. I live in Ramallah, in the West Bank, and we always, when we talk about the war on Gaza, as a part of the academia, I can say that this is a genocide crime. And as the doctor said, my colleague from Saudi said, that it's a colonial project that has been there for 7 decades or more. That's why terminology is very important. It's not us who came with the genocide and apartheid or frequent detention. When we talk about now about more than 11,000 captives taken in captivity in Israel, and more than, when talking about the West Bank, and 750 martyrs over there. We're not talking about a war in Gaza only. We're talking a war that touches on all the Palestinian people. Every Palestinian is targeted by the war machine, the Israeli war machine. We're not just suffering from racism, apartheid, or Israeli occupation, but we are talking also about terrorism of the settlers who will get their protection and backed up by the Israeli army. I know that we are here. I know that when we talk about the current situation, everyone can see in the news what we're talking here, trying to get ideas or generate ideas on how to achieve what we want to be done. It's Mr. Yasser, what the Palestinian Authority can do before we go to the diversion. We're talking about the 3 countries now. What is the step that the Palestinian Authority should take in order to support these? There are a group of actions I can see at the international level, and I see also at the Arab countries level. I don't want to classify or categorize any of them now. When I say that there is engagement from the Arab states in these efforts, and international, wide international participation from Latin America to Europe to the African countries. So there are efforts exerted in order to reach a ceasefire and put an end to this barbaric war crimes, this invasion that wants to displace whole communities in Gaza in the current days. I'm not talking about the past. Well, there must be an end for this. We need to reach ceasefire, and we need to have arrangements that will ensure for the Palestinians and guarantee that they will have a real promise and of a settlement, of a real settlement. Now, all what concerns the Israeli government is to put obstacles and hindrances in front of any possibilities in the new American administration to have a political project or political program for a solution after the destructive war that we have witnessed. That's why the danger, there is a current danger and realistic danger, and we should not underestimate this danger, and don't just attribute this to Smotrich or someone else. So we say that all are two sides, or all are the sides of one coin. So here the Palestinian Authority, as if it were helping in doing this by ignoring the international advice. There are lots of voices talking about the reform from inside the Palestinian Authority. There must about the agreement between Hamas and the Palestinian Authority. Before we say to the world and before we face the world and say you have to do this and you have to do that, we start by ourselves. I am from the school that will say now, but maybe in a kind of euphemism because of the bloodshed that we are witnessing. But what I proposed is the same topic for today, and it was for yesterday, in the past, and for years. I will not talk about the experiment of the Palestinian Authority, but I know that what happened, this is one of the examples that we have seen in the Arab world about the outcome of having only one party, authoritarian rule, without adding any illustration, without telling just about similarities. We say this is what I wanted to say. I don't want now to throw the blames on this, on that, but I say both parties, Fatah and Hamas, are accountable and responsible. Which party is more than the other? This can be defined later, but both parties are responsible and should be held accountable for what we have at the moment. And now it is out of control after the 7th of October, and it gave the opportunity to Israel to implement and to revive its plans of displacement and coercive displacement. Let me say, how many agreements did Hamas and Fatah sign in Cairo, in Saudi Arabia, in Algeria, in China? Tens of agreements. And me and other people were calling for having a statement or having a draft for a statement that will end up with a national competent government that will break the rule of mono or authoritarian rule or monoparty rule. So in order to have the legitimate institution and regulatory institutions to have their efficient role. So both parties are responsible for making this, or I just forgot. It's not only Cairo and Saudi Arabia. Yeah, we know there was one in Mecca. The history say that the country with one party, sometimes even if they have two parties, the results will not be that good. We usually say that the more parties, the better results you can find. I'm talking about free political actions. There can be up to 100 parties, and the vote will be the determinant. So you live in Ramallah. Why, in your point of view, the PLO is not responsible or not able to accommodate and contain Hamas? Because Hamas, as you said, they said in some statements, they agree to have a state on the borders of 67. Maybe why there is always discrepancies about this, no agreement about the border. I know as Palestinian that we are to blame as Palestinians, and due to the prices, the high prices that we paid as Palestinians, we need to admit our internal errors and mistakes, our own mistakes, aside from the military occupation and the moral values and moral responsibility. As a Palestinian person, I'll say that there is no cause or there is no justification for the lives that have been lost in Gaza or West Bank. So it's a moral imperative and religious imperative. And when we talk about the borders now, no, I'm not here to talk about or defend Hamas or to represent Hamas. But they amended their charter. They agreed to the 67 borders. It's not the Palestinian, it's not the Arab countries, it's not the US. The rejection of the Palestinian state is frequently done by the Israeli government. I would say that the conflict between Hamas and Fatah is due to Oslo agreement. No, this has been ended, and they participated in the election later, and they amended the charter. We don't want to delve into this, but I'm talking from pragmatic point of view, what we need in order to go forward. So since yesterday we're talking about the young people, we're talking about Dr. Ibtsam, we've been listening to Dr. Ziyudi. We need pragmatic ideology. We cannot have a pragmatic ideology without being impacted by the situation in the moment. I chose to live in Palestine, so I'm optimistic. I have no other choices. I need to be prepared. Trump is back to the image. Everybody thinks that Trump is unpredictable, but for us, it's a scenario. We tried him before. He put us in front of fact. He just gave Jerusalem as a prison to the Palestinians. No, so they didn't even open for the PLO representation office. Well, if we want to build on Balfour Promise in 1917, Article 2, dealing with non-Jewish as minorities, despite the fact that the Arabs, whether Muslims or Christians, they were majorities. They're talking about the rights of these minorities. Today, when we're talking about the British occupation, and then this is a translation of this topic. They transferred us as Palestinians into minorities, talking about partial rights, but we as Palestinians want our political rights, we want our social rights, we want economic rights. I want a team from Palestinian. I want the UAE and the UAE leadership. We deal with the UAE. They have experience and they have relationships and ties that we can build on this. We want to benefit on that. Before I go back to Mr. Yasser, I say the Palestinian people who resisted occupation, who had two intifada, how many times demonstrated against the Palestinian Authority, requesting or calling for a reconciliation between Fatah and Hamas. I say, all Palestinians. I said, how many times? Tell me number of demonstration. The people who forced the occupation to go to Oslo and signed this agreement. Why didn't they force the Palestinian Authority to do so? When we say that end of division and the reconciliation, it's not only Palestinian issue. We say there are lots of players and actors. What we want to say about the deal of century in Trump administration, first Trump administration, we're looking now for season 2 with more integration of more players. And I hope that the coalition with launched by Saudi Arabia with other countries to achieve this. I want Gaza to be San Jose and the Middle East. We are still in Gaza Strip, and we realized the reality, but we don't want to just keep blaming each other. Let's look forward. Let's look for the future. I want to be pragmatic and change the reality while I'm living, not when I leave this life. It's not a blame game, but I say we always need to confront ourselves before we blame the other. We need to tell the real story. There are some problems that we used to hide. We used to keep our heads in the sand. Well, when we want to say that we want to discuss this, we say not today, that's not the right time. Now when we ask on TV, representatives of Fatah, of PLO, why don't you allow Hamas to come in? They said, we have problems with this and that. And there is always disagreement about these topics. This is the main point. What is this disagreement? All the assumptions of each party against the other are not true. Let me tell you, there is nothing related to the political disagreement. Hamas has its program, they can go with that. I don't want all the parties, or the Israeli parties that will be part of the government or the cabinet to agree on Oslo agreement. Say none of the parties in the government at the moment agrees to Oslo agreement, or they agree to admit that there is other people, another nation lives here on that land. So all these assumptions are just try to justify the conflict for authority. Say this Palestinian Authority has no independence, no sovereignty, but still there is a conflict to reach that. The conflict for authority, the conflict for power. This conflict can happen through voting, through elections, parties. But the last time we had elections, it was, I think, 21. After that, after both parties agreed and all the parties were ready, we were astonished that the elections were postponed on the ground that Jerusalem doesn't want Israel doesn't want Jerusalem to participate in the elections. Israel never allowed us in any previous elections for Jerusalem to participate. But we found means to do this by airmail, by election stations at the borders of Jerusalem. We made this in 1996 and 2005 or 2006. This were all justifications, weak justifications for to keep the status quo. So if you ask me about the needs of people in the street, there are no demonstrations, no civil society powers, no political activity for the people to press. All the national teams or parties were pressing in order to get this reconciliation or agreement. And this is what was presented during the aggression on Gaza. And even the committee ISNAD in Cairo, it's a part of this. So this topic had many parts had interest in this topic, but it was not enough. At the Arabic level, to have a government of national competencies, individual, an autocrat government without the quota style. So the quota style or the quota will be by the people through the vote. This point is the key, is the real key in order to reach the way out. Without this, we're going to lose the opportunity. If you tell me now, despite the bloodshed, despite destruction, but the world is pressing at different levels in order to seize these opportunities to push the political process. If the Palestinian Party is not qualified in a way that will lead to get up from this conflict marine or conflict area and competition for power, to leave this battle for power. We have this conflict in order to form a temporary committee to run Gaza Strip, to oversee the catastrophe and mitigate the impact. This is something ridiculous. There are calls, or there are hands from representing the Arab countries and international countries, maybe short hands, and in the middle there is an Israeli sword. But the Palestinian head should stretch, or the Palestinian arm should stretch and reach out to these hands. Let's say for this conflict, let me say, do you think that this conflict is fueled by regional or international powers? Some countries will support Hamas in order to, because they say the Palestinian Authority are corrupt, and that's why they support Hamas in order to take over the power. And to the degree that we are here now, when we talk about the negotiation, the Palestinian Authority is not there. 2014 was the direct negotiator is Hamas. Palestinian Authority is not there, is absent. So this is maybe the same of the policy of Netanyahu in order to enhance and promote diversion, promote disagreement. If that's the case, or you have different projects, of course there are different projects. As a researcher, we need to discuss about the last 20 years, what happened between strategy and the West Bank, the strategy of Netanyahu and Sharon earlier, because Sharon, when they withdrew from Gaza Strip, we maybe, as Palestinian, I confess that we failed to send the narrative or to post this narrative. So Sharon withdrew 6,000 to 9,000 settlers, but never left the control over Gaza Strip, either by air, sea, or land. Whenever I wanted to go to Gaza Strip, I had to take the permission or the permit from Israel, not from Hamas. You know, they always said that we always create a form of formaldehyde around Gaza. It's a kind of just isolation. So he said, I'm the one and only capable of killing the solution. So Netanyahu or Sharon enabled Hamas and empowered Hamas in Gaza Strip in order to maintain the diversion, in order to maintain the internal conflict between Hamas and Fatah. I say that we are in an urgent need for a Palestinian dialogue, and we are in urgent need to practice our right in order to choose who represent us. We need the young people, we need women, we need scholars. We don't need only two technocrats. When you see here from Iran, from Turkey, from they saying that we support Hamas because the Palestinian Authority is corrupt, do you think this can cause more? Of course, from our perspective, I say the Palestinian parties, of course, let the case, let the Palestinian case down instead of serving it. So, as from the diplomatic perspective, I'd say that also diplomacy let the Palestinians down. So now the Palestinians would like to build on the bilateral diplomacy. the bilateral agreement between the Arab states and Israel. From academic point of view, I think all countries are free to have these bilateral agreements, and we as Palestinians, today I will tell you like something like a surprise. Yeah, only 5 countries, they have representation, active representation in Palestine. And this is a call through this forum for all the Arab countries to have representation in Palestine in order to open the channels for communication with Palestinian Authority. Let's move now to think about the shape of the Palestinian state that we want to have. Now you're talking about sovereignty. You want to say you have army, you have air permissions for the jet planes when they pass over this airspace. So from the realistic point of view, what we can do? Today, many people are talking about the one-state solution or 2 states against one state. As a researcher, I would say that any Palestinian citizen living under these conditions, from the Palestinian person perspective, it is now makes no difference for any Palestinian individual, as long as they have their own rights, as long as they have their sovereignty as a Palestinian, and as live the real politique. When we talk about the geopolitics only, I can say that the increase of settlements and in all areas where the Palestinians are there, whether in camps or villages or cities, makes it impossible to have 2-state solution with the current status quo, because the settlements, and not only from theoretical point of view, not even exchange of land and settlements. In 2000, there was an advisory resolution talking about the legality of the occupation and the displacement of the settlement. Also, we want to talk about the right of the Palestinian people to determine their fate and self-determination. And when we talk about in the whole region, and we talk about stability, sustaining security and peace for Palestinians and Israeli and the whole region, we're talking about pioneership, we're talking about solutions. In order to achieve this and maintain this for the Israeli state, if Trump really frank when he talked about security and strategic stability and prosperity in the region, he must grant the rights to the Palestinians. And here we need to differentiate. We're not here negotiating the humanitarian needs. As Palestinians, they don't have internet, they don't have water, they don't have electricity. So there are rights. These are no. We are not negotiating this. We're talking about the final situation. We're talking about the final position. This is what the Trump didn't talk about, and we need to say it in a pragmatic way. Mr. Yasser, I need to ask you this question, and I will ask you again about the form of the Palestinian state that you can imagine. But a question I need you to be frank about, or some people will say about the analysis for the conflict and the disagreement between Hamas and Fatah. Some politicians see this is a chance and an opportunity because Hamas will not be there anymore, so you will get rid of political rival and will justify this, but that we are going to eliminate an obstacle against peace, and then so we can wait until this obstacle is eliminated and then we move forward towards peace. Honestly speaking, tell me, is that right? We have so many problems. We have so many diseases, if we can call it, about moral diseases. So, and this is one of this. And from the political point of view, when we are talking about a current or a conflict that's based on competition or competition for power between 2 parties, each party is trying to distort the image of the other party and magnify the mistakes of the other there are wishful thinking of them, or they wish that they get weakened because they think this will make them stronger. Of course, this is something we can say it's getting deeper, particularly in institutions of the institutions of power for both parties. You can call it disease, but some people will call it as urgency. They say this is important. Even late Yasser Arafat always, when he wanted to, he was disappointed every time he wanted to get into a peace agreement, but because of Hamas refusal and rejection. I say that in this atmosphere,
in this current political atmosphere in Palestine, it's existing the same way in all countries around the world. All people around the world do not have the necessary objectivity that enables each party to express and to have this agreement with the other party according to rules without considering the weakness of the other as a strength for me, because it was proven and it's now evident that the weakness that we saw in one of the parties of the Palestinian situation is weakening all Palestinian parties, and now the war that's being waged by Israel in Gaza is accompanied by resistance in the West Bank and fighting against occupation. But at the same time, this results in more pressure on the West Bank, and now they want to reach the result that they want, which is diminishing the dream of the Palestinian state by a wide-scale annexation of the West Bank. For this reason, what needs to be done now, I'm not talking about a technocratic government. I am talking about a national government, including all Palestinian people and categories in the country and abroad, in order to form a national government who's capable to gather everyone around it, supported by Fatah, Hamas, and all the political powers. This should be recognized by Washington and the international scale, unless there is what is right now being talked about. Unless we have an actual national reformation that we initiate, we will have an even worse disaster than we have right now. I don't want to spread the pessimism and diminish what optimism we have, but we have been through this many times before, and this is the worst of these experiences, and it's more grave if we do not learn that it's necessary to try to take our politics from the partisan fight and the ideologies that replace the national reality that we are looking for, and that everyone knows is the solution based on the two-state solution. Unless we take steps that will not cost much, and unless we show the world our true colors, what we are indeed, and we don't extend our hand to the world, unless we do that, we will lose this opportunity, and we don't know when we will have another opportunity. This could be a cliche, but we need political leaders who have the courage of the Palestinian child who was facing an Israeli tank with a rock. Some leaders are giving more priority to their ideologies right now. In brief, we have some short time. What is the practical perspective of the state that can lead to establishing a Palestinian state? Can we really have a bridge built between the West Bank and Gaza and maybe circumvent around the Israeli settlements? What is the perspective? We have planned tons of projects that cover all these aspects, and some of these projects were very deeply detailed, whether in terms of the geography or the security cooperation, economic cooperation, for even the airspace and air traffic and everything. Also security, and how can security be guaranteed in a manner that serves the interest of both parties? We are not starting from scratch. And for example, I participated in creating a very detailed roadmap for the two-state solution in Geneva in 2002 or 2003, and even recently Olmert and Nasser al-Qudwa had a project of a similar nature. So we do not need visions or documents or perspectives and solutions on the or things that can help us re-engineer a form of these two bodies coexisting, an independent Palestinian state with that real independence in addition to the state of Israel. This is not what we are lacking. What we are lacking is an actual political will that takes us to that goal. Dr. Dalal, briefly, how can the Israeli rejection and Israeli attempts be mitigated, their attempts to undermine the Palestinian state? They say there is a lack of conversation with those who want peace in Israel. We are always addressing the Israeli government, but as Mr. Yasser Abu Drabo said, there is some partnership between Israelis and Palestinians in a peace project. Maybe this doesn't receive the necessary support. Is there any hope or any use of communication and dialogue with those who want the two-state solution in Israel? And should we always be afraid of blame and the accusation of normalization as Palestinians addressing or communicating with Israelis, especially that after October 7th, there's been trauma among Israelis. The society is going towards the radical right, but I want to remind in 2 points. In the peaceful ways to resolve conflicts, negotiations is a tool, it's not the purpose. And over the past 30 years, unintentionally maybe, policymakers have been addressing negotiations as an objective. It's not our objective to have Israelis and Palestinians around the negotiation table. It's a tool that will take us to a pragmatic solution that's satisfactory to all parties. Also, another point, as was said in the previous panel discussion, all this instability, and also in this, the title of this conference about the flux, this is not just because of the Iranian monster. Also, there is an illegitimate Israeli occupation that is diminishing the hopes of Palestinians, and also it threatens more expansion. We are living a daily de facto. There is always a clear annexation plans, and Israeli settlement is there already everywhere. There are armed settlers that threaten Palestinians. If I want to go from Ramallah to Jericho, which is only 30 minutes away, there are a lot of checkpoints. I would be inspected, searched, and my children would have weapons pointed at them in my car. All this is under the military occupation, which comes alongside the settlement occupation. So is there some part that we can have a dialogue with in Israel? Of course, there are parties. I am a believer that people who have principles and who have willpower, if we believe in the peaceful tools, we can create change. We have great opportunity today. It's a historical opportunity that the Arab world is having right now, especially under Trump, because he's a pragmatic person. Our Arab media hosts tons of Israeli analysts who speak Arabic and also who influence a certain segment. How many Israeli channels host Palestinian or Arab analysts who might convince the viewers as well? Have we not tried this way, or is it useless to try it because we always see people being accused of normalization, which prevents this kind of dialogue, except among officials? We are beyond this stage right now, honestly, and from the middle of the 1970s, we've been in conversations, dialogues, meetings. Is that on an official level, or is on the official level, on the sectoral level, on the intellectual level, on the women activists and civil community? It's on all level. It's an ongoing, actively ongoing process, and it doesn't require to be formed right now from scratch. We're not. Of course, it has an impact, but as a result, it's a pressure force. It's not a decision-making force. You can use the civil society or involve the civil society in order to form some pressure. However, the political power is the one that can mitigate this role or undermine this effort. This accusation is no more important. No one is there to accuse us because the national and political awareness among Palestinians has long gone beyond this, and we don't want to open this can of worms, so to speak, because it's no more. It doesn't have any point anymore. Before we take questions, in case everything was adverse and the willpower is weak, and some could say that Israelis believe they won't need to have any Palestinian state. Let's go back to having the West Bank with Jordan and Gaza to Egypt as it was before 1948. So, do you think that the Palestinian issue is going in that direction to be finally settled in that way in the negative scenario? I believe that Israel is going in the one-state solution. It's the apartheid state, and they are creating the reality of the one-state solution. And speaking of Jordan and Egypt, and from the national security perspective for Jordan and for Egypt, and even for Palestinian, none of these parties will accept that. Also, for the sake of the regional security, no one in the region will accept that. It's important to have the two-state solution. This year, Israel had committed crimes that were documented, and it's an unprecedented level of crimes and atrocities that were committed by Israel. It's important that Israel doesn't always emerge without punishment. I am talking about coercive diplomacy. This can be through free agreements or any options that will impose international legitimacy on Israel, because we are living in the world of 2024. So do you think that there are ways to block Israel from some trade routes or trade agreements? We're not only talking about the Palestinians. They are doing the same with Lebanese and Jordanian and other people. And Netanyahu is always using the Machiavellian thinking. He is always buying more time in order to annex the remaining land. Your question about the win-win situation, prosperity, and other aspects, I still believe there is opportunity, but the lesson that needs to be learned by everyone is that the solution is not purely security or military or purely economy without a parallel political track. Mr. Yasser, let's conclude with you. I have two questions. Is the current attempt is to end the Palestinian issue by diminishing the Palestinian state project. Is it a one apartheid state, or would it be annexed to neighboring countries? What is the worst case scenario that Israel is seeking to implement now? Right now, the current reality. How do you see the region in 10 years from the Israeli perspective? Through the mass migration and displacement of Palestinians from wide parts of Gaza, even until last night, they are willing to evacuate the northern parts of Gaza and maybe the remainder of Gaza so that Palestinians stay on a very narrow strip on the coast. So they will be eroding the lands gradually. It's not 20 or 30 years. It could be 20 or 30 days. I am talking about a very narrow coastal strip consisting of tents or bubbles, as they call them. And this is an existing project. It's not something that we are just talking about. It's being implemented, and they are getting closer every day. The same is happening in the West Bank. Yes, in the West Bank, they want to practically diminish any possibilities or opportunities to create a Palestinian state, so that no Israeli party or international entity or Palestinian party cannot change the reality in the future. And they're hoping that this could be followed by more pressure on the Palestinian areas, isolating them and pressuring them with living conditions that lead to slow migration from these areas. The right-wing Israeli project, which was joined by parties from the left and the center amid the chaos that happened after October 7th. This is seeking to get rid of any presence of Palestinians on a national land that could be a basis for a Palestinian independent Palestinian state. Thank you so much.
I have two questions. I think we have 3 or 4 minutes remaining. So I'll take a couple of questions. We'll start with Shafi Ad-Damr. Shafi Ad-Damr. Yeah, good afternoon. I think the opportunity at the moment at the international level. Oh, now I can find you. Yeah. Particularly after having a new administration in the U.S., that is away from any pressures, internal pressures, or maybe from the IPAC or other organizations supporting or backing up Israel in there. So we have an American president that's already aware of the situation, regardless of the peace processes before. We're talking about someone who knows. We don't want more time to explain. And Hamas on the military level, they already finished. So the diplomacy in Saudi Arabia, they started a few months ago. So all these factors will make us optimistic. So a question, if the chance or the opportunity comes again, maybe next year or later, some changes in the Israeli government, what is the situation of the Palestinians towards this? Final question for Mr. Abdulaziz Al-Joushan Al-Ghashian. Sorry, because it was written in English letters, so I couldn't read it properly. I want to ask about the concept of the state solution, one-state solution, or the one-state solution, as I said. Is this idea or proposal eligible or have eligibility among the Palestinians or the Palestinian community? Because some people will say, okay, we'll talk about theories from outside. We say this is the best solution or that. But I'm talking about about the popularity of this idea among the Palestinian people. And the other point is, what's your point of view on the consequences of lack of peace in the West Bank, on Jordan? The first question about the Palestinian popularity of the Palestinian people, for example, in the streets, would say the Kurds in Iraq, they live in a semi-state. They don't have sovereignty when they wanted. I think the point that was proposed by the first. We're going to go back to this one for Trump later. But we say that when we think of a civilized way and also emotional, and as you said, people from outside will talk about a one-state solution. It's a very civilized scenario, but I live there. I live in this reality. They never have a look at me at a citizen with equal rights. Even the Israeli citizens that are not Jews, they don't have the rights, the full rights like the Israeli Jewish. So if from realpolitik, it's impossible to imagine that they will deal us as a citizen with equal rights. He said, what will happen if the things are okay? Will the Palestinian people just accept this? Yeah, if we just stop logic and thought and we will talk about only emotion or feelings, we say yes. Some say that Trump learned it from the lessons, and there are some possibilities that Netanyahu, because of the investigation, will go and someone else will replace him and maybe accept that. It's, in my opinion, let's say that I have an initial belief, and I don't even have credibility for this belief for myself. But I believe that Trump, in his second term in the White House, maybe learned a lot from the mistakes that he has done during his first administration. The Israeli side is being proactive and try to the immersive policy, or they wanted to drag the new administration in the U.S. into policies that practically mean the full destruction of the two-state solution, elimination of this possibility, permanent occupation of Gaza Strip, and also to accept the settlement program to hinder the geographic unity. Trump has good relations with the Arab countries, with Saudi Arabia and other countries. This is the point that I want to add. I believe that the role played by the KSA and also the UAE and Egypt and Jordan, with the new administration, this role, it's not a tertiary, it's not secondary, it's a crucial, and I believe in that Saudi Arabia and the other countries can make difference in terms of direct or actual impact on how to draw the final settlement and solution for the region, starting from the end and termination of the war against Palestine and Lebanon. And the Palestinian leadership should help these countries. Yeah, they should level up to the situation. And I always reiterate, we are in a real need to national reform, political reform, internal reform. The status that we have reached, we can see we know from our experience with Israel, my parents, my grandparents, we know this by heart, but it's much better to ignite a candle than cursing darkness. And having the candle now and lighting the candle now is the change of this situation and the political regime in Palestine, as we said. Now, this is an indicator that our time is over. I would like to thank my colleagues, Mr. Yasser Abdurrabou, the former General Secretary of the PLO, and Dr. Dalala Raikat, the Associate Professor of Diplomacy and Conflict Resolution in the American University in Palestine. Thank you very much for your time.
سيداتي وسادتي، نختتم أعمال الملتقى بكلمة تلقيها الدكتورة ابتسام الكتبي، رئيسة مركز الإمارات للسياسات، فلتتفضل مشكورة. Ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the ADSD proceedings with closing remarks by EPC President. Dr. Ebtisam Al-Kenbi. Dr. Al-Kenbi, the floor is all yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, throughout 2 days in 12 panel discussions with the contribution and participation of more than 40 speakers with various affiliation and from strategic advisors and researchers and the policymakers from across the globe, the Abu Dhabi strategic dialogue debate under the slogan of the illusion of stability, world influx, the challenges that enhance the instability in the region, on the Middle East and in the world. And at the end of each debate, I will summarize the key takeaways and the key issues that have been presented during the 11th conference. The keynote speech delivered by His Excellency Dr. Anwar Gorgash that the comprehensive strategic partnership that adopted by the UAE is a key, an indicator on the importance of having a more interconnected world and more prosperous world. And this indicates the importance of having multifaceted approach based on realism and giving priority to enhancing the well-being of individual and minimizing military or de-escalation, and also promote globalization. He also encouraged for multilateral Arabic work and also warned against the impact of militia on national states and institutions, as it is an inevitable danger and we cannot be lenient with such a threat. And the first session, when we talk about the world, we agree that we are in front of a question about the future of the international regime. There is no simple answer. It's a world in unprecedented turbulence, and we can say it's a post-Cold War world, where militarization race or military race is a true fact, and also reformation of alliances. Some argued that there are always misconceptions for the USA being looked at as a dominating power, but they are trying to put or set rules to facilitate competition without trying or attempting to draw or dictate the outcomes that will end up in their benefit. Others argued that the Americans and the Europeans, they want to be the ones to set the rules, and at the same time they implement double standards, and they keep building barriers instead of bridges, particularly in the confrontation with China. And this will never succeed in the international landscape. And the third point of view said that the international regime need root reformation and major change. It is not only about a desire for the USA to dominate and dictate the rules, but China also started to implement the imperial policies and also wants to dominate and dictate the rules. The second session, the chessboard in Asia, actors and limitations, talked about the challenges in the relationship between the key powers in Asia, particularly China and India, and the issues about the position of these forces in the competition between the US and China in the Indo-Pacific. In addition to the challenges emanating from the return of President Trump and the ambiguity of his policies in the second term in the White House. And participants reiterated that the states in the region and also the USA do not want to involve in wars, and the policy of the U.S. towards Taiwan and China will determine the geopolitical landscape in Asia, but the impact that is equally important will be for the nature and the range of the relationships between the largest Asian powers, India and China. The third session, the third panel about the redefining of the USA role at the international level, the debate was about what the impressions given by President Trump in the elimination of the financial problems and dealing with the economic problems and the promise to end the wars, and the assumptions at the economic level said that he's going to enhance protective policies and the bills of energy in the shade of sanctions will be one of the priorities of the U.S. administration, and the relationships with the GCC will be in a better situation in Trump's administration. It is more likely that the two-state solution will not be a priority, but Washington will continue to merge Israel in the region by continuing following the path of the Abrahamic Accords. And the fourth panel, the Winter Gambit, the Russian race towards the international influence. The conclusion was that the problem of Russia stays in Europe because most of the European countries continue to press Russia through the NATO, and Russia knows that the U.S. are trying to put them or keep them in Ukraine for as long as possible in order to deplete their resources, economic and military resources. And maybe the return of Trump will be an opportunity for Putin to achieve progress in the management of the Ukrainian war by encouraging the efforts of Trump to disengage the U.S. from this war, but it is not clear yet if there is a possibility to have or to maintain ceasefire that will satisfy the desires and the goals of all parties involved. And in the fifth panel, when we were talking about the political problems and strategic problems in Europe, the discussion was focusing on the three fields: defense, the high tech, and energy. And in the light of the Ukrainian war, by the supply chain of energy and the militarization across the European countries and the return of Trump, Europe is in front of an urgent need to have independence in defense, energy, and development, regardless of the new president, the identity of the new president in the U.S. Also maintaining the good relation across the Atlantic, because together with the U.S., they are still in the same side, on the same boat to face the global south. And then the other panel, we're talking about the geopolitical conflicts. The speakers highlighted the importance of the infrastructure projects and the corridors, the transnational corridors, and also the redrawing the political reality and the geopolitics. And they identified and they highlighted the importance of interconnected infrastructure, and the benefits of these projects will prevail for all the stakeholders and all the actors. And it is very important to enhance stability, not to deteriorate or to escalate the geopolitical conflict. We say that major initiatives like BRI and EMIC and the development road, they still have challenges for funds and governance, but this cannot be separated from the competitiveness at the geopolitical level. And at the seventh panel, the conflict for homogeny in maritime, the speakers highlighted the importance, highlighted the competition between U.S. and China and the policies of maritime homogeny among these two or between these two powers, not only in the Indo-Pacific, but also in the GCC and the Middle East and North Africa, which poses this region in a threat of militarization and polarization with the two polars and the competition for the resources and assets and maritime investment. And when we are talking about the enhancement of the supply chain and the protection of the maritime routes, it is widely seen that the maritime security is facing real threats. And what the escalation that happened in the Red Sea and took place in the Red Sea proved that success in addressing these threats is not only through military tools, but there must be other tools like diplomacy in order to solve conflicts and have secured new security arrangements at the regional level. And the eighth panel was the discussion was about Iran and the opportunities, about the developments in the levels of the foreign policy of Iran towards the neighboring countries in the Arab world. There was an agreement, like partial or like about the development of the Iranian policy to de-escalate policy of de-escalation in the region. But we know that this political development and security development needs backup at the economic level to build mutual interests, sustainable mutual interests. The economic contribution are still not at the level that we want, maybe because of the tendency towards isolation, or maybe due to the conflict or the tension between the West and Iran, as well as the impacts of the conflict in the Middle East and repercussion of the Middle East conflict. And this cooperation still have lots of gaps, mainly the presence of militia that is affiliated to Iran, that are affiliated to Iran across different regions. And the ninth panel about the frozen and forgotten conflicts for Syria, Libya, and Yemen, and Sudan.
The discussion concluded that the Sudanese crisis is complicated and compounding and is facing increasing hate speech, while in Yemen, Houthis are still incapable to be. We are still incapable to find solutions with the Houthis, and it's a very distant hope to find a solution right now. The status quo in Libya is going towards easement, regardless of the challenge of militias, which is still present. In Syria, the active war has ended years ago, but without this leading to any stability or settlement. There are more than one Syria within Syria. In the 10th session about the future foresight and the leadership of the UAE, the UAE Minister of Foreign Trade, His Excellency Dr. Thani Zioudi, talked about UAE's involvement in international platforms such as BRICS and G20, being a part of the United Arab Emirates policy for economic diversification and not relying solely on traditional partners, reiterating that the United Arab Emirates is continuing to get involved in all initiatives and international corridor projects, and that the presence of the UAE in BRICS is a purely economic issue. His Excellency noted that the United Arab Emirates is focusing on the service sector, not only the goods sector, and this is an important part of the UAE economic agreements, as the United Arab Emirates is or comes 12th globally in the service sector, which is a sector that enhances the soft power of the United Arab Emirates by expanding the presence of the UAE partnerships globally and regionally. The panel discussion number 11 discussed the war in Gaza and the Middle East and the conflict on the regional order and the implications of the Gaza war on the regional order. Participants have reiterated that the human cost and the widespread destroying of infrastructure will be one of the most important implications on the region societies. And while the war has led to derailing the normalization efforts in the region, the most serious impact is that it has strengthened the conflict dynamics between Iran and Israel. Speakers in the panel pointed out that in order for us to build a more stable and prosperous order in the region, we have to come up with a settlement in the Palestinian issue that is based on the two-state solution. In light of the 12th and last panel discussion on the future of the Palestinian state, tracks, options, and challenges, and after more than 1 year of the October 7th, 2023, and the Israeli war in the Gaza Strip, the future of the Palestinian state is witnessing a critical stage right now, and the region is also facing a choice between seeking the two-state solution or the one-state solution. And both of these options have obstacles, challenges, as well as potential for deep changes. And the absence of the implementable solution is still persisting, as the Israeli government is still seeking to undermine the basics of this solution. All this would mean that the conflict will continue and the activity of settlement will increase. And this would mean more pressure and more disruptions without any guarantees for Palestinians to be receiving their national rights, in addition to discussing the issue of reforming the Palestinian Authority and allowing the circulation of authority within the current Palestinian Authority. This, ladies and gentlemen, was a quick overview of some of the points that were discussed in the panels of the 11th Abu Dhabi strategic debate, including insights and discussions and issues related to the transformations and trends that enhance the current flux and instability in the world, and specifically in the Middle East region. The panel discussions have shed light on a lot of aspects, but at the same time, they posed a lot of questions that need more research and discussion, and that open more tracks for discussion in the future. In conclusion, I would like to thank everyone, all our speakers who have, and also our attendees who have shared their opinions and perspectives. Also, I would like to thank moderators who exerted great efforts in providing us with valuable insights on these panel discussions. Also, I would like to express my gratitude and thanks to every and each one of the guests and invitees who have graced our event with their presence. Again, I would like to thank His Excellency Dr. Anwar Gargash, the diplomatic advisor to His Highness, the UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, who has honored us with presenting the keynote address of this forum. Also, I would like to express my appreciation and thanks to all the media outlets who have covered the panels and sessions of this debate. Finally, I must express my pride and appreciation of the Emirates Policy Center team, who has started preparing for this forum months ago, preparing for all aspects of this event. And also I want to thank the young women and young men who volunteered to help in this event and provided all efforts to help everyone. Thank you for your participation and for your interaction. And I hope to see you all again in the next edition of the Abu Dhabi Strategic Debate next year in our beautiful capital, Abu Dhabi. Until then, I wish everyone all success and a safe journey home to those who are leaving UAE, and success and prosperity to everyone. And thank you, everyone.
أدعو فريق الإمارات للسياسات والمتطوعين والمتطوعات لأخذ صورة جماعية لو تكرمتم. لدينا فيديو ختامي أرجو البقاء بالجلوس.
مركز الإمارات للسياسات.
Can you put the video, please? Is it ready? It's okay. Is it ready, please? آسفة لإبقائكم. صورة جماعية لفريق المركز.